Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the live broadcast here at our D channel, where we are looking at the MENA close qualifiers for Elite League, and day number 2 is upon us. We're going to be looking at the same 4 teams as yesterday, but today we find out one team that gets knocked out and who's going to go to the grand finals as well in our second series of the day here with T-Panda and with Waga, of course. Waga, did you sleep well? Got yourself ready for some more MENA action?
I think Nigma looking like a hard team to beat for any team here. Winterbear are going to face up against them in our second series. We'll see if they can, reach up to that level, because I feel like Nigma still performed the strongest by far. As for this matchup, though, the first one we have Gamax Saudi versus AdoNis. Both these teams had some weaknesses, some things to try and work on, and we'll see who's going to really make it to the next round here.
Indeedly so. One of these two teams is going to get knocked out, and of course the draft is live, so we're going to jump straight into the Dota action and, slowly start taking you people away with what is happening between these two teams. Of course, they both kind of lacked the results because the opposing teams were just too much of a high caliber to play up against Winter Bear. They took a 2-0 off of Gamax Saudi, and Nigma Galaxy, they basically, we used the term speed run versus AdoNis, but that's a whole different level of competition. So now maybe on a more even playing ground for these two teams and still keep their tournament hopes alive.
Yeah, I think it's hard for me to say exactly what I expect here, but I do believe that perhaps Gamax Saudi have a slight edge from what we saw yesterday. But that said, anything can happen. I'm very happy seeing the draft, though, that Chen already banned out. We also see Dragon Knight banned out. I still see Timber available in the draft, though, a hero that is also very, very powerful and can be quite dangerous to let through. So let's see if they ban it or if they have a plan prepared for it.
Yeah, very coveted hero. There's like the basically 540, 550 pure damage that you can just instantly apply to your opponent when you pick up a Blink Dagger. So that's kind of like, it's a crazy amount of nuke. And it gets even stronger with particular combinations. I think if you can get yourself something like a Furion and a Timber Saw both in the same game, oh boy, that is just a massive amount of damage you can deal with the Whirling Death getting a bit of an amp on top of it. So definitely a hero that should be accounted for in the first phase, either ban or pick. But AdoNis taking their time thinking about it, or a couple other options, because none of the supports got rid of. They got rid of the Furion actually here.
Yeah, so that's a hero that can be very useful for the early game, taking over the laning stage and gank as much as possible. So that is a nice hero to remove, especially if you want to play the hero that they go with here. Mirana has seen amazing success recently in Dream League. She was the most, I think she was the most picked.
She
and
was the
had
most
a very
picked,
good,
yeah.
very good win rate on top of that, like 58% or something, which really impressive stuff. But the hero does not match up well against Nature's Prophet in the 1v1 on a support role. You get absolutely destroyed by Nature's Prophet harass. So maybe they're just shielding the Mirana pick a bit with the Nature's Prophet ban there.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team
Yeah, I remember as well that the Mirana was really high. I actually have the stats table open right here. So just by 2 picks above the Mars, 77 picks out of the 197 matches Mirana was in those games. And also the ban rate was pretty low, because it's weird, a hero that is picked that frequently but isn't worthy of a ban, because there are usually much more worse heroes to play against. But I think Mirana found her place. She found her place pretty nicely.
Yeah, pretty funny, because before Dream League, she really wasn't rated that high, but it kind of just went up on all the players' radar that, hey, this hero is really nice. The Moonlight Shadow was what, enabled so many rotations in a lot of games. I was casting the series there too. And Mirana is basically giving you access to more smokes, is what it feels like, right? Sure, you can say that, but if they have a ward plus sentry, they're going to see you. But most of the times, you're not going to
10
smoke over a
seconds
ward and sentry.
remaining.
And these players are also good at, trying to run in ways that are a little bit more cautious, not to be revealed. So it basically just enables your ganking a lot more. The movement speed as well of popping Moonlight Shadow plus smoke is really, really powerful.
Also, I wanted to look at the Chen stats as well, and a baffling 100% contest rate. 194 bans, 3 picks. So yeah.
Yes. That's why yesterday when we got to see Chen, I was like, this shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
That hero deserves in the ban dumpster right now. He needs to get nerfed badly, I think. But let's talk a little bit about the rest of the heroes we've seen come through here. So Doom and Techies coming in for Gamax Saudi. Pretty good kill potential. And, Techies, something they ran before. They did enjoy their Techies. And we've also seen some Hoodwink, which hasn't been banned out so far. AdoNis, on the other hand, they go for Mirana, Venge, Centaur. I love the straightforward combos that they have. Very easy to execute stuns. They can chain the Mirana arrow, and there we go. There's the Hoodwink. Dude, is this the third game in a row of Gamax Saudi playing Techies Hoodwink?
I think
like the 2 supports.
Yeah, they had Techies and Hoodwink in both games versus Winterbear. You are absolutely correct about that. I mean, I thought there could be some room when you see the Vengeful pick come out that, well, they're no longer considering Faceless Void, for example. The swap saves and how just the counter interaction works between the two. Also takes away heroes like Enigmas and stuff like that. But you already have Doom, unless they wanted to swap to like an Enigma support. But this seems their go-to. Techies and Hoodwink bring up the Life Stealer, and now AdoNis. They throw a curveball of their own. They're taking a carry completely out of a different caliber. The Medusa, who is protected by Stampede, by Swap, by Moonlight Shadow, and they don't have a way to really run in when the Centaur is up. So
I like it. I think this is a very smart Medusa pick here
it
for
is.
2 reasons. There are 2 heroes on the Gamax Saudi draft here that do very poorly against Medusa overall, in my experience. Doom, first of all, dooming a Medusa, it feels like you did no difference, especially now that she can use items during it. She can Hurricane Pike, Manta Style, stuff like that. It really doesn't feel that impactful, especially if she got her ulti out. Then it's just like, okay, that Doom is just wasted. And also Lifestealer. Lifestealer does more damage based on your max HP, but guess what? Medusa doesn't really have any max HP. So he doesn't feel too happy about it. I guess he could always go Aghanims and try and like disarm the Medusa, but you still gotta kill her somehow, and he's not a very good like Diffu buyer necessarily. So yeah, it's a good matchup.
Yeah, they're gonna struggle with this Medusa a little bit, getting to her, and of course, like the abilities, like you said, even with a BKB that would reduce some of the magic damage coming in. Techies is magic based, Hoodwink is magic based, so yeah, this Medusa is going to be really difficult to kill. And I was thinking Kunkka for a bit could fit Gamax Saudi's lineup just because of the Centaur, but then that Medusa is still going to be an issue. So they are really they actually got a last phase Timber ban, which is kind of wild.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy indeed. The Timber making it all the way through. A final thing to mention on the Medusa string is also that they have 2 really important things in their draft to help her. Medusa struggles a lot with not having the mobility, but they have Swap that can sometimes be used to save her or to even push her forward, and they have Stampede. So 2 great ways to relocate your Medusa, since she is very immobile as a carry.
Also banning out the Tinker here. That would have been a very interesting pick as well. I mean, I guess they could have had some issues maybe dealing with a Tinker in terms of team fight. They're kind of like, we go in once and we see what comes out of that. So if Tinker is basically just jumping around, moving around the whole time, it's Lifestealer getting kited.
He also does very well against like 3 of their heroes. Techies, Lifestealer, and Hoodwink are not amazing against Tinker. Doom is pretty decent because you can always try and slap the Doom and then like you've kind of done it. But these low HP supports they're running are not happy against the Tinker.
No.
He brings so much damage.
Not at all, not at all. See, AdoNis,
we'll see if AdoNis can go down a similar route, though. There are other magic damage heroes on mid lane they can go into. Like Alina would fit really nicely into their lineup.
They left the Husker in the pool. which AdoNis did play. It flopped, unfortunately,
Dire
because,
team
Sumail got the first blood and a kill on top of it, instant bottle for the Pango. But it feels like they're not afraid to use that Husker mid. And it could be something that provides them that early tempo too. But it is also kind of like if the Husker doesn't have a great time, if he doesn't get to snowball, then
10 seconds remaining.
it's all on a Centaur who also needs to have a good start to his game until the
5
Medusa can
seconds
take over.
remaining.
Yeah, because Centaur desperately relies on getting some item, getting Blink at least at some point to be able to initiate as well. So yeah, I like the idea of perhaps a little bit of a safer pick than a Husker here.
Yeah,
Also, you have
a safe mid could work.
yeah. Also, you're against like access to break already on Gamax with a hoodwink, and potentially even on 25 you can have the doom break. But there we go. That's a high magic damage mid hero for them that is pretty safe. Zeus gives them a bit of global presence here with Zeus ulti Stampede as well.
And they go for the Kunkka after all. So I was thinking that they might pick the Kunkka, but that Medusa is still going to be a bit of an issue. They still decide to pick it up, and at least the laning matchup for the Kunkka, it's if it was any other hero versus the Zeus, you might have some difficulties in terms of the amount of poke that you're getting. Can we actually slow down the Zeus, and what kind of tempo are we going to live off of ourselves? So I think the Kunkka fits here pretty okay. It's just still there's no real Medusa answer.
Yeah, I don't think they have the best solution to Medusa, but like you said, it's a lot to disable, and Medusas don't love the idea of buying an early BKB, so usually you can get that Aghanim Scepter and Kunkka, control the Medusa a lot with the Torrent Storm, and just try and prevent her damage output. And the lane is completely fine against Zeus. It's not a bad lane for Kunkka at all. So yeah, it's a nice last pick. I do feel like AdoNis draft is a little bit easier to play out here, and it has a very straightforward game plan. Team fight with 4 heroes and let Medusa farm up, and then to late game, it should pretty much be Medusa just running the show.
Let's see which one of these two teams is hungrier to keep their tournament hopes alive here with this first game between Gamax and AdoNis, because what we saw yesterday was both teams taking a beating. So now that we get them both together, we'll really see who's the better out of these two. I feel like they're pretty evenly matched. A bit of more of a semi-European mix on the Gamax esports side. We've seen Kurtenkele play in multiple different qualifiers before. We've galored on Blade Moose's nickname a bit as well,
Yeah, it's a great name, Blade Moose. It sounds like a mythical beast, some game, Yeah, I think it will be exciting because yesterday we didn't really get to see the best that these teams have to offer, I feel. And perhaps game one, a little bit of pressure, a little bit of nerves, both of them going up against, kind of strong opponents there in Winterbear and Nigma.
What is the kind of thing that you take from a day like that? Like, you get 2-0'd, you don't really get to play Dota too much, and you know that your life is on the line, basically, on the next series. How do you set yourself straight? Like, let's just forget that ever happened and keep basically repeat what we just did yesterday with the same mindset we had at the start of the day.
I think it can be very, very helpful sometimes. It of course it's not nice to go down to lower bracket immediately, but it can be very helpful to get a quick game against an opponent who plays really swiftly and strong, because you can take inspiration in what went well for them, how did they achieve that success, and then try and emulate that as well. What's important is that I hope that these players, busted out a lot of pubs as well and played maybe some scrims even on top of the tournament games after that, because you don't want to go and just be like, oh, we lost, oh, that's sad, well, see you tomorrow. You have to feel the grind and actually be able to come back. So hopefully teams have prepared well. We have a short little pause here for the teams. Good luck coming out from Numi.
Yeah, we're still on camera for the time being, waiting for the game to kick off. So we do have some continuous disconnects on both ends, bit of lag issues here and there. So we'll then soon show you the game picture as we start the match. But yeah, I agree. You don't want to go with cold feet into a tournament game ever. So if you have like pre-warm up or even after the games that you have just played off, especially if they didn't go too well, you might spend some time talking with the team, looking at a couple of replays. Maybe if you see something in particular, like maybe a player picks up a moment where it's like, I need to look into this a little bit more. Maybe discuss with the team, like if you're not sure about why did this happen, what was going on with the early game rotation, should we be more active? Can we try something different for our next game tomorrow? And then just feel like pieces could click together, or you could find yourself even more lost. But hey, you can never know unless you try.
Yeah, what I feel has been nice in, teams that I've played in before, and also in teams that I've, been in the room with when they've analyzed stuff at tournaments and so on, like, is when you have one or two players in a team that frequently will just sit down and look at the game together. You don't need the entire five to look at it, but you can have two players who are like just more curious about what to investigate from a match, and then bring that to the table to the rest to, kind of condense it to a quicker review, because not everyone is super excited after you lose a game to, oh yeah, let's see how we lost. But there are always going to be some people who are more curious about certain details, and they can sometimes bring that enlightenment to their own team. So you gotta have different strengths and weaknesses within the team, of course.
Is there a particular part that you like to do in game research? At least back in the day when you still used to play a bit more competitively in some of the teams, did you ever consider replay analysis be like one of your favorite things to do?
For individual players, yes. For teams, a little bit less. So, I mean, it was an important thing to do, and it was, it's very educational. You can learn a lot, but there are so many teams that you're going to play against overall. So really studying and learning every team on a deep level, I feel is almost reserved to the tier 1 of Dota, the absolute highest teams. These teams that we're watching right now, there are a lot of teams that they have to fight against, and keeping a good track of everyone, especially with the amount of roster changes you see frequently, it's better you just focus on yourself, work on your own game, and try and get a really good synergy going.
Well, as we're finally into the in-game picture, as the pauses have ended and the game action is going on, I see a repeat from yesterday. He did not change his bracer. It's the Centaur has the bracer again, and now a branch instead on top.
Yeah.
Going up against a lane where this Lifestealer, if he gets a couple levels up, he will start to hit quite hard. So, I mean, at least he can trade back this time. I think previously it was even worse because he had like a range core. I think it was the gyrocopter, right?
Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure about the build at all. I, went on at length about it, and they're gonna go. Medusa's in danger if she goes up that ramp, but she pings it. Yeah. I think you went. Teams have done this a lot, by the way, lately. I think she just realized that it's smoked. Also, they pinged. Okay, a few things to talk about. Teams have done this a lot, where right at the end of the smoke, walking towards a ramp to see whether it runs out or not, to find out if the opponents are there. But also, he pinged into Fog of War on the Watcher, and the Watcher gave a nasty sound. That means it's taken. You can actually check that in Fog of War still.
Yeah.
So he knows that they're up there.
30 seconds to battle.
And they're still going to walk up into their arms as Cold. I mean, with all the information they were given, they probably didn't hear the audio cue, probably because of comms going on at the same time. But Cold is going to drop his first blood. Nitro is going to be the next one to drop if this Medusa doesn't get into a safe distance, and he doesn't. So a double kill for the support Blade Moose on the Hoodwink. So that pretty much means either a full set of boots or some more regen.
Coming out. Yeah, he's buying quick stats here just to help him a little bit. So Wraithband gonna help him trade very well here. It's a high physical damage lane with a Venge and a Medusa. Fantastic start there for him. And yeah, I mean, that was a dangerous way to check the high ground. You send in the Venge and the Medusa first. Centaur needs to lead the way into that engagement. There's no way you can walk high ground into 5 going with the squishy hero first.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was a bit unfortunate for them that they... I'm not sure if the smokes were already popped for the Medusa, that she might have thought that they were in a different direction than where they actually were. Of course, that high ground position is perilous, but still.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It looked like he got the information. Bottom lane, Zoom Zigzag doing a good job harassing the Lifestealer immediately.
Get that early damage in. Of course, the Centaur now, he does live off of a lot of regeneration with that early bracer, even though it is 0.75 only at top of the extra that he has. But Cent is great in terms of trading and regenerating in the lane, but this is going to change a lot with the Lifestealer picking up levels.
Yeah, the more items you see on Lifestealer coming in as well, he's going to be a little bit more of a threat. And mid lane, a lot of damage done to Jesus here by Kunkka. Landing the torrent.
I also saw Blade Moose actually got Cold's Courier too, so even more gold for the team.
I mean, you know how annoying it can be to lane against a Hoodwink, and look at this, the damage is just coming in. The Wraith Band allows him to do a lot more work actually, just non-stop attacking on this lane.
Yeah, double mangoes on the Medusa, 2 more on the Vengeful Spirit, but Cold is unable to get a pull through as Kurtenkele is applying the pressure, and Nitro could potentially die here, forces out one of the mangoes. Very, they can't really get to hit back either, which is kind of the bad thing about it. It has to force a Fairy Fire too with that Acorn Shot bounce. That was a wild one.
Yeah, spooky. There were a lot of targets it could have bounced to, but it went back to Venge, and he has Pushback ready again, so Venge has to be very careful. This Hoodwink is devastating top lane.
Yeah, and I love the amount of pressure that they can keep up the whole time with the Doom and the Hoodwink, that they relentlessly continue to push their advantage, knowing that this Venge can't intervene. Medusa will take some free hits. She misses a lot of CS. And as you can see, it's 14-4, and they get the turn onto Cold's Vengeful Spirit, take her down. Kurtenkele gets to walk away, and the Hoodwink even more regen brought for him as well, so they can just out-sustain the safe lane duo with AdoNis.
Medusa does get the Centaur at least, because Doom is a little bit low HP and wants to back up himself, so it means he's not contesting the pull here, so Medusa actually getting a bit of farm while the Venge is dead.
And the Lotus also goes for the Hoodwink, so great start for Blade Moose.
Oh yeah, fantastic for him.
Bottom lane, just 15-10 for the Lifestealer's advantage. Pretty even. The lane is pushing quite heavily in Depkid's favor, so he'll get the farm.
Yeah, he has a lot of creeps to kill still, so this is basically a dead even lane almost. Mirana is, you know, constantly on this Lifestealer. That's why he got an early chainmail, going for the face boots to try and keep himself alive a little bit better here.
Oh, poor Nitro. Oh, that's the Medusa down too.
Ouch.
Venge goes for a pull and they punish instantly.
Yeah, if Venge was closer, she could have used mangoes on her and keep her alive, but this is the dangerous phase of Medusa laning stage before you get mana boots. After mana boots, you're almost unkillable, but right now she is very much able to go down here rather quickly.
Kurtenkele also gets the speed aura, so Snake might slow, but that kind of counteracts it. He'll have the movement speed to always close in the gap.
Yeah, that's gonna make Hoodwink even more pesky as well with the speed.
Zoom Zigzag having to fight it out with the techies.
Zoom Zigzag has done a fantastic job this game of dodging the Q. Oh, Vengeful. Might go down top.
Oh, so this one goes. Blade Moose is also fairly low here. Snake flies in. Cold trying to dodge with the vision. And it pays off as they do get the kill off of Blade Moose.
Oh, and a self-cancel with a Wave of Terror as well. Nice. And a high five from Cold as he looks to maybe get a pull here as well.
Well, at least, you know, small victories. That's how you have to take it. At least it's not a complete dumpster lane in a way. You did get your first kill for the safe lane duo as well. Your first step towards recovery, right?
Yeah, basically. Venge looks like she's just about ready to ditch this lane again, though. He's down to 100 HP, 90 mana. He can't really do much here, so almost time to just die to come back and be able to keep your Medusa alive. Like, he's pretty useless in this lane right now.
Depkid also goes down at the bot lane. Soul gets a lot of free hits, but the Mirana trying to turn around. Cold goes down at the top lane at the same time. And Soul, he could force out the final leap off of Zoom Zigzag, and there we go. Oh, he's stuck in the low ground.
He jumped into the pit.
Oh, but
he
Soul...
could kill him. He doesn't realize.
Soul didn't actually realize he could have killed him, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he doesn't know for sure that all the leaps are out, and he doesn't want to waste his time. There was also a lot of creeps pushing in, so understandable from Soul's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, while top lane, Cold does get the TP just in time before Nitro gets dove under the tower. A bit of extra poke onto the Doom. He's got his face boot, so he's going to try and make a run for it. But Blade Moose is also coming in. The bushwhack will connect, and oh, little Venge is going to be in trouble here. Burning down to her death. And there's a Zeus ulti. Snap, let's get a quick double for a Numi.
He clears out the top lane quickly and easily, and Medusa is suddenly all alone on top. There's creeps, there's a Lotus to take. What are you gonna do with all this free time?
Yeah, and Soul goes down to Depth Kid, so I mean, he somehow made these braces work in this lane. Yeah, one more hit.
One more auto.
Also dodges the
Bad start here from.
So suddenly the 4-0 start is now 7-6. AdoNis showing some signs of life finally.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus coming in online there as well with the ulti available is, you know, it got the kills top, but also set up for the kills bottom, so they got great value out of that Thunder God's Wrath immediately. And that's also a good feeling. The moment you get your Zeus ulti, you don't want to wait around to come online with it. You want to get a chance to use it early, and that's what we're seeing here. An aggressive game.
Radiant are scanning.
Looking at the Wisdom Rune spawning in 10 seconds. We're seeing support stack up a little bit as well here, prepping for Medusa to swing over.
Some early scans as well, just in case they see some extra movement coming in. But Blade Moose and Cold will both secure the Wisdom Runes. That means that Cold is in the bottom half of the map right now, so Nitro is getting zoned out of the lane. Doom has himself some free farm. Blade Moose actually bringing in the creeps as well under the tower to the Doom. And is Cold up to something here? Because Kunkka is a difficult kill.
A little bit of a swing around here. Together with the Centaur and the Mirana, this could be very, very dangerous for Techies if he stays in the area.
They see the Venge with the ward now as well, so QJY backs all the way back to the lane. Meanwhile, mid lane, bit of traffic here. Cold does go there. A new me was about to get killed by Blade Moose, so he had to teleport in, and the Tidebringer gets him. Depth Kit goes down to Soul, and Cold is also on the run out, so they were trying to make a play towards bottom with the Vengeful Spirit, and he was forced to teleport mid to save the Zeus, but Zeus still dies. Well, basically, thanks to the Venge, he actually died.
Yeah, he stood next to him, and the bounces came in. Yeah, Hoodwink again doing a lot of work. Top to see a Doom come out immediately here, recognizing Medusa's low mana pool, but he has mana boots available. Gonna use that. Not sure if he can live here anymore, though. Maybe. Magic Stick with... Well. Yeah, you can actually heal so much with mana boots and Magic Stick.
Yeah, so silly. Of course, there's the Snake Slow, Depth Kit for the stun, and there goes Kurtenkale.
I mean, there you see why Doom is not very good against Medusa. Medusa was low mana, but still has those actives to use, and is completely fine.
Kunkka also found a kill on the Venge at the same time. He died under the tier 2 tower. So as we look at net worth now, yep, Kunkka is up to his normal pace. You know, the 5k at 10 minutes is kind of like the number you're looking for. He's already 5k at 9 minutes.
Oh, ulti, a little bit overkill, but lock eyes onto perhaps more targets. Don't have Centaur ulti yet, though.
10 seconds. And people are dying all over the map. I can't
Anyone who
keep up
comes
with the
mid
pace.
is just dying. Shushu is putting on a clinic mid.
Yeah. And also a smoke towards top, so we're really getting a ramp up in tempo. Doom is going to get surrounded from all directions. And I was like, what are these guys doing over here? TPs are coming in. They've got the Lifestealer coming out as well. Centaur ulti is used. Bushwhack connects onto Cold. Soul might look for a kill on him. Oh, the tower. Is it enough to kill the Cent? No, it isn't. So close to getting the Centaur out of the way. Cold stunning the Lifestealer. And a new me. Not in a very happy place here. QJY holding onto that blast off for as long as possible, and now he's going to have to use it. Well, the Bushwhack comes out, and there's the secured kill. Cold will drop as well. So, Gamax.
Look at Kunkka. He's chasing still.
Still keeping up the aggression. Has 4 points in X mark, but can't quite get the vision to the low ground.
Yeah, Centaur, nice stun and run there. Gets out. Mirana's still in the neighborhood. Daytime comes around too, so... Can X mark, but of course without the bolt he doesn't have the ability to kill her alone.
Sharpshooter is back off cooldown, so they can maybe make a play with this this Hoodwink. See who they target. Of course they'd like to go to the Medusa, who has struggled a bit, but has been able to catch up. And now Soul, look at that aggressive straight up charge towards the Medusa. I think they revealed their ward at the same time, the way that he moved in. But Depth Kid, they Do they know about the Mirana ulti? I don't think so, because Blade Boost does go down, and there goes a secondary kill for Nitro. They just killed off the supports, and now Soul is left by himself, and there's backup coming. Zigzag, Cold, they're both coming right behind the Lifestealer. Depkid, he'll have to sack himself. Nitro with the body blocks, and Quick Infest tries to make it out, but this creep's gonna die. Soul, 10 seconds until he has another Rage. Stampede coming in as well, and there goes your movement speed, and that should pretty much be done for the Lifestealer.
Yeah, that's rough. The TP top now to try and help, but the arrow not gonna connect here. Don't think they're gonna be able to get too much more. Maybe Vengeful can go down. He's juking?
Yeah.
Just gonna land it into Medusa instead. That was unfortunate for Lifestealer. I think maybe he should have committed and ran deeper there to infest into a Siege Creep. Siege Creep is such a good getaway car, because even if you throw all your nukes at it, it has so much magic rest. You can still get away. Mid, the X-Mark Torrent, a little bit off the mark on the Zeus. He walks away.
I just love how we have like a constant brawl. We have 25 kills in 11 minutes. This is really at a bloodbath level already. Cold gonna get hit by the Sticky Mine. Shushu is coming in there. There's Kurtenkele also TPing in. Blade Boost is slow. Cold's gonna go down. The Mirana's gonna drop as well. The arrow doesn't quite connect, but the Medusa's gonna get doomed as well. Nitro, he's kind of out of his comfort zone, being this deep into behind enemy lines. Still has that magic wand, but it's not really going to save him here, is it? Depkid, nice stun. Nitro will still go down. Shushu is low. Kurtenkele fighting it out. The Blade Bell is going to be popped as well, but Anumi will take him down. And there goes the Centaur. So Soul and Kurtenkele will find a kill for themselves as the Zeus also finishes off the Kunkka.
Yeah, good amount of gold for the Zeus at least to get something, but fantastic turn of events here for Gamax as they take down, you know, everyone except the Zeus in succession, and they swing towards top immediately as well afterwards. And with you know, Centaur having TP cooldown, he's not going to be able to go there. I think they have to give up the top area now.
What's up with the mass tips, by the way, for Cold? Did he do something there in that last fight?
I mean, he kind of just died. I don't know. I didn't
getting tips from his teammates for dying. It's like, value.
Maybe he was the one to call, let's invade the enemy triangle, you know, and then everyone dies as a result.
Yeah, could be. Could be a bad call tip.
Yeah. That's good.
30 kills.
Having a bit of fun at least.
Yeah, 30 kills in 13 minutes. Well, good morning to everybody out there watching. You know, this is the way to start your day. DJY has to hold off on his blast off. Will end up dying in the end to Anumi's ulti. Shushu drops down the boat. He's not gonna get the run buff, but at least it actually does connect on both of the heroes. And then Infested Lifestealer also running away in the top half of the map.
Yeah, Lifestealer able to play pretty aggressively in this game. Not too much to threaten him as long as, you know, not the entire enemy team is up there. He's going to be able to farm towards that Radiance. He does have his armlet already. As for item progression, Medusa is closing in on a Manta style still. So despite the, you know, tempo of the game and how she didn't have that much farm in lane necessarily, she is getting towards the farm steroid of the Manta style.
Also, the Zeus is surprisingly high in net worth considering all the kills that he's been picking off. The first got the double with his first ulti usage in the top lane. And then a couple solo kills, actually. Like, when you consider the previous kill he got was off of the off of the Kunkka, all by himself. So he's already finished a Phylactery and a Yules at 14 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus thrives a lot in these active games. And like you said, with the Phylactery, he has tons of damage now as well. So he's here to punish. The supports basically go down to his ulti over and over in this game. One of the downsides of having techies and Hoodwink, who can get bursted pretty fast.
Bottom tower from the AdoNis side has already fallen, so Soul, he's kind of deep here in this lane, but only just a Centaur to greet him. That's the Blink also shown. Not sure if they had it revealed before. Also Vessel up on the Mirana, so if they can get like an arrow Vessel combination on a target, that would be really good.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage for a support to bring in as well. Do you have the Invis available? They want to go Doom.
Yeah, it's a very squishy Doom, to be completely honest. I mean, he's got a lot of armor, but they're mainly just doing magical damage.
He does throw out the Doom immediately, so he's going to get himself a kill here over on the bench. And of course, you can't deny the Doom anymore, so, you know, it's a guaranteed kill for him. Not the worst result. Centaur ulti used, and he gets something for it. Obviously, it hurts for him to die, but if you're gonna die, that's one of the better ways, I guess.
Yeah, he was pinging the hard camp there, basically. Like, if somebody had a force staff or something, push me in there, so the tomato could maybe deny me. Well, what can you do? It's still worth trade-off. Doom is spent. That's going to be gone for 100 seconds. Top lane. Why is Lifestealer this deep?
Well, he saw a lot of people going on his Doom, so felt like he could push himself a little bit farther here. And like I said, it's not that easy to bring him down in this game. Venge was killed top, and that's the biggest threat against Lifestealer, since she's the only one who can stop his TP outplay. Even as armlet, so he can actually arm the toggle during the TP out.
That actually works. I was suspecting if you're that far in front, next to a tier 2 tower, that you'd get mass TPs and you could get killed there. But, seems like it's not the case this time.
Kunkka gonna clear out some juicy stack here, and in the right time as well, nick of time, as Gamax are heading over there.
I love how he's got a bottle in his quick buy. Yeah, he hasn't picked up yet. Blade Moose will get killed. Yumi will pick this one off, and they also have a lot of mines as they X-mark in Depkid. QJY will get a kill for himself, and Yumi also... the bench actually swapped them in cold. That's probably not the move. They've already lost Zigzag. They're going to lose cold as well. Here's the water park. The Yules comes out from the Zeus as well, but that's only just to buy a couple extra seconds until his inevitable fate meets him, and that's 4 heroes dead from AdoNis.
What a nice timing to have the Aghanim's as well on Kunkka there. That team fight was a little bit blessed for him with a swap. Definitely not helping Zeus out at all. I think
not at all.
He could have made it out. The Doom was swinging around from behind as well, though, so maybe he would have been chased down anyway. There's a Shivas on the Doom, so he could have stayed on him. But that's a horrible fight for Team AdoNis wanting to go in there.
Yeah, and I'm wondering the team isn't tipping the Venge this time.
They're mad at him at this point.
Yeah, returning into
Karma.
Karma.
How could you throw me under the bus like that?
Yeah. One of those support players in the team just yelling out, Karma, Karma.
Yeah.
That's what you
Bottom
get.
lane, the Medusa is farming, but she is full mana. They're trying to set a trap for her on the high ground, but it doesn't look like she's going to walk in there.
The Techie's gone. At the same time, finding in the river. Zeus ulti will also reveal the location of these... Radiant heroes inside their own triangle, but they've deeply warded this entire area, so very difficult for the Medusa to just waltz in without the feeling of somebody's watching me.
Yeah, I think the Zeus ulti didn't reveal any of the wards as well. I don't think.
Oh, look, they see the X mark. Depkid's like, here.
Oh boy. He got the boat out though. He can live for a long time.
Instant boat. Vessel is there, just not doing quite a lot of damage here. Blade Moose will completely miss that sharpshooter, but look at that Torrent Storm causing issues. Centaur, Venge, both thrown into the air. And oh boy.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. That was...
Triple kill Shivas?
Yeah.
I think Shivas got all those last hits. Doom, very happy. And I mean, that's the difference between getting the bolt out or not. That damage reduction, keeping Kunkka well and healthy. While they try and burst him, he is not an easy target.
And Kurtenkali keeps on going for more instant doom on the Medusa, but the diffusal slow is already applied. Techies is trying to get there, but Zeus is stunning the Techies at the same time. Blade moves, 7 seconds for Sharpshooter. Kurtenkali has no movement speed whatsoever, and that doom has already ran its course.
Yeah, and Medusa, look at our HP after getting doomed. Yep, we're good. HP and mana looking completely fine.
QJY has to be careful of that Phylactery Zeus. He might get a kill for himself. The Yule's set up there. He's got this kill, but Blade moves with the turnaround with the help of Kurtenkali. The Zeus goes down as a trade-off. So that Yules he was setting up to get a kill, just waiting for his Lightning Bolt to come off cooldown, actually sets him up to die instead.
Yeah, that was costly for him as well, trying to get the kill. He did just barely manage to get the Arc Lightning out for the final kill there, or final nuke, but yeah, that's not the trade you want to have happen. Things are definitely going the way of Gamax lately here.
Yeah, Lifestealer almost killed the Centaur in the top lane at the same time. This is just a constant battle between these two teams, and only now has Gamax actually shown to be higher on the economy lead. 7,000 gold up ahead, even though this game was fairly tight and even.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty even, but one big thing that normally needs to happen hasn't happened this game for the side of AdoNis. Actually, we've seen the Rana game run at here by Lifestealer, taking... He has leap, but he held it too long.
Yeah.
Making mistakes.
Oh, bottom lane X-Mark on Venge now too.
Make that another one. That's
so
The 11th death for Venge in 20 minutes.
Oh god. And they're going bottom. They want to contest the Wisdom Rune here as well.
Kid, aggressive play going in. X-Mark instantly there. Blade Fuse does soak up some of the damage, but still survives for long enough to get the Acorn shot off. And Kid, he's still disarmed. QJY is in the middle of that front. And I think everybody else is just backing away, so they will have to sack their supports for that Wisdom Rune spawning in 2 seconds.
Yeah, it was a nice jump there by Kid, initiating, confidently saying that we're gonna fight for this area. And area was what I was gonna mention. The bottom area of the map still belongs to Gamax. They have their tier 1 tower almost entirely untouched. Mid tower is still feeling healthy, top as well, so they have the tower advantage. Whereas, you know, AdoNis, they lost their mid, they lost their top tower, and they're struggling to have a safe space for Medusa to keep farming.
Yeah, and it always comes at a cost of a support dying somewhere.
Gold from
Trying to get even a little bit of a push going, which they need Medusa for, like you said. Like, she needs to get the items so that they can start really hitting objectives. Centaur hasn't had that kind of pushing presence, because he's constantly forced to fight. There's always something that needs responding to. It's kind of like a 911 service for AdoNis in a way. Wherever there's a fight, the Centaur's going to be there. Now it's going to be in the mid lane. They've got the swap out, but he's still going to die to the Doom. And Cole trying to TP away, but the Bushwhack's going to be there for the cancel. Kurtenkele will take that one. Now Soul with Blade moves right behind. Sharpshooter is going to fly in, and Zigzag gets the arrow off, but also catches another.
That was a nice kill by Blade Moves. Did not think he could get the Acorn shot that far away. Bouncing on the 2 of them, they didn't delta split properly, and then the ulti enough to bring down the Miranas. 3 kills. Also, I love the build that Kurtenkele is doing this game. Going for the Shiva's Rush into Eternal Shroud. This is like a survivability combo that is so common to do. We see a lot of people do it on different heroes. I've been in love with doing this build in general. You just become absurdly hard to kill. He's 70% resistance against physical damage and only 54 against magic, but that's not true. Eternal Shroud active, or the other passive will come in and turn that number way higher as well when the nukes come in.
Yeah, that increases it by a lot. That is true, and of course I think that the decision was already made, like back in the top lane, where he would doom somebody, but then Centaur and Venge would just blow up over like 60% of his HP pool in one go. I was like, well, I think magical damage is the bigger issue here. There's a lot of magical damage in this particular game, but this Roshan is going to be taking a lot of time. There's only 500 HP remaining. Depth he almost gets it. Soul takes the Aegis, and Depth down. Cold's going to drop as well. Medusa with the Stone Gaze almost takes down the Techies. There's going to be an end phase coming out as well, but the Medusa now isolated by the rest of the team, and all by herself, running out of mana, slowly burning to the Radiance, and Yumi will take down Blade Moves, but that doesn't really matter. They've won this fight, they've won the Roshan, and they're going to take this Medusa down as well, and Kurtenkele now on a wicked 6 streak as well. Make that 1 for 3.
That is an amazing fight for them, and I want to give all the credit here to the supports on the side of Gamax. They did the job setting this up. They had nice mines revealing, and there we go, tip coming out for Techies. They had nice mines revealing the smoke coming in, and Hoodwink's positioning was fantastic. He was sitting and waiting in a smoke reveal location to the north of the Roche Pit, and he also found himself fighting 1v1 against the Zeus, which sure, he lost that battle, but he also Mage Slayer the Zeus before Zeus ulti, which is devastating.
Oh, Cold. Death number 14.
He's just running in and dying at this point. It's rough.
He was thinking about doing a 1 yard swap just to get that shield up, but Depth Kit's gonna drop as well. Soul gets another kill for himself. Lifestealer getting out of hand here.
Yeah, Lifestealer
more
just getting massive.
Even if they don't actually have the numbers, Nitro still TPs in for this one. Has the disperser. So
I was wondering if we were gonna see the Halberd coming out for him. Actually, we get another kill top. The Doom using his ulti on the Mirana as well, going down quickly. We see SNY being built by Lifestealer. Thought he might go for Halberd against the Medusa. Very common item as well for Lifestealer.
SNY has been buffed a lot.
It has, but so has Halberd. Yeah. It also got its evasion increased.
Yeah, and the 5% extra life amp as well, which is very handy. Yeah. Blade moves, QJY Shushu with the infested Lifestealer going for a smoke and straight towards Nitro. They might go, they just spot the Medusa illusions. Blade moves gets the info. Dust is thrown in because they're not sure where she is, and now they finally spot the Medusa. Kunkka gets in the way. The Stone Gaze is going to be popped, and how much damage do they have? They're all going to get stunned up here, but Medusa still on the run. The swap comes out from Cold as well. Blade Moose will miss the ulti. Shushu still on the chase. X-Mark is there, and will bring back the Medusa. Kurtenkele is going to be right on top of him as well. Nitro still somehow gets away, and Depkid will have to sack himself on the low ground. Zeus ulti coming in. They're still not dying. They're still all alive. That's going to be kill number 60 in this game already. There's the Medusa. That's 61. And the Lifestealer Aegis will pop. Maybe they have a chance to blow him up again with the Zeus here. But the arrow only just comes off cooldown, so the Lifestealer will get away.
Yeah, he just walks to safety, and I mean, this is just absurd seeing the aggression they can do on Gamax right now. The Doom is not taking any damage throughout this fight. He's just walking through all the nukes, and Lifestealer, of course, having the Aegis, have the confidence as well. And then, you know, the final option for a core to burst is Kunkka. Well, you're not really bursting through that, not with a run buff, so the only play they had was to run away on the side of AdoNis, and that's been the story in a lot of these fights, I feel.
Yeah, just an absurd amount of kills this game. This is like a pub match when you think about like how much fighting there is going on the whole time. And still every single tower up on the side of Gamax.
Yeah, an attempt to kill the Doom top with the swap, but don't really get anything for that. And right now we see Lifestealer in a very oppressive situation bottom, not letting Depkid get any safe farm here.
Talked about this Medusa's not really being answered this game, but that Aghanim can definitely help out for Soul as they jump on Depkid. They also got the Torrent Storm, nice Torrent placements, actually catches Nitro. Depkid gets away. Soul, 6 more seconds for Rage, another Torrent does connect. The arrow almost hits us. The Infest cast was going on the Kunkka. Cold. Zigzag coming in from the side. Kurtenkele is going to surprise them completely. There's the Doom onto the Mirana this time as they take the first support, chase down the second, get another double kill for Soul. Nitro and now Shushu is also in the front, going for a bit of a preemptive torrent to the backline, but Nitro's just going to stand his ground and fight. But look at Kurtenkele. I might take an arrow to the knee, but I'm still an adventurer.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really care about Medusa. She's doing her job, like trying to right-click, but she has not been allowed to get to that critical mass. And right now, looking at net worth just tells the story. All the cores on Radiant are so big and fast, they can easily tank the right-clicks of this Medusa.
So now choking out the map as well. One more tier 2 tower remaining. That is the top lane. Wisdoms are going to get secured for Blade Moose. And they could actually take away AdoNis' Wisdom Rune as well, if they wanted to. Also, the Tormentor is up.
Not going for the Wisdom yet. I don't think either team is thinking about it too much.
Shushu just wants to fight. He's like, come out of the base and I'll kill you.
Shushu is camping them for sure here. Top lane, Depkid trying to find whatever farm he can, but Doom is on the way.
Yep, and the break comes out from the Sharpshooter. Stampede comes off cooldown now, but he's burning.
That Infernal Blade doing its job.
Yeah, the true
Zeus
Johnny Cash.
in danger, walking in.
Yumi, get X marked back. Mines are placed down to the ground, but Fuels. The swap comes out. Smart play from Cold. Get his core back to safety, but is he really safe? Is he really? I think we're just fooling ourselves because Cold and Yumi both go down. Nitro, unfortunate for the Medusa. There's just no damage to deal with these zeros anymore.
Yeah, this game is drawing to this point where Gamax can kind of just do whatever they want, and they've kind of earned the right. We have a Dagon 2 techies, Dagon 3 actually, it's coming out on the courier, running around, ready to burst anyone who shows up as well.
Lifestealer catches an arrow quickly from Zoom Zigzag, but now they finally get to open up their first high ground push. Glyph will be forced out, and he's going to spot a Wisdom Rune if he keeps an eye open for it. Meanwhile, the fight already breaks loose in the base as Depkid's going to get doomed up. X-Mark hit by a boat into a bloody Dagon from the tech.
I mean, they're just not respecting the kill potential that Gamax have. People are walking too close when 2 heroes are dead and Mirana is going out. I mean, this game, it's pretty much all over already, so you can't blame them too much, but it has been a meat grinder, basically, of heroes just running into this Lifestealer, the Kunkka.
A magical number in total kills as well.
Nice.
And basically, we're averaging over 2... I think we're looking at like 2.15, 2.2 kills per minute average at this pace, which is insane for a 30-minute match.
Yeah, it's been high action. There we see Lifestealer get in the limousine. He got the catapult.
And another one with the Mirana.
Yeah, Dagon finishes the job, and the catapult is gliding around an enemy base.
Soul getting a couple hits onto the tier 3 tower into the mid lane. They've already finished the bottom rack. Shushu. They also have the Medusa fully controlled on the spot. Kunk actually fairly low on HP. Shushu could die here and will drop. It's a split bounty for the entire AdoNis team. The Dead Kid is going to be the next one on the list. The Soul will finish him off. Zeus is also going to get hit by the War Stomp from the Doom. And that's going to be another one. This time the swaps and nothing. They won't really save him. Soul is inside that vengeful spirit. And it leaves Nitro pretty much all by himself. So that's going to seal the deal pretty much.
Yeah, that's going to be it. The final last-ditch effort here by AdoNis trying to bring down the Doom, but no, he simply will not have any of it. And this was definitely putting on a show, the first game here. I think if this is, you know, any sign for what's coming next, then it's going to be tough for AdoNis out there, but they did have some stuff going for them. The Zeus worked out pretty well, I think, and they'd had some good ways of bursting people on the sides, but overall, the big team fights, every single team fight was dominated by Gamax so hard.
Yeah, and of course, you mentioned this Kunkka was having a clinic in the mid lane. That was exactly what it was. Like, such a perfect start for the matchup. Didn't really face too many troubles throughout this entire game. Really like to see that last pick come out from the team that gives that much worth to the team. Gamax, Saudi, I feel like they looked more stable. I guess AdoNis had their moments, but again, I just feels like they kind of ran out of steam. Blade Moose was playing this game really well. The Lifestealer had a pretty much of a free match, 15-2 and 21 in the end. Could you really break it down to a particular moment that this game changed? Because it was just fight the whole time.
It's not one moment that decided everything. Yeah. I think it's a lot of stuff. They didn't really get to play around their combinations as much as they wanted on AdoNis. They struggled a bit to orchestrate their heroes in the correct way. Like, ideally, they want to group as 4 and then have those 4 heroes go and fight together while Medusa is safely farming somewhere. But because this game was such a non-stop slaughter fest, a lot of times it was like, oh, there's 2 of us, but the third guy is like respawning or someone doesn't have TP. Due to the high pace of the game, they didn't really get to play the way that their heroes could with chain stunning people and bursting them with Zeus magic damage. So Gamax, they just, didn't really feel threatened on all these tanky cores when people kept being picked off one by one.
Well, that was an entertaining game number 1. Let's see if game number 2 is going to be anything the likes of what we just saw, because it is going to be AdoNis with their backs against the wall and Gamax Saudi looking to go onward in the lower bracket. But that after the break. And we're back with the studio here. We're heading over to game number 2 of this lower bracket first round final. Well, semi-final, I guess you could put it that way, as it is a knockout match. One of these two teams will end their tournament run. And right now, AdoNis, with mentioned in the post panel that their backs against the wall right now. They need to tie the series up to stretch it to a game 3 and keep their tournament hopes alive. Otherwise, Gamax Saudi will advance to the next round, which is going to be the lower bracket final. And with what we just saw, a very brawly game. So I guess you could say like a draft can tell you as much, but when the execution is like that from both teams, it could go either way. And this time, Gamax Saudi, they pulled the longer straw out of the two.
Yeah, I feel like the execution is where it's all gonna come down, because there were things that that I liked about both teams' drafts. I didn't really feel like one was a clear winner, but execution is gonna be the big one, and we saw a lot of good things happen, but we also saw some very questionable stuff. The swap onto the Zeus there, pulling your teammate in. I feel both these teams need to just sharpen up and really focus here on this next game. Of course, Gamax Saudi, 1 game up. They just need to take 1 more here, and they will advance to keep fighting for the potential to qualify. And looking at the draft so far and see what the teams are doing. Chen Kunka banned out by AdoNis here. So bit of respect being given over.
And also Gamax Saudi, they're not worried about that Centaur at all. They don't really see it as a threat. We were kind of talking about that Bracer yesterday, and we got to talk about it again, that the Centaur opting to start with the full-on Bracer in the laning stage, where he actually did get a decent amount of farm. I was looking at his first 10 minutes of net worth, and he was actually above the Doom at the first 10-minute mark. So you could maybe see that they probably didn't understand how well they could poke the Centaur in the lane, but I guess at the same time, Zigzag was drawing a lot of that attention to himself, so that Centaur got a much freer time thanks to the Mirana.
Yeah, I think Zoom Zigzag played a really nice lane. He dodged a lot of the sticky mines as well, which should almost not even be possible without using Leap, because I feel like the AoE is so big on sticky mine nowadays. If you properly aim it, it should land. But he did a good job trading harassment and overall secured a very good lane. But we'll see how the lanes are going to go this game, as we see the first picks coming out here. The CM is going to join us, and the Primal Beast coming out from Gamax Saudi. I mean, Primal Beast, if the game is going to be anything similar to the first game, then that's a good hero to have on your team, because he is one of the best brawler on low cooldown that you could possibly ask for.
Yeah, definitely an indicator that we might be seeing something very similar to that last game based on the picks here. And of course, when you see that Crystal Maiden, your pause 5 is technically already locked in, so I don't think there's necessarily going to be a big threat of a Shadow Demon, not necessarily needed into the bans anymore for Gamax Saudi, as AdoNis, they ban out the Grimstroke, which would have actually been also another hero you could put as a 4 position that is decent versus the Primal.
It's a nice combo, the Grimstroke and Primal. If you buff up with the Inkswell and just go in, it's a pretty nasty thing to try and deal with. So we'll see what they are gonna do more. I mean, CM fits into so many general drafts, so it's not really an opening pick that tells you too much. Gamax Saudi, though, the Primal Beast, all you know is he's gonna play high tempo, and quite likely they want to run this on Kurtenkele. But they could also put it towards
Yeah, they definitely could. I was just thinking about the Grimstroke as a counter to the Primal Beast. But yeah, I guess it makes also sense that it is a strong laning duo. And not only just a laning duo, but also outside of that, having your team fight combos between the two.
Yeah. I mean, you could use it. You could definitely use the Grimstroke to try and deal with Primal Beast.
What happens with the Pulverize with Soulbind?
I think it's buggy. I think if you click it on one target, I think it grabs the second guy and pulverizes him. I don't think it works on both.
Yeah, I don't think it works on both either. I think that might be the interaction.
So I think, and I'm not even sure if it works properly if both are like far away, how it works. But I think it can pull the second guy towards you and you cast it on him. Because I remember Omnislash had a similar interaction where if you Omnislash, who do you Omnislash when there's Soulbind? And it used to go on the guy you didn't target. So I think Pulverize is the same way.
Well, let's see what comes out of this one, as the Rubik is revealed by Gamax Saudi, and this is already looking like a off-lane duo. But as he said, the Primal Beast can still be flexed around. Just need to see what AdoNis will respond with. Still room for another support. And of course, they have gone for the Centaur previously. And also, they did change their drafting ideas a bit away from that Hoodwink Techies. So
Right? We're seeing a different support.
Yeah.
Three losses in a row, and finally they're like, you know what? These two supports, maybe not. And changing it up a bit. We'll see the Rubik against CM as well. That's a very nice matchup for the Rubik. I feel like you always get nice spells from CM. The Frostbite with super long range feels great. The Crystal Nova can be a fantastic AoE spell for Rubik to have. And of course, the Freezing Field can be pretty devastating in the right hands.
Yeah, some good spells to steal. AdoNis taking a lot of time here with this second pick. 30 seconds remaining on the reserve time. So they probably already know one of the heroes they want, but they're not entirely sure about the second one.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the CM can go so many different directions. So this is really thinking about the entire direction you want to take this draft. Because once you lock in next year's here, it pushes you to go in a certain way. And that's definitely what we're seeing. The Pugna comes out. So that's an interesting hero. Pretty good for brawling non-stop as well, as it can give you that gas station effect of healing you up to full HP.
Gas
and mana
station
with
effect.
Yeah, that's what he was called. He was called the gas station hero, you know, and because he tops you off.
I mean, we've just been talking about the healing battery, but gas station, that's a nice one.
Yeah, gas station. Yeah, exactly. If you're out of gas on a storm, you know, just take a stop. But on top of that, he also operates on very low cooldowns, so he can fight very well in these high tempo games. They're gonna get their hands on that Timber as well. Nice hero to have against Primal Beast. I mean, that's so much damage you can lay into him with the Q.
And of course, the brawliness, which the Primal Beast adds in, the Timbersaw can also match up, like you said, the damage output on a strength hero really good, and against a hero like Primal, really kind of wanes down that big damage spike that the Primal Beast has with his early levels, because the Timber also applies a ton. And this was banned in the final phase of game number 1, so now they at least secured pretty early on. You're both supports and the Timbersaw revealed, so at least that means the Pugna is no longer looking like a core. While Gamax Saudi, this could be a 5 techies.
Yeah, they're looking like they're going to run the 5 techies then. And I mean, most likely, the Timbersaw usually goes towards the offlane. It can be a mid Timbersaw as well. But if it's offlane Timbersaw, level 1 techies can do quite a bit of damage to him by just harassing him from a safe distance as well. Timber really needs to reach his opponents, and techies is one of the longest range supports you could ask for. We'll see what they want to run as a carry into it as well. Personally, I feel like having something like Luna is nice against Timbersaw, but maybe they have a different idea, something that could work here.
Yeah, Luna. Nikes is also an option. You know, you have the Primal Beast. That's a free Infest Bomb you can use. And that also is kind of like then making AdoNis wonder, should we put this Timbersaw in the offlane anymore if the matchup is not favorable? So like you said, you can flex it around, and in that case, it could be reasonable to put it into mid. But then Gamax Saudi also know what the matchup is going to be like.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what they want to go with here, because, you know, they definitely want to take their carry first, I think. But, okay, they take a flex that can be either carry or mid. It's going to be my favorite.
Yep,
TA
one of your
comes
favorites.
out.
Yeah, or your absolute favorite even.
Yeah, TA is quite amazing against Timbersaw on the safe lane, to be honest. You get meld level 1, and the techies right clicks are going to do a lot of damage as well. And Timbersaws don't really want to get the reactive armor early. You want to get the Q, you want to get point in W even. We've seen a lot of people not go a single point in reactive armor. But against TA, it's not going to work out very well for you if you do that.
Yeah, you're going to need some some extra beef that naturally builds into maybe an armor item or two. You bring out the Death Prophet. That's going to be your frontline roamer, your damage to towers, and also a big team fight presence, so that the Templar Assassin will have to keep up on the move as this DP nimbles and moves around in those team fights as well. I do remember talking about this TA the previous time I was casting. I actually did reach out to you in the middle of the cast, like, hey, I saw this Maelstrom TA. What's your opinion on it? And it was some really good points in there.
Yeah, so yeah, Maelstrom TA is sort of the newer meta that was pushed by Mickey a lot. He started playing a lot of it, and it's been copied a lot. And honestly,
10
I
seconds
completely
remaining.
agree with it. I do that build a lot as well, especially on safe lane TA. Mid TA,
5
still people
seconds
go
remaining.
Dragonlance and Blink Dagger and play more aggressive. So we'll see how they're gonna match up this game. I mean, it completely looks like he's gonna head to a safe lane when you see Timber on the enemy team here. He might run into a lane switch by AdoNis though. They could do DP off lane and Timber mid, so there's always a little bit of potential to dodge this bad matchup. Instead, have the Spirit Siphon against the Refraction, which is very, very good.
As you can see, the anti-mage ban come out. It is,
Dire
but
team
there's
ban.
potential that AdoNis might be looking for the Medusa again.
Yeah, it could be. It could be that. I'm wondering what they want to round it out with. Medusa is an option, but I feel like they almost want to have something that brings into the team fights here because they have so much push power with
10
Pogna and
seconds
DP.
remaining.
And yes, you could play a farming hero that just sits back and farm, but I almost
5
like having a
seconds
carry
remaining.
that takes part of the action then. And again, I'm gonna go back to it. I think Luna is a hard hero, honestly, for TA to deal with here as well. An option for even AdoNis to take up.
Yeah, Luna could definitely work. You don't really want to pick a Drow into the Primal Beast pick, so that would be one that a hero that doesn't need to AFK farm, but is kind of forced to fight early. But it's just not a good matchup at all. You lose that lane pretty hard, especially if they decide to swap the techies in with the Primal Beast. But even with the Rubik, that is a death lane for many of the Glass Cannon type carries. So I like the Luna much more.
Radiant team
I mean,
ban.
they're banning out Faces Void and Lifesteal, some of these heroes that can lane quite well against the Primal Beast, and maybe we will see AdoNis pick up something a little bit safer, but they have their final ban now, and of course, Gamax already have that last pick, the ultimate last pick to decide what they
10
want into this
remaining.
game.
Yeah, they will get to see
5
the full
seconds
draft
remaining.
of AdoNis, and now running out of time here because they're gonna have to pick also right
Radiant
after they
team
ban out the
pick.
troll. So now you start to think, is this gonna be like something on a Slark, Alchemist, Axel?
Yeah, or are they gonna go for some counter to the TA? But some of those counters are dealt with pretty well
Yep.
by the Primal Beast. There's like PL,
10 seconds
Naga,
remaining.
these heroes that are very
Viper.
good against TA later.
5
Yeah,
seconds
I mean
remaining.
Viper you would probably not want to pick as your safe laner here though.
Dire team pick.
You're gonna go with Gyro. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's sort of a good middle ground hero here for them. He can be very active, and I like to see active gameplay from Gyrocopters, but at the same time can farm to become quite the monster towards the later stage of the game as well.
Yeah. I feel like Gyro's
10
timings match the
seconds
TA pretty well
remaining.
too.
Yeah, and you have access to very good ways to
5
kill the
seconds
refraction in this
remaining.
game. Frostbite, super fast tick. You have the Pugna ulti. You have the
Now select
Gyro
your
rocket
heroes.
barrage and Spirit Siphon. And it's actually going to be
Yeah.
Gamax Saudi taking the Viper here now.
Viper into the mid lane. So Depkit takes the offlane Timbersaw and Yumi for the mid lane DP. So DP versus Viper. How do you feel about this matchup between the two?
I think it's a good one for Viper. It's very hard for DP because she wants to run in and run next to people with her Spirit Siphon. Good luck doing that when you just get spit on over and over. You can somewhat farm this lane with just Cryptswarm over and over from DP, but it's not that easy. Viper can easily take over due to his kill potential, and his magic resistance is good enough to stand against the DP spam as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on between these two drafts, and it is kind of hard to say based on game one what direction is this game actually going to go in. What kind of an item build and skill build is Depkit going to go on with this Timbersaw? Since it's not his Centaur that he's been playing all the time and picking up that bracer early. Let's see what he has on his mind for this particular game. And
It's
Zoom,
another bracer.
Yeah, another bracer. And Zoom Zigzag as well. I feel like I have seen him play this Pugna before because the name is so familiar to me that I've probably seen the Pugna happen before. But at least in the DPC last year, Pugna 5 was the thing people were looking at the whole time. It was one of the staples of the meta. So it's slightly changed.
He was one of the ones who played it during that time, yeah.
Yeah.
He did. So he should know his ways around it and should be able to, try and squeeze the most out of that hero. We'll see Blade Moose here as we head into the game. The level 18 on his Rubik, also pretty comfortable.
And we will start again with a tiny bit of a pause and kick things off with. Laggy issues have definitely been what's the word I'm looking for here? Well, they've been at the center basically these last 2 days.
I mean, hopefully it gets sorted out quickly. It's just a bit of starting lag or something, you know, get back into it. Yeah, I'm hoping that they're going to be completely fine here. Just realized how high my ping is to this server as well. The servers that we're on. I don't think I've ever seen a Dota server that had such. I mean, it's obviously not close to where we live, but
yeah,
my ping is 330.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah, that's.
I can't look up mine right now because I'm producing, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, even a lot of these players looking at their pings, it's a little bit on the higher end for some of them. Most in like the hundreds somewhere. We see someone in the 60s. But yeah, they're obviously wanting to have the best potential for playing.
Yeah, at least a couple European players on the side of Gamax, and the server is the Dubai server, so it is a mile away.
I mean, Kertenkele is playing on 136 ping. That is pretty high for playing in a you know, a competitive game like this. It's not easy.
Yeah, sometimes you have to pick these heroes where pressing buttons is easier, you know? Like, we remember, was it Mid One? Or who was playing an off-lane Tusk because he had, like, 200 to 300 ping. So they made him play the easiest hero that you basically can from the offlane position. So I think it might have been actually, was it the OG or Secret Days? Either one. But they basically just made him play that hero because it's easier on high ping.
I mean, yeah. Then Primal Beast is pretty nice. I remember I played when I lived in Sweden and played US games, or lived in US and played EU games. I mean, on those high ping games, it can be rough. I was given Enigma by my team. Yeah, good luck black holding with 150 ping.
I like how they just kind of walked into each other's in the mid lane there. Techies kind of made a fake back walk, but I'm not sure if the DP clicked the Techies in time to see if he placed the ward. He just pinged the high ground position right in the middle of the river that there might be a ward there, but instead he walks away with it and places it elsewhere. So it's actually placed down.
30 seconds to battle.
Well, Anumi, he's got that. Was that the cliff ward? Yeah, that's the cliff ward. And
also, this patience coming out from TA might pay off here as we see everyone moving top. Look at the positioning here by TA. She's already melded up here, and this could generate a good place to fight.
Yeah, QJY quickly walking in for some scout. Who's gonna go for that rune? Is it Dep Kit? Is he gonna walk for this one? Da-dun, 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 da-dun. And you're in between two fires as Zoom zigzags like, where the hell did Soul appear from? And has to level up the Crepify to keep himself alive. That's not the spell you would like to have for your laning stage, but it's the one you're going to have to go with.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than dying. It is better than dying. Yeah. Sometimes you would rather die than take a certain skill point. The Crep, I mean, yeah, you can use it, but it's not going to help you in the 1v1 against the Techies now. But he can mess with TA's last hits a lot with this, so he can still get value out of it. Just wait for creeps to go low HP, and TA will be very unhappy with that.
Yeah, you can buff up your blood grenade.
True.
Next
if
level.
He gets a kill with that T-Panda, then we're going to praise him.
Yeah.
Oh, he dodged the meld strike by using the Crep.
Soul will still keep up the hunt. QJY coming in from the other side as well with a blood grenade slow onto the Pugna, and one more right click should do it. There we go. Soul still gets the first blood off of the Pugna, leaving Depkit all by himself, and he has a Wraithband Bracer.
Yeah. I mean,
Wraithband Branch, sorry. That's what I would say.
Wraithband Bracer would be a nice start. I would love to have that. Bottom lane, we see Blade Moose dropping low here to the Gyrocopter and the CM. The aggressive potential of the Frostbite and the Rocket Barrage gets them a kill bottom. So 1 for 1. Early on in laning stage, we see a lot of aggression. Even mid lane, Numi is being harassed a bit by the level 1 Viper here, or level 2 Viper.
Yeah, both carries getting a share on both of the side lanes. And as said, like, when you want to fight these level 1 Vipers, it will cost you a lot of HP to do so, but the DP already has the bottle on the way, so I guess you could say job well done, or at least the one that you were supposed to do, at least.
Yeah, it's better to take a bit of engagements against a level 1 Viper than waiting for him to get level 3. That's when his like kill potential really skyrockets. So yeah, trading down his mana pool, making sure he doesn't have that much mana when he hits level 3. I think Numi has played the lane in a very good way here.
Also quickly looking at the top lane of the Timbersaw, he has gone for a level 2 reactive armor, knowing that this Techies is, like you said, one of the longest range, or maybe even the longest range attacker in a lane. So he'll definitely take a lot of hits.
Yeah, NTA, of course, all physical damage pretty much coming out. He does have the side blades, but quite often you want to attack straight in with the meld as well. So gonna help him out a bit here in the lane. Oh, Numi is dancing a bit with Shushu here, going up to 4, almost 5 poison attack stacks. High ground miss, unluckily for Shushu.
Yeah, still going for that second siphon as well, but he's going to run out of siphon points for the time being. It's a long cooldown to live with, and Shushu is going to try and capitalize on this. Maybe get a kill onto the DP. Has to force out the water rune, but that 5 poison stacks. One more tick. It's not enough.
Oh my god. The bottle, but he had to inefficiently bottle there to try and stay alive even, so he kind of wastes 1 charge to stay alive. Dangerous stuff going on mid.
Also 3 people trying to get the Lotus at the same time, but 2 versus 1, so the winner is Pugna. Bottom lane, did anybody pick up the Lotus yet? Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they got it on CM.
It's on the CM, yeah, so both Lotuses go for AdoNis.
CM going for the kill on the Satyr Tormentor here as well. We're gonna see a Fade Bolt? No Fade Bolt, so last hit for CM.
Yeah, didn't actually have the vision that deep in. Sentry is placed next to the camp, so the camp it has been opened up by the Rubik. Quick flat cannons into the small Satyr.
Yeah.
Top
like
lane as well. Nice fighting there as the Timbersaw is going to drop low with the blast off, and 1 more hit should seal the deal, but the Decrep keeps him alive just a bit longer, but Zoom Zigzag won't be able to save his life entirely as Soul will pick up his 2nd kill in the laning stage. Cold will go down to Kurtenkele, and Nitro takes down Blade Moose. Also Zigzag's Courier dies, and here goes the Techies 2. And suddenly we have 4 kills on the board. And make a maybe 5th kill here as Zoom Zigzag still battling it out with Soul. Another blast is available, and he's got a double kill for himself. Beautifully danced around in a 1v2 to get both of the kills for the Pugna.
That's a lot of gold. He's gonna get early mana boots from that. So suddenly he's gonna be very, very happy on the Pugna in his support position. Very nicely played by him as well. A little bit of a mistake there from him at first. He didn't use the healing Lotus on his Timbersaw. He could actually have saved him after the Decrep, but ultimately he does get the return kills on both the enemies, so it doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, gets the job done in the end. Kind of a good, just a good start as Blade Moose did have in the previous one. He was skyrocketing in net worth. I looked at the post game, and they had a quad net worth lead in the first 5 minutes on the side of Gamax, thanks to that good start for Blade Moose. Now, if we take a quick glimpse on net worth, well, we're not going to look at this for very long because it's only 5 minutes in, but Pugna gets a bit of recovery money out of that at 1,500, and TA is the one that's winning at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, she got the first blood, and she's also kind of just having a good time in lane overall. Did go down to the Pugna, but her CSing has been, you know, pretty free here. Yeah. Timber hasn't been bothering her too much.
Yeah, Timber's 2nd point in reactive armor, so very tanky Timbersaw going to be here. At least he can stay in the lane a bit longer.
I think this is what you have to do if you lane against this TA here. You need to try and keep yourself alive somehow.
I also love to see how well Kurtenkele is actually playing this lane versus the Gyro. He sees a rocket barrage, he sees a flat cannon, but he's still got 10 denies in this lane, so taking quite a lot away from the Gyro.
Yeah, he's definitely getting the most out of that high base damage on Primal Beast, and also has the early Helm of Iron Will, so that's very nice armor, 6+4 when he's not near the tower.
So the first power rune secured for the Viper. It's going to be an illusion, so DP with an empty bottle. Also,
yeah, illusion would have been so nice for him as well to dispel the Viper.
Yeah, Techies is also here with the smoke. And some fresh wards, so if they can get this DP. DP is actually teleporting bottom with an Exorcism available. Kurtenkele going to get hit by the Blood Grenade, and here comes the DP full speed.
No point Crystal Nova though, he can't slow them down. He has Frostbite, but they're going to have to settle for a Rubik.
Well, at least they get to keep the Exorcism for now. That is going to leave the lane open for the Viper for the time being, but it's still going to be a kill for the DP.
Yeah, it's a kill at least for the rotation, so not the worst, but not a huge fan of the 0-2-1 skill build on Maiden. I feel like having a point in Q there could maybe have secured it. He's gonna jump in to take the Wisdom Rune.
Yep. And TP out. Kortenkele takes down Cold at the same time in a 1v2.
Yeah, and the Wisdom Rune is still available on bottom, so Blade Moose gonna take that one up, gonna give themselves a nice little experience advantage here on the supports.
Gets a friendly tip from his laning partner, from Blade Moose. As he did get that kill. That also opens up them to take that Wisdom. And he's got his face boots almost coming up as well. Top lane, though, a bit of a dive onto the Timber Saw with the Viper breaking and taking away that reactive armor.
Yeah, no reactive armor. Just doesn't really matter even if you have it. So much magic damage coming out from a Viper going on you. Exorcism being popped mid and the blasts coming in. Trying to crack tower.
Without catapult. Getting too much damage out here, but a lot of TPs coming in. There's a lot of traffic here. DP around 4 heroes. Gamax will punish. And on to the next one with the Pugna being chased as well. Primal is level 6, but hasn't leveled up his Pulverize, and he doesn't even need it either. Shushu for the double.
And they're gonna get rewarded with a Regen Rune on top lane too, or top rune
nice.
too. So Viper gonna get very nice resources here. And top lane, we even see Soul laying into this tower, completely ignoring the Timber and just dealing so much damage to tower. It's half HP already.
Yeah, that kid is slowly starting to lose HP versus the he's got 22 stacks up of reactive armor. Can't actually see his armor properly here in spectator view. I don't like it because his armor keeps bouncing around. Well, it is the TA after all with Blightstone and a Meld Strike, so he's not getting that much out of it. But the Techies hunted by a new me. Another Crypt Swarm is available with the Siphon, so he's going to secure this kill for himself.
Yeah, the Spirit Siphon is doing a lot of work here. Level 4, that is the last charge.
There's Viper. So they got themselves the backup. Blade Moose is coming in as well. Another death for a new me, and also catching Death Kid. So they wanted to take down that TA the moment they killed off the Techies, realizing that, well, we can break through Refraction, but Viper just ruins the day. Meanwhile, Cold and Zigzag both making a move into the dire side of the map, but Shushu and Blade Moose instant there for the response.
Yeah, he has Chakram and Rubik too. They're gonna keep chasing here. Blowing up the Pugna.
Yep, Chakram up in another 4 seconds. Lift is available too. Pugna just zapped to death by Blade Moose.
That's such a good spell to steal for the Rubik. Chakram does a lot of damage, slowing from a safe distance. Top lane, Soul is waiting for this Timber.
Oh, the TP boost from the Viper. They can go straight on top of the Gyro. TP coming in, it is Cold. Nah, he's not going through with that. Yeah, you got the teleport
in
boost.
danger.
Teleport boots up on the Viper so it can make these quick moves happen, definitely, because we're continuing with exactly the same pace as the previous game with another kill. As you said, in the top lane, QJY will get this one with Soul helping him out. Now starts to make progress towards his Desolator. And Cold and Zigzag, they smoked up before on the enemy side of the map, only to lose a hero. Actually, they did lose both of their heroes, and Yumi goes down at the same time.
They're getting so much value out of this Viper. I mean, you have to be so happy over there, Finland.
Yeah. Oh, I think we might have lost Waga there momentarily. We'll see if we can get him back online. So I'll continue with the radio cast for a bit. As, yeah, 20 kills already up in this game. 4K lead for Gamax. Deathkit is going to make a move towards Shushu in the mid lane with a Numi helping him out. But they have 2 of the side lanes, both of them pushing in at the same time. You do have the protection from Zigzag here at the top tower, while Soul with QJY just looking for the opening. They do have the catapult. Also a rotation potentially here for Cold, as Deathkit is farming some stacks. Also in the bot lane, Blade Moose and Kortenkele, there's nobody to contest them at the moment.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I'm surprised QJY did get this deep ward out inside the triangle. So they see all of it that is going on. And also a deep ward as well onto the other cliff. So they're going to be blind on vision. At least in this area. Meanwhile, the Viper shows up. Deathkid's going to be chased here, and the Timber Saw will drop to Shushu. with that haste rune, quick ulti, couple stacks of poison on top of him, and he will melt.
Radiant's bottom tower
Corrodes
is
through
under
that
attack.
metal. Okay, it does look like my co-caster has
Radiant's bottom
crashed,
tower has fallen.
and by the looks of it, I think he might also be returning momentarily back onto comms. He was so overly excited about the Viper that he just disappeared.
I just had to, message my Finnish friends real quick, so I decided to crash my Discord, by choice, as one does. I don't know, it just didn't start again. But here we are, back into the game, and, a lot of stuff just going down so quickly. At least my Dota didn't shut down, so I got to keep watching here as Gamax keep dominating the field pretty well.
Yeah, they got the bottom tier 1 tower, they got the top T1 tower, so 2 objectives, also invaded the jungle. What I was saying is I was about to say I was impressed that the techies did get that deep cliff ward placed down, so they saw everything that was going on in the triangle while they were trying to push in top. But now, talking about top, mines placed down, Crystal Maiden deleted from the game. Soul still hunted by a Nigma and 2 more siphons available, so he's finally gonna go down. So DP will find her 3rd kill.
That's an important kill too, because Numi has, he has a lot of kill potential being Death Prophet, but this early game has not been that good for him. We've seen Viper be sort of the cure to this DP and her aggression, just slowing her down, taking away all her mobility, which is what Death Prophet really relies on. So managing to go onto the TA without the Viper being around finally gets a good takedown.
So there's a full Blade Mail now ready for Mr. Primal Beast, and also the Orchid recipe flying into the secret shop for the Viper. So we're going to see an Orchid Viper this game.
I like the Orchid here. I mean, it's great against the Pugna. It's nice overall against the Timbersaw as well. And he's having such a fantastic start. Having Boots Travel plus Orchid can be very impactful.
And in a game like this, which is filled with skirmish, like you love to have an Orchid in the mix.
True. Yeah, Viper is one of those heroes who can itemize in many different ways. Like, there's so many ways to go about it.
Do you have a favorite Viper build?
Oh, no, I don't like Vipers. I'm a TA player.
Yeah, no Vipers for me, thank you. There goes Zigzag. Shushu is still up with 100 HP, but Kurtenkele will at least retaliate. Depkid will take that huge streak away from the Viper. 760 plus almost 400 gold shared for her for his assistance, the Crystal Maiden. Most importantly here, who's still being hunted by Kurtenkele, and Blade Moose coming in from the other direction with a Whirling Death. Does nothing to the CM actually, but steals the Frostbite. That will do something a lot more.
It's a nasty spell too. Level 4 Frostbite on a Rubik. He is happy to keep this one until it times out, I think. That's just so good for setting up kills with the extra cast range as well of Rubik.
Yeah, plenty of still semi-low HP heroes this early on into the game who don't exactly grow up in stats unless they get a lot of levels, so that Frostbite value is pretty huge this early on. There goes Depkid. It takes a bit, but he will finally drop.
Here.
Yeah, he is 6-0 and 6, Primal all over the place. Had a free lane, and he's going to make it a free game too.
That was a great play. He timed his Pulverize to when the Timber Chain came out. Like I said, he's playing on 140 ping, so, it's impressive to see what he did there. Really good timing.
Yeah, a lot of prediction involved. He's having a really great game. On to the next one. Exorcism is used, but still the level 1 Exo on the low ground. DP was like 2-3 creeps away from hitting level 12 for a level 2 ulti, but he's going to have to fight with just the basic one. QJY is keeping Nitro basically apt A because DP's all by herself versus 3. Viper Strike comes out from Shushu. Double Siphon Links are out there. They're just draining out this DP's capability one by one, and now finally take her down as well. QJY finally falls to Zigzag, but Nitro was kept away from this fight for such a long time. Orchid slow as well from Shushu, preventing this Gyro from getting anything off, and he drops as well. So does Zigzag, and now Soul's been spotted.
Oh, has he got spotted?
The trap.
Okay, he's been spotted.
The trap by Soul takes down one, and this is a tight battle. Could still go in TA's favor with a Melt Strike going through, but Depkid gets it in the end and only has 500 HP left to work with.
I was very close for TA to get the clean takedown on the CM, but she got the Frostbite in time, stopping those attacks from coming in, and he does not have the shard yet. Of course, it's only 16 minutes into the game, and he went for Deso and Dragonlance. So not going for the Maelstrom build, the pretty popular build as of late.
Did he get a double meld off on the TA, or was that just a singular meld hit?
He did get a singular. He didn't get the second one.
Yeah, I think with the second, he might have actually deleted the CM.
Yeah. Double meld should kill her there.
Yeah, but the Starcop is definitely going to die to at least the Orchid. Well, Poison will finally do it in the end. She gets a kill. Primal Beast is going to drop. Debkid has been picking up a lot of steam after those couple kills that he's picked up. And now that they finish off Kurtenkele for the first time, Shushu will drop as well. So a successful defense from AdoNis. Even though they are 7k behind and have been on the receiving end, you know, you'll take any win you can get.
I mean, that's a ton of gold going the way of the Death Prophet. Got 1,100 gold just for herself for those 2 kills there, and then extra gold for her team as well, of course.
Gotta love this constant brawl. This is just never ending. You know, they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. That's what they sing, right?
Yeah, they just keep nuking. TA setting up a safety nest of traps behind her, and she's down the tier 1 tower.
Still keeps on going. Debkid's more occupied with the Watcher. Now finally goes, and Frostbite is there. Refraction is available, but not really easy to use in there. But Primal Beast actually saves him there, pushing the Templar out of it at the same time, so TA doesn't go down, and Kurtenkele for the double kill. As soon as he respawns, he's straight back into action.
Yeah, having the Eternal Shroud now as well as the Blade Mill and the Helm of Iron Will, he is looking very, very tanky. Now having that magic survivability as well that he didn't have before.
Literally a beast.
I mean, that is what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
9-1 and 10 this game. He has been absolutely just dumpstering all of AdoNis here.
Because I've seen a lot of offlane Primal Beasts look like a lost kitten, where they don't they're like, I need to get to my BKB, I'm in absolute recovery mode, but this guy is just enjoying his game so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting build too. The Helm of Iron Will for laning stage for a bit of armor and health regen, and then going back for the Blade Mill.
Auto lane.
You know,
DP. Yeah. Okay, not actually enough. Doesn't get the Orchid. That Orchid could have actually killed the DP off.
Yeah, also had a DD rune on Viper, but maybe didn't want to pop it because of the Eul Scepter available on DP still. So still holding on to that DD rune on Viper.
We're considering a portal play, but they're going to go into the Roche pit. Scan connects. They might get here in time, actually, Waga.
Yeah, they're smoked up now, so could go over there. This is a pretty fast Roche though. They're using Freezing Field Stolen to try and speed it up. Viper's not joining up though.
It's taking a bit of time. They finally, I mean, Timber actually prioritized farming the Ancient Camp first, but they still might make it in time. 1,500 HP remaining, 1,000 remaining. There's the Hug the Ward placed down to the ground. Debkid's in the pit, and Soul will have to snatch the Roshan as Radiant actually get the kill, but they will lose heroes for this. Blade moves this down. There goes the Aegis, burnt out by Debkid, who is really being a problem here for the side of the Dire team, and gets another kill with QJY dropping, and at the backline at the same time, Shushu's gonna drop too. Gamax might have just dropped the ball here. Kurtenkele, he's gonna get focused by Debkid and by a new me, and Soul will just have to sit behind that tower. Kurtenkele will charge away. Debkid blinks straight in and will continue his hunt. Huge whirling death onto the Primal Beast. And the Chakram almost tickles the feet of this Primal Beast. He gets away, but a new me will continue with the Siphon. Doesn't actually get it. The Uproar will give him the needed distance. Soul will delete Debkid. And have they gone too far? Have they extended their limits a bit too deep here? As a new me, well, not exactly a new me.
He chased so far, trying to get that kill on Primal Beast, but you see the value of Eternal Shroud. Even Occult Bracelet still in inventory as well for a bit of extra magic resistance. That Crypt One did nothing to him, and he just turns it around, comes back in. Kurtenkele still having an amazing game here.
Yeah, Techies just took a 1v2 in mid, and can that mine explode? Oh, they got the bloody Dagon on him again.
Yeah, the Dagon build, having some fun. I mean, it's good nowadays. The Dagon was buffed a lot for level 1 Dagon, lower cooldown, and also having more spell lifesteal.
Yeah, the lifesteal is big, yeah. I actually played a 3 Rubik yesterday, and of course, the opponent happened to pick a Weaver into it, so I enjoyed that level 1 Dagon a lot.
The Whisper build. Yeah,
the Whisper build, yeah.
It's a good build, honestly. It's quite scary on the off lane.
But it really requires that there is a Weaver in the game to get the Shukuchi and be all over the place. So I was actually kind of lucky that they picked it into it. But definitely something with that Dagon. It is looking a lot better in the current patch now. I wonder if they might do something more to it, because they did amp it up, and it's still very, no, not that frequently being picked, but at least it's making some work here as they've got themselves the Death Prophet on the high ground position. Yule's up, but only a couple of hits away from Cat, and the Stolen Crypt Swarm will do just that.
He is taking no damage right now. Both the supports using ultis, Primal Beast just standing his ground.
Oh, the Stolen Frozen Field. Look at Blade Moose go. Zigzag just sucking away his life, but at the same time losing heroes, and that's going to be a team wipe right there. Blade Moose triple kill for the Rubik.
I think Shushu is happy right now in bottom lane. He's just like, yep, good job, guys. I'm also doing stuff. I'm killing the creeps. He's had great impact this game, of course, on Shushu, but his team definitely getting a fantastic performance there on the high ground defense of the enemy triangle.
Yeah, I just love how the Crystal Maiden and the Primal Beast are like 1 yard away from each other. The other's frostbitten, staring CM in the eyes as CM's just channeling that ulti. Is like, I wish I could pulverize you right now.
Yeah, it's
staring contest.
He's got the BKB coming in soon too, just 400 gold on that Primal Beast, and then he will be truly unstoppable. I don't envision anything killing him, honestly, at that point.
Yeah.
It's, you know, possibly you can try and do it with Timbersaw, but due to a low amount of stuns on the side of AdoNis, you don't have proper ways to surprise him as well.
Yeah, and no BKB piercers either. Shushu's keeping up the pressure in the bottom lane. They've already finished off the tier 2 in mid. And again, the same situation for AdoNis. They just haven't been able to take down a single tier 1 tower, even with Pogna and DP in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, they're fighting really hard for it. Gamax are defending with everything they have. Top lane now. DP got close.
It's good tank delay as well. 3-on-1 versus the DP. What can you do?
Well, he's trying to open up the map, he's trying to do something, but ultimately this is a very similar game to game 1, like eerily so. It's 17 to 44, super early, high aggression, and Gamax just coming out on top.
Yeah, 96% win probability already at this time. 44 kills, the Orchid will take down Cold.
And they had a good understanding of getting good cores to win the side lanes. Yeah, they called it already.
Yeah, so pause with a GG call. So we're done with our first series here. Gamax Saudi, it's a clean 2-0.
Radiant's top tower.
By clean, we mean clean.
It's a very impressive performance. Zigzag does not seem too happy about this game. Just, you know, leaving without saying GG there. I think he's probably a bit upset. And understandable. I mean, this was a very dominant performance by Gamax, just showing that they are the ones stronger here. Gonna advance.
Yeah, strong performance. AdoNis, unfortunately, they were the weakest link. They are going to get knocked out from this qualifier run, leaving us down to 3 teams remaining. So that means Gamax Saudi will either face the loser of Winter Bear versus Nigma Galaxy. That's going to be the second series of the day. So we'll have to find out if Gamax Saudi can still keep up the pace, as they will play tomorrow in the lower bracket finals. They're done for the day. So, do you have any primary thoughts about Gamax Saudi's, maybe, I wouldn't say really their chances, because they did play Winter Bear already, but they haven't faced Enigma Galaxy in this qualifier?
I mean, I think all I can say is that they should really be paying attention to the series that we're going to cast next, because obviously getting any bit of info that they can here before the match would be useful. But, you know, they did look very, very convincing here against AdoNis, showing that they're, you know, at least clearly got their number. We'll see what they can do against the loser of our next series.
Well, we're going to take a tiny break as we head over to the next series of the day. It is going to be the upper bracket finals. We will know who is going to be our first finalist, Winter Bear versus Nigma Galaxy. We'll be back in about 20-ish minutes for that series, and that's going to be the last one for the day. And welcome back, people. We're back from our break. Unfortunately, apologies, actually, for being a little bit late here. It was not our fault, but instead, of course, the players, who knows. They arrived a bit late from the starting time, but that's just life of a rolling schedule. So we are finally in for Nigma Galaxy versus Winter Bear. Winner gets to the grand finals. Loser gets a second chance tomorrow at the lower bracket finals, but then has to do the grueling BO3 plus maybe a BO5 grind. So that's up for one of these two teams. The other just gets a straight pass. So you got to make your results count in this particular matchup here. And of course, both of them coming from a 2-0 victory from their yesterday's matches, Wag.
Yeah, and it's very possible that they were not quite ready for the first series of today to be as fast as it was. We just had a 2-0 very quickly as well in the previous game where Gamax did really do a number to AdoNis there. And Gamax, of course, waiting for the loser of this match to go down and fight them. But first, we got to see who advances to be in the grand finals. It's going to be either Nigma Galaxy or Winter Bears in this matchup.
Some previous stats, basically from these two teams, they faced off against each other during the course of this year 4 times, and they're actually 2-2. But those rosters were a tad bit different than what they are today. So Nigma Galaxy, they had Ghost and RMN in January, and they played for 2 weeks. Remaining. They didn't really have success in their qualifier runs. Swapped them out. Now they have EpiZ and Matthew joining in the Nigma Galaxy roster. Very solid players, looking like a very tight roster now. But Winter Bear, Mikey used to play for Nigma Galaxy last year, so he knows these players throughout. They know how they play. They also know how Mikey plays. So I'm pretty sure they're going to look to shut him down. And of course, Kachal, I think if you looked at yesterday's games, he was really popping off. So that offlaner needs to be checked out too.
Yeah, Kachal was, he was really impressing me in yesterday's games. But overall, I want to say Winter Bears, they just looked pretty cohesive as a team. They played together in a very good way. However, Nigma just looked that little bit sharper in yesterday's performance. I think they really shine. And they did a great job showing discipline in their games too. So I'm excited to see how they're going to do here. This is a big test for Winter Bear and Nigma as well. I mean, they played good, but that was also a little bit easier opponents. Winter Bear, they're a different beast.
They definitely are. Nigma Galaxy, yesterday they opened up twice with the Batrider and then went for 2 very different types of drafts in terms of the hero picks that they had. Winter Bear, they also had a full 10 unique heroes in their drafts. They also got to play that Chen, which was the big surprise. We discussed earlier on today that the hero that was almost always banned in Dream League made it through in this qualifier, and they made instant success with that hero. But Nigma Galaxy, they decide to open up with a Coddle this time. We know Kuro can play the Coddle, and previously, we also remember that GH could also pull it off. So now I wonder what is Kuro going to play this one? He's been the one to open up the draft usually. It could also be Matthew if he's been practicing his Coddle in the time off.
It could be, and also it's still very possible that they just simply put it towards Sumail and let him enjoy it. I mean, it's a great mid-hero currently. However, a reaction by Winter Bear into the Coddle here is to pick the Puck, and it's a matchup that does really well for Puck. You can lane pretty decently against Coddle. He doesn't pressure you that much, which is nice, because Puck has one of the weakest laning stages in mid lane. And later on, this is exactly what you want. Against Coddle, you need a hero who can jump the backline, get on top of him, and punish that hero. So I think this is an early Puck reveal, but also pretty smart to pick it up here.
Yeah, it is a good answer, because then they, at least if they feel like this Coddle is being threatened by the Puck, you can still demote it into support. And I think that's what Winter Bear is looking for. If they want to play this Coddle, they have a good matchup. If it gets demoted, they haven't really ruined their draft too much here with this early mid pick here, because both teams might be doing the same thing here. So going into the second phase bans, the Enchantress already removed, and still have to wait for what they also decide with Winter Bear's ban. The Tiny also taken out.
Yeah, we'll see what they're gonna head out for next here. Winter Bear, if they want to get rid of some hero that perhaps could be annoying for the Puck as well, banning out something to protect his game a little bit. The insta disables, the Rubik's perhaps could be something to look towards. But Nigma also with the Tiny removal, it's a hero that we have seen do pretty well at getting on top of backline and abusing those squishy supports, so kind of would play similar to a Puck.
Yeah, and also like waiting for those off-lane picks to be revealed because you banned the Shadow Demon, so instantly some of the illusion-based heroes are looking good, but the Darkseer is still available, up for grabs. So I'm pretty sure we're going to be looking at every other position being opened up. Still a lot of room for the supports, the carries, the off-laners as the mid revealed early on. And the Nature's Prophet, Winter Bear didn't play it yesterday, and I don't think Nigma Galaxy played it either, but still a solid support. Kind of like a lane savior, could maybe put it that way, because you can use it for very low resources to get a +1 if you want to look for a kill opportunity.
A lane savior and a hero that, not many supports can actually make rotations towards mid. But having Nature's Prophet in your team, this opens up aggression towards that mid lane. Maybe checking runes is going to be a bit scarier as well for mid laners. So I like the idea of playing this hero still, even despite the nerfs that he has had over time. He's still very, very powerful and enables that aggressive gameplay that I think Winter Bear generally thrive when they play.
Yeah, and Mars is a good answer to it as well, to pretty much almost the entire skill set that the Nature's Prophet has. Since the spears can be used into the Sprout, can also use the arena to remove them completely if they want to turn around and lock somebody free. And a hero that is also tanky enough if the Nature's Prophet appears in the Mars's lane. So he doesn't really know his matchups entirely yet, but Mars is always a pretty stable pick to look at. Very strong A-tier laner in the current patch.
Yep, he's also very, very quick disable, right? So it works pretty well against the Puck. Having the spear can be a good way to catch him sometimes. And also getting the CM here. It is a little bit of a backliner as well. I'm not always too happy seeing CM against Puck, but Frostbite is pretty annoying for Puck as well, as you can't jaunt away. You can phase shift, but you do get held in place a little bit. So it's decent. It's also instantaneous cast. But yeah, this lineup looks maybe a little bit squishy for Nigma yet, but they did reveal, what's likely to be, possibly 2 supports or either the mid and a support.
Yeah. Also, I want to go back to the Mars. I also like the fact that since the Puck is in the game, this enables Mars to go for the Yule's build up and use the Yule Spear, prevent this Puck from actually getting out, and guarantee a way to initiate on a very glass cannon hero that you can just try to blow up quickly. So opens up that item path as well for the Mars.
Yeah, the Yule's build would be very nice. Also, kind of builds in to counter the Puck towards later stages. Like, if we go late game, then the Wind Waker is one of the best things you can have against the Puck to get out of the Dream Coil and not just go down to all that damage. As we see, Winter Bear are going to be the ones to take up the Rubik themselves. They see the Mars and the CM, does some juicy spells to steal. Even the Caudle has some pretty good stuff that you can take. And they're going to go with the Magnus as well. So this is sort of telegraphing something about, what type of carry they want to run, something that they can empower up and rely on to be a hard carry here.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
We already got that physical damage buff. The farming increase from the Empower indeed. And of course, the lane has a nice mix of both physical and magical with the Magnus Rubik duo. So both have Fate Bolts and Shockwaves to poke any type of very low HP, like say Terrorblade, for example, that is going to feel threatened by it. Plus the physical damage output for something that has maybe less armor but is capable of brawling a bit more. So they have answers to that.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they did play Terrorblade before, but looks like it's going to be the Gyrocopter coming out for Miracle this time. Most likely going to be his hero. Of course, this could still be Caudle mid and support Gyro, and then a CM support and then last pick carry. But more than likely, it's going to be Miracle. He enjoys Gyrocopter carry.
Yeah, a lot of people
and it's looking like a nice carry Gyro game as well, looking into those heroes. I mean, it's not a very restricted game for Gyro carry to thrive.
Yeah, not bad at all. Even if the Gyro is being threatened, that Flak Cannon will deal damage to multiple heroes, even if you are retreating and trying to kind of poke and run. So a good hero to have the sustained damage dealing going on, even if you're moving around. Because right now, you have the Mars that you can use to initiate with. You have Caudle, who likes to chase down targets, if that is a core Caudle, that is. If it's a support, you get a bit of a backline, kind of like a buffer, basically, for the front line to stay alive a bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, looks like it quite likely will be backline, and I like the bands coming out here, or the band coming out by Winterbear, banning out the Pango. I think that would have fit really well into Nigma's draft. They would get insane team fight with call down, Mars ulti, and a Pango roll. It would be very disruptive to fight into. Um, so they kind of need one of those heroes that can go in. Another hero that could be good could be Kunkka. Lanes well against the puck, and
Radiant
we've seen
team
what that
ban.
hero can do as well lately.
Also banning out the Void Spirit, so options this puck might be going up against taken out too. I'm kind of wanting to root towards the Faceless Void direction for the Winter Bear side, but of course
10
Nigma has to
seconds
pick
remaining.
first, so they don't have to make their choices yet.
Yeah, they get
5
to make
seconds
up their mind.
remaining.
Right
Yep.
now, they probably have like a few heroes that they're considering, but you don't make a final decision really until you see what it's going to be here. So you might as well wait for what Nigma are going to reveal as their final. But just have some candidates.
Radiant
Faceless
team
Void is an
pick.
option. You know, they're banning out TB themselves. Could have been a good hero, even with his high base damage. It's not a
Yeah.
melee hero so much, you know, when it goes meta, but he still benefits from the empower.
Well, since Tiny is banned, the previous time they played the Gyro draft, they had FBZ on the Kunkka for the offlane, who had an absolutely stellar game, and then they had Puck for the
10
mid lane for
seconds remaining.
Sumail, played the Tiny as a support, but as most of those
5
heroes, the Puck
seconds
is on the enemy
remaining.
side, the Tiny is banned. Not sure if they want to necessarily pick up a Kunkka here. It can work, but what do the lanes look like then? You have CM Gyro, Coddle Mars. I guess Coddle Mars is fine.
Yeah, I think it's pretty natural lanes, to be honest. It works pretty well. But we'll see if they have something else in mind that they want to play more.
What about Ember? Is this an Ember game?
Ember was banned out. They
Oh,
could
it is
go.
banned out.
They could go
Dire
for some
team
type
pick.
of spirit hero for Sumail. Actually, they're just gonna go straight into the Timbersaw here. Okay. That's a hero that they don't have a solution for right now in Winter Bear. Their heroes don't really do enough magic burst to kill a Timbersaw, and yeah, they don't have
10
any
seconds
built-in
remaining.
tool against him either.
You may now
Clinks is
select
brought
your
up. I was
heroes.
thinking if they went for the Faceless Void, he does have a rough lane, but this is a pretty good time dilation game in general, but he's going to be like public enemy number one. They'll target him the whole time. So if they have something up their sleeve as a last pick that can kind of upset the balance a bit, Clinks could work. He will do crazy amounts of damage onto multiple heroes on Nigma Galaxy, and he'll be kind of difficult to spot as well if he gets to that phase of the game. But what do you think about this, Clinks?
It's very interesting. I mean, this hero's been like completely ignored lately. It's not played much at all at high level, so this is definitely a curveball coming out by Winter Bear. He does have potential to do high damage. To downside with Clinks is his vulnerability, right? He's, as long as you have detection, if you spot him anywhere, he's very easy to bring down. They have good spells to kill him as well. With the Mars locking him in the arena could be one of the like most potent threats, I guess, for the Clinks. But he does bring a lot of damage to the table, especially if he gets an early Orchid. But we'll see how it plays out. I'm just not sure about carry Clinks in this patch.
Also, what I discussed with you about the in the previous game, the Timbersaw benefiting from Nature's Prophet. So there are extra sprouts in the game, extra trees, bigger whirling deaths available here for Sumail.
Yeah, he can definitely do quite a bit of damage. I mean, if he gets an early Blink Dagger, then he can have a lot of fun as well. The Timbersaw Blink build is just so devastating. We see it time and time again. And he should have a pretty easy start, I want to say. You're going into a Puck. It's not really a hard matchup for the Timber. His CSing should be pretty easy as well, as Puck has very bad last hit capabilities. So get a good start, get the double bracer perhaps, or even a single bracer into Mana Boot seems to be what he's queuing up already. I love it when players have all their items queued up. Like he got the bottle, the upgraded magic one, the bracer, the Mana Boots.
Yep.
Already showing his entire item build here for us. Thank you, Sumail.
Yeah, let's load into the game as well, so you can see what items are being what have been bought and what are being listed up. As we are in a pause right now, waiting for this first game to truly kick off. I don't think we're going to be seeing as a kill heavy game or series as we just witnessed in the previous one. So I think things are going to be a bit more calmer and a bit more constructive.
I mean, can you even have as kill heavy games as we saw in the previous series? It was pretty much non-stop running at each other. Yeah, I think this is probably going to be more methodical and a little bit higher level executions here. But I'm very curious, man. I'm very curious to see what they're gonna be able to do on Winter Bears. This is definitely, you know, some prep coming in with the Clinks here, but we'll see if it works. I mean, there are heroes that can be susceptible to it. The Caudal and CM, if you have an Orchid, easy pickoffs on either of those. And Silence can even be good against the Timbersaw.
Just want to see. This is some semi-new tech for Matthew to play the Keeper of the Light as a 4, because the last time he's played it was 8 months ago, and he only has 12 competitive games with this hero. But then again, Matthew has a multitude. He has a massive hero pool that he's been playing, because he's also been in multiple roles before. So he's had his carry picks in the mix. Got a couple offlaners in there.
Yeah, he's the type of player who will happily play many different things. So I think, you know, if there's anyone who you would be happy to put on a hero they haven't played recently, Matthew is definitely going to be like, oh, sure, give it to me, you know? Like, he's not going to be feeling too rusty or anything like that, I think. It's also usually it's more common for carry players, I feel, to want to have, like, you know, 50 games on a hero recently to play it well in a pro game. That's where, like, you know, Yatoro kind of stands out as one of the carries to be able to just play whatever at all times. But supports are usually a bit more capable of playing different things, I feel.
Yeah, and also the Caudal, actually, now that I look at the Dota 2 Pro tracker, apparently he just played it 20 minutes ago. So freshly from the pub into the official, you know, that's the way to best look up their heroes that you haven't been playing for a while. I was like, have they been playing in their pubs? And he's like, yep, this guy's been grinding it like 4 or 5 games already before the series has started.
Yeah, that's very good. He came in prepared right before this game. Did he win that game? That's the big question. He did.
He did, yeah.
He did get the win. All right, very nice. That's a sign. He's ready.
Yeah, with a Niku Husker in that game too, the 15-year-old new potential. I mean, I was actually, when we were going through Niku earlier on this week with the Res Regional for Relog, Navi Jr. were playing their first games, and Niku had only just a while ago turned 15. He's an absolute youngster of a mid laner. I refer to him at this could be, you know, the age that he's playing. He's already in a pro team. Could be a future Sumail at some point.
Right.
And we're watching Sumail play right now, so...
We're casting the young king, Sumail, now, of course. Been kind of used to the throne for a while, sat there for a while, you know.
Yeah, Nigma and their glory days. Of course, they're still looking to kind of establish that for this Nigma Galaxy organization as well, which they've been trying for a multitude of years now. But still in the fight for it, you know. I don't think Nigma's ever been out of the contest, even if people have been losing their faith in, like, well, they're playing DPC Division 2 and they're having the greatest of success. I feel like Nigma has always been out there, that they always have potential rosters. Now that I see FBZ and Matthew, I feel even more hopeful.
I mean, they always have potential. I think it's just the players that you have there, you always have super high expectations. You want this team to be one of the, you know, top 3 teams in the world or something. That's what the fans want. So it's, you know, a lot of pressure to live up to, especially with the history of these players. But we'll see what they can do here and see how they continue throughout this qualifier.
All starts with the qualifier run, and of course, winning this one would credit a spot in the grand finals. The victor will be heading over to that best of 5 tomorrow. That's going to be at 11 CET. Don't miss out on that one, and of course, the lower bracket final before that. As
bit of harass here to reality. Tried to walk up the ramp, but not gonna be allowed by Mars and Caudal.
Yep, good early poke. It's going to force out some early tangos, at least. A bit of economical damage.
Yep. They're going to do it again here. Just stop him from coming to the lane. He's going to actually TP in the end.
Yeah. Some stalling tactics there from FPZ and Matthew. I'd like to see that.
Minus 100 gold.
Yeah.
And Lodine just using the teleport immediately to his own lane. Gonna use the damage to try and do some harass here to the Mars.
There's going to be a lot of pushing involved in this lane, especially with Matthew if he ends up hitting those Illuminate Blasts in the wave. But these are very squishy heroes that I think he'll be more than happy to just try and apply as much pressure as possible. Clink's, the right-click damage isn't really that high, so he doesn't necessarily want to farm under the tower. So FBC could maybe get some openings. You know, just push the wave, pull the hard camp, push the wave, pull the hard camp. Might just be the idea for Nigma in the offlane.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a spammy lane. They want to just spam their spells as much as possible. Bottom lane, Kuro gets clapped by the neutral.
Ooh, that's a massive, unlucky, unfortunate moment there for Kuro, and Kachal will take the first blood. Oh boy, yeah, that Hellbear Smasher is nothing to underestimate. That's 150 damage on a CM of all things.
Yeah, and the slow as well. It just kept him in place there, so he got stuck and took a lot of damage there. Going down first blood. Good start for the off lane here for the Winter Bears.
Yeah. With the blood grenade on top of that slow. Ugh.
And Kachal as well. I mean, we saw Kachal yesterday. He was delivering, so getting a good start on him, that's a good feeling for them. That said, though, his CS is still looking pretty low, so he was in dire need of that one. Also, mid lane, Sumail is destroying Mikey right now.
15 to the 4 last hits on Puck. You said that this Puck is struggling with the laning stages every now and then. The damage output ain't the greatest, and you're super soft. And Sumail, he understands exactly that. He's played so many Puck games that he knows how to push the advantage on this Timbersaw, which in the current patch, when I talked about Mars being an A-tier offlaner, as he actually does go down at the same time, Timber is like an S-tier.
Yeah. Yeah, Timber is absurd this patch. It's one of the power 3, I would probably call them. Like Chen, Timber, and Dragon Knight for me are like probably the highest priority heroes. We see them frequent the ban rolls a lot. But of course, we do see the takedown, like you said, on FPC there. Mars getting killed off, so not too bad of a start here for Winter Bears. Getting 2-0 early on. Of course, that mid lane is the big question mark, though. How's Mikey gonna recover from this start?
Yeah, and FBC, the same thing. Like, as he does get killed, he's also falling behind a bit in CS, but the lane is in a good position and is actually now pushing towards him. Good Bottle Blast moment here. It's going to hit both the heroes, but they will get to return some poke onto FBZ, the Burning Spears. Well, not the Burning Spears, but the right-click stuff with this clinks truly hurt.
Yeah, the Tar Bomb and the damage that you get on every single attack, he's really just laying into FBC. He's going to have to salve up as well here. Try and keep the HP up. Bottom lane, attempt here, skewer back.
There's a big rocket barrage to tank for one hero, but there's a big stick, and here comes Lowdown as well for the rotation, and Miracle will drop. They do get a 3-man Crystal Nova there by Kuro, but he's still hunted, and he's running out of HP. So GZ and Lowdown, the supports, will take the kills. Kachal gets to stay in the lane a bit longer, and more farm for him as that is being secured.
Yeah, interesting. He went for 2 points in the skewer, so got a nice amount of damage from that. I haven't actually sat down on the math too much. Normally we see people max out the Shockwave or even max out the power in lane, but the skewer max here for Kachal did a lot of damage on the Jara.
Yeah. Surprising that you actually go for this build. Not sure if that was a misclick or fully intentional for Kachal, but at least it pays off there.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine that you don't keep maxing it, though. Probably have to go back for either Empower or Shockwave, because you can't rely on the skewer to, you know, accelerate your farm at all. But it worked out.
Mikey is still in peril in this mid lane. 27 to the 11. Sumail almost has the same amount of denies right now, but Lowdown is going to try and make a play. Oh, that's the thing that you're so scared of. The Sprout Whirling Death.
High ground miss saved his life there.
Yeah, he
One more high ground hit there, and he would have gone down on a Timber. So Mikey, very unfortunately, doesn't get the big salvation that he needed, but it does at least help him a bit, and gets a TP bottle refill by Rubik. So it's showing that, you know, they're communicating within the team and understanding that we need to help out mid. We need to do something. Side lanes, we're already getting good kills. Let's help out Puck and get him back in the game too.
Right, let's see what Nigma Galaxy's timings are going to be like, because you do get a pretty strong entry or exit out of the laning stage with this draft. I mean, I think we can both agree on that when they get these levels up and they get a couple of good abilities, like especially the Arena up on the Mars, the Caudal gets a bit more freedom to move out of the laning stage. The Timbersaw can start doing his plays as well. I feel like Nigma will exit very strong.
Yeah, they should. Top, we see a Blood Grenades TP in here by Nature's Prophet, but FPC spears away the Nature's Prophet and gonna be completely fine. No, I think once Nigma get their levels, they can get going, have the Arena, have the Chakram, you know, maybe even the call down and get the Gyrocopter involved. Miracle is a pretty aggressive carry, generally finds himself involved a lot. But for now, you know, it's a pretty silent game for them, not getting a single kill. As I say that, Kuro is chasing for GZ,
Yeah.
but can't really finish it off.
Rubik forced away, has no regen remaining. Kachal also has to skewer away from Miracle. You can see the 2 points in Empower, 1 point in Shockwave. Kuro gets a solo kill off of GZ there. Anticipates his movements correctly.
Yeah, they needed this. They needed to get something going. And he has his boots delivered now too, so it's going to be a little bit easier for him. You know, on top lane, this tower's being sieged up hard. The catapult has been getting a lot of value.
Also, Puck is coming in, and he has level 6 before the Timber does, because Timber had to go all the way back. Mikey got himself the solo XP in the lane. Mikey actually is going to roll straight into the blast from the Matthew. Caudle. There's a TP coming in from Kuro, though. They do break the link off of the Caudle, and Matthew is low, but Lowdown is the one who's dropping right now. The Wisdom Rune was secured by FBZ, and here comes Sumail trying to catch the Puck, but Puck's already moved away. So there's the first kills going through for Nigma.
Yeah, good stuff for Nigma. They did get the Wisdom Rune as well over on FPC, so getting that along with the kill almost pushes him all the way to level 6. It did force a lot of heroes over on that side of the map, though. So Kachal and GC are 2v1ing against Miracle here, but Miracle's still finding CSing. He's not doing too poorly here on his Gyrocopter.
Yeah, he's third in net worth right now, so the only ones falling a little bit behind, but not too far, are the Puck and the Mars. Everybody else is pretty much tied up for the lead. Still open up for grabs.
Matthew put a sentry and a ward on the outpost, on the gate, but Klinks is already here. He's looking for Miracle.
Reality with the patience plays. They catch the gyro here.
They see him.
Spots Matthew at least. Yeah, they saw the Black Cannon connects on him, so you know that Reality has been spotted. Farm and camp and then move away, but at the same time they're gonna push him to the Klinks. And there's the arena placed out by FBZ that will spear the Rubik. He's going to drop, but Miracle dies first. Blood Grenade coming in as well, connected onto the Klinks. And that will help them slow them down a bit as FBZ is trying to reposition away. Kachal has another skewer available now. RP is also up.
He has his tools, but they have to be quite careful here as they're in a weird position. They get the D ward though. Lowdine gonna back up. Has the urn still. Gonna heal up the Magnus a bit.
Matthew will activate the Watcher. At least they don't see the Klinks moving in, but they will get to reset this moment here. Still sticking in the bottom lane, still hungry for that kill. There's the Sprout into the Shockwave. TP coming in from Sumail. Miracle coming in with full strength as he's already returned back to the fight. And this Klinks, they don't exactly see where he is, but they have the damage to apply with that Rocket Barrage. So he's forced completely away. And Nigma with that rotation will get to reset the situation.
Yeah, very nice. They keep the bottom tower alive as well. This is one of the things that Klinks can do really well, is push the tower. If you lose control, if you don't have heroes around, then he takes down the towers very quickly. So importantly, Nigma strike down towards this bottom lane and keep control over the area. Miracle stays farming, doing a good job of just keeping him active. Sort of silent heroes that cooking right now is Sumail, right? He hasn't been involved in any kill yet, but he is building, he's brewing up those items.
Yeah, 2 rotations from Sumail, neither one leading into the kill. But definitely making good progress, topping net worth at the moment, still tied up with the Klinks. Klinks has an amplified damage available for himself. He could leave it for the Puck, but Mikey's on the other side of the map right now, so Klinks will take it. They also have vision in the jungle. Matthew will show himself soon in the mid lane. But Kachal, are they setting up for a Kachal kill here? Yes, they're going to try. Miracle coming up with a Frostbite from Kuroki. Call down is there as well. So Magnus, if you try to skewer out, well, he skewers a cooldown.
Yeah, I think he got stopped.
The Frostbite probably broke him, yeah.
Yeah, I think they stopped him. He didn't really want to commit the RP either. He didn't have anyone nearby. Maybe if the Klinks was already down there.
Lowdine going for aggressive play, trying to snipe the Timbersaw, who just finished off some farming and doesn't actually go down, so the Nature's Prophet might just be food instead. Sprout to play Snipe BZ, just blows himself away. Reality, though, in for the hunt, trying to get a retaliating kill here. Arena's available, but no spear until 3 seconds. They've got the Solar Solar Bind on Reality. There's the arena. Spears out. GZ has an Illuminate Blast that will heal up the Clinks, but Sumail trying to finish him off with the Chakram. Clinks ain't moving anywhere. Mikey fighting versus the Crystal Maiden. Drops down the coil. Trying to get the kill. 50 HP. Frostbite comes through. Gets the orb and gets the kill. And Clinks also seems to be able to retreat from that situation. So nice plays coming out from Winter Bear. Really extending their limits.
Yeah, they're doing a very good job being this aggressive and using the deep vision that they have. Nature's Prophet has TP'd in here, right, putting down the Observer Ward early, and they make the move over there. Clinks was just a little bit late at first to really help out the Nature's Prophet, but they made the most out of it immediately afterwards, bringing multiple heroes over and just taking the fight in force.
GZ with the stolen Illuminate was able to heal up the Clinks a bit. Of course, they did lose that Nature's Prophet, so it was pretty much a support for support trade-off. But Sumail was really being threatened there because he was like 200 HP. Furion suddenly teleports on you, and you're like, wait, what the heck? What's going on here?
Yeah, farming. I mean, that was just a little bit of a lucky find for Furion as well. He was just on a warding mission. It has been dewarded now, of course, though, as they realized. Matthew already got rid of that vision now. By the way, Clinks is 100 gold away from finishing his Deso. Doesn't even have boots, like straight up just mega rush the Deso here in this game.
Yeah, talks volumes about how mobile this hero can be, even without boots, because reality, he's been in the bottom lane, he's been in the triangle, he's been pretty much all over the map.
He has been, but he's also spending a lot of time running around, so it's mobile, yes, but this is time that Miracle is just spending right-clicking and getting more farm.
Yep.
Whereas Reality is mostly running around, and, you know, you need to get a lot of kills when you play this style.
He's increasing his net worth the whole time, 6,200 now. And FBZ's Mars, well, he kind of pushed back to the role where he doesn't have too much to farm. He didn't get too much out of the lane either because he was pushed back away. So his item timings have been, what's the word I'm looking for here?
Delayed a little bit.
Delayed, that's the one.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going for the Yule Scepter. It's going to be nice. You talked about it during the draft against the Puck. It can be very useful to try and set up your spear combo against him. So yeah, we'll see when he gets it. Bottom, we had a little bit of a smoke rotation here by Nigma, but not gonna look to invade too deep. They were just looking for Kachal, but he's farming a very safe area. He has his Blink Dagger, by the way, and 800 gold to go as well on the Magnus, but still prioritizing farming up his own items. He knows that he doesn't have to go crazy immediately with rotations.
Yeah, like he's revealing his Blink basically to the creep wave. They'll know about it. Sumail, oh, nice canceled there. They got the lift just before the Timber Chain went off, and the Skewer, the Coil Snap coming out, and a beautiful setup there from Winter Bear. They were bringing in the Furion, but he doesn't need to teleport in as the kill goes through.
A really clean setup, and very nice use of their spells as well. Good coil, and of course they have the ways to break it. So yeah, beautiful execution, and they're gonna get a tower on top of that too, using the Clinks coming in here. And he finally has a point in the strafe as well.
Such a slow boy.
Yeah.
290
boots are coming. Yeah, it's on the courier.
Hey, that's more like it.
I'm not gonna be too slow when he gets boots and level 2 ulti, then we're gonna see him zooming around the map.
Soon the Yules is gonna be up on the Mars. Lowdown was trying to teleport right next to him. Trying to get the opener there with the Sprout. They would have had the Puck to follow up right after. Coil's still on cooldown for a bit.
Still a very quiet game from Nigma though, as they haven't had any kill involvement from Sumail thus far. This is a little bit dangerous for them, almost, I feel. Winterbear is taking over the game a lot. Yes, you have your Gyrocopter farming with the Crystallis and going for that Aghanim's. He's gonna become very strong at some point, but status quo might not be good for them. Probably want to break this game up a bit, and that's where we need this Yule Scepter from Mars to start activating.
I agree. Like, they have been playing more on the responsive end. They've been like just looking at what is Winter Bear making with their moves, replying to that. But you need to make a shift in tempo at some point, and when you do, you hope to capitalize on that. Mikey might just be the one to do it because he's chasing FBZ, pops the coil, but Sumail and Kuro are coming in for the rescue. So Mars is just standing his ground, not even worried about this Puck around. Matthew in the trees too, so you've got the numbers. Miracle goes down in the bot lane to Kachal on Reality. That is the RP not even used for that kill, and they're going to still fight this top lane as well. FBC and Lowdown will both drop. Rubik gets to steal the Crystal Nova from Kuroki, and Mikey still trading off that Witchblade is hurting the Crystal Maiden. Also, the Matthew Caudle has to back away, and now comes Reality. He's got the brown boots. You gotta be careful of those.
The Skeleton Man is here. Sumail's going to go down so fast to this. Chain away. Nice chakram for double temperature. Still not enough.
Not enough indeed. The damage output too much to deal with. And Winter Bear will officially take an economy lead here. Now 5k up versus Nigma, and really coming in with a blitz this game. Their tempo has been unmatched by Nigma.
Yeah, Nigma are, you know, feeling a bit asleep at the wheel here compared to, you know, the tempo that Winter Bears are coming with. And that a lot of it is coming back to Lowdown on this Nature's Prophet, right? He's been involved in a lot of the kills, doing a lot of the rotations, but overall, we just see the course activating earlier as well, whereas both Sumail and Miracle basically just want to farm, and even FPC hasn't been that active. He is looking to make a move mid now, though.
GC pretty deep in here. Has the high ground vision. We'll show Kuro. We'll show FBC. Can you still hear me, by the way?
Yes.
I have an absolute slideshow going on here right now. I think we're... Okay, we're back. We're back.
Yeah, game is looking good on my end. Everything is fine here. Nothing...
Everything froze, and I was like, oh, no, not disconnect. But we're good.
You're good. Just a little hiccup.
Yeah. Server hiccup there. No Kale.
Yeah. Ingen Kalle. Looking at timings, this game, we're only 350 gold away from the full Aghanim Scepter on Gyrocopter. Then he should probably be ready to start joining these fights as well. A lot of attention to bottom lane right now.
FBC is also aggressively scouting. Nobody farming the, nobody in the camp, so it's like somebody's probably around the area. Kachal, there's the coil onto Matthew, and there we go. The same combo as we've seen before. Coil into Skewer, snap it up. They've got themselves a Rubik for their efforts though, but that's the arena for support. Maybe Miracle found as well. Lowdown is there with the full vessel, so the Gyrocopter's gonna need some backup. Mikey is here, and here comes Reality. They're just gonna have to sack their carry. Mikey for a second kill. Kachal finishes off Kuroki as well, and he's kiting Sumail on FBC just long enough so Mikey can arrive and get that poke in as well. He's gonna be sent into the air with the Yule. Sumail doesn't get any damage out as he's just gonna dodge it with a face shift, and they've got every single one. Winter Bear wiping Nigma Galaxy. And they will take this tower as well for their efforts. Just beautiful plays happening all over the place. But Waga, Nigma, they're sleeping.
Nigma are, yeah, they're asleep. This is like not playing at the tempo that they need to. It feels like they don't have an active hero coming online early. I'm not sure what's really going on, why they're not finding each other in these rotations. But over on the side of Winter Bears, the story is completely different. They're making moves non-stop. Everybody is playing towards the strengths of their heroes, and they're making the most out of this Clinks, I have to say. I wasn't sure what we were going to see because nobody plays this hero in high-level Dota right now. It's just not on the map for most teams in the draft phase. But in reality, he's having a fantastic game. Got the Grove Bow now as well on the Clinks. And he has almost a full BKB. Like, you're missing your Timbersaw Power Spike here if the BKBs are coming online. And Magnus is also working on his, so this is dangerous times for Nigma.
And Puck is getting closer to that Parasma as well, like 800 gold short from picking that one up. That's going to be an extra buffer for the rest of the team. There's a lot of magical damage that Winter Bear is able to deal. So with that debuff, oh boy.
Yeah, going top even. Miracle being protected by supports behind them, but
they can even glyph this. This is the first tower that Nigma's looking for.
I think they have to back away correctly here. The Illusion Rune on the Puck allows him to dispel, of course, as well, the Frostbite or the Solar Bind if he was to jump in. But playing it cautiously, Winter Bears not getting too aggressive there and just jumping in mindlessly. Could have backfired for them. Nigma again on the back foot. Maybe a Tormentor is the play here when you have 4 heroes in the area. At least get something for your time.
Dire are scanning.
Doesn't seem like they want to go for it, but the smoke is coming over then.
The scan does connect. Nigma does have the high ground position. Let's see if the young Anakin Skywalkers can make something happen here as they will breach the high ground.
They're actually backing out on Nigma. They smoke and retreat from the area. But you have to wonder if Winter Bears are looking to steal here. 15 seconds
yeah,
for the
they're going for the
Wisdom and
Tormentor, and Nigma's coming in from the side at the same time, so they're going to be softened up already.
Nice
Reality
ward.
gets the shard for himself. He's going to get slowed up by the Solar Bind, but the BKB turnaround, he's going to force them away by himself. Lowdown to the back line as well, getting some damage out. Matthew to drop. Kuro's dead as well. Lowdown, it's fine that if they lose Nature's Prophet because everybody else is still healthy.
Still have the RP as well.
Ooh, Mikey. Nice little poke there as well, going aggressively in because Mars doesn't have a blink, so they're going to have to walk in for that fight.
I mean, going for the Euls before the Blink has its downside that you can't really lead the way you want to, especially against this now BKB on Clinks. We saw him just activate BKB, not a worry in the world in that fight. And even using the shard that he got immediately from Tormentor to just lay down the burning barrage there onto the low ground as they tried to attack. So shard on Puck, shard on Clinks already. Very early timings for the two of them. And shard on Nature's Prophet. That is one of the strongest shards in the game, I think. It's so high damage. The Curse of the Old Growth.
Yeah. Yeah, causing damage based on the number of trees. So with the Sprout down as well. Does it count the Sprout trees in as well? Yeah, it does.
It does. It also reveals enemies in Fog of War. It's very useful for a ton of different reasons, this spell.
Radiant are scanning.
But yeah, along with Vessel, right clicks, and Sprout damage, and the Curse of Old Growth, you actually do like over like 1200 damage quite quickly as a Nature's Prophet.
Look at that cheeky ward he placed down. He teleported into the bottom tier 2 to place a ward behind the tower and next to the camps. That's actually a very difficult ward to spot.
I love that word for the position the game is in right now.
Yeah.
They're starting to control the map more and more. And this is usually where the carry might hide out to try and get some safe farm. So just giving them a little bit of intel there can be useful. Right now we're going to see Winter Bears kind of fill up their resources again as they took a second Tormentor, getting that one over from Magnus. So he has his shard now as well.
And Nigma, I think they're hard committed to taking down this top tier 1 tower now with the Glyph on cooldown, smoking up right behind the Mars. But Winter Bear... do they portal out, or do they let this one go?
They're going to go Roche. Winter Bear wants Roche right now, and Nigma are doing the right thing going for a tower. Because they need something. This Roche, they can't just give it away for free. And with the Deso, this is a pretty damn fast Roche with a power up all the cores as well.
So that tower has fallen. Roshan is now down to half HP. Lowdown will take the superior position right in front of the portal. Nobody's coming through. Like they're going to be threatened at all. They'll be happy to take this one. Also, an Arcane in the bottle for the Puck. Yeah. But Gyro has finished the BKB now, so...
Sumail is changing his item build, by the way, not going for the Blink Dagger due to how far behind they are at this point. He's building towards an Aghanim Scepter to give himself some safety, get the shield up. But he's also against one of the natural nullifier buyers in the game. I mean, Clinks. Happy to pick that up later on if he sees an Aghanims on Timber.
Yeah. And it's actually Puck picking up the Aegis here instead of the Clinks.
I like that choice. He has the BKB on Clinks, so the only thing he has to watch out for is an instant spear from the Mars. Other than that, he should be fine. Yeah. So Puck, this is going to enable him to be much more aggressive, and he can always dive into the enemy backline now.
Ruby can also nicely protect the Clinks right behind him, even if he's arena speared, giving that Illuminate Blast protection. But Nigma, can they... I mean, is this BKB enough if Winter Bear decides to start pushing high ground? Because they want to get objectives with this Aegis. There is a tier 2 they can get from mid as they finished off the bottom tier 2. But can they go high ground versus the BKB?
I don't think they should high ground, honestly. I think not without a pickoff. We'll see if they do it, but I think they are looking for kills more so than anything. They do have Magnus, so he can go fishing for a skewer back. If he gets that, then they can definitely push. Without it, it's a little bit risky. We'll see though. Reality, he feels confident. He's going up. He's going to lay into his tower.
He's going to force them back at least. Kuro's going to have to TP in. FBZ's coming in as well. And that tower has almost completely evaporated.
Yeah, that's Clinks for you with the Desolator. It's kind of interesting how this hero is just completely untouched, you know. He's making it look really good in this game, but that's just Dota for you. So many things can work. It's just about knowing how to make it work as well.
Yeah, he's going for the Conda build up on this Clinks too.
That is very interesting to see. Gonna be a lot of damage and slow addition as well. I mean, it's a lot of carries enjoy buying the Kanda nowadays. The Luna Kandas, the Lynx Kanda.
Yeah, my favorite, the Omni Knight Kanda.
Radiant's middle
Oh,
tower
yeah.
is under attack.
Offlaner, but
one.
technically a carry in a way.
For sure. You can become the carry.
Yeah, you can.
What do we have for the puck now as well coming out? Full Kaya, so even more damage. Having the Prosma and the Kaya, the magic damage is going to start getting really high.
Oh, yeah, that's big. And now with no towers remaining as well, picking up that Invis rune, FBC would love to exit the base to get some farm, but the Caudle is just going to get deleted right outside of his base.
He walked out, put down the sentry, saw that he was dead. It's one of those moments you slap down the sentry and you see the enemy Ricky next to you. It's like, this time it was a Clinks. But
and they just mass TP it as well because they want to get a quick fight. The spear comes out onto the Clinks. The buyback coming up from Matthew at the same time. Gachal with the RP. They've got the Gyrocopter, and that BKB is wearing down. Even if Clinks isn't inside the arena, they still get the kills through. Kuro's going to be the next one to drop, and it's a heavy price to pay as FBC. He's got nowhere to run, and this is going to be a lane of Rax. This is going to be the game. Winter Bear. 26 minutes indeed, Waga. And Winter Bear, can you say it is an upset because these two teams, they played 2-2 before. 2 wins for both of these teams, but now Winter Bear, they take the lead with a very convincing style.
I mean, that was a very, very clean game played by Winter Bear. They just took control of this game, start to finish. They were the ones who decided what was going to happen. Their mid never died. Their carry never died. They helped Mikey back into the game despite his rough start. And Mikey has shown it time and time again in this qualifiers. We've seen him have, unfavorable matchups on mid lane. We haven't seen a single game where he actually had a favorable matchup. And every single time, he's been owning. So yeah, they're playing really, really good. On the other hand, Nigma, I mean, you gotta tell the boys to wake up. What was that? They just didn't really get into the game at all.
Yeah, they didn't. I feel like you missed out on Timbersaw. The idea on the Yule's Mars was good, but you had no playmakers basically out there. You didn't get the Gyrocopter in. Gyro got killed a lot this game. Like, it was Miracle found alone by Lodine, who played an absolutely crazy Nature's Prophet, just giving so much information for the team to play this game.
Yeah, he did. He definitely had some great TPN, sometimes aggressively so that he would be focused first and give a chance for his Magnus and Puck to make better plays. But yeah, they had a great understanding of how to play the fights. And Nigma, I think they missed the timing on both their offlane and their mid. I would say it's less so about what Miracle did this game, because he kind of did what you expect a carry Gyro to do. He ultimately did, farm really well. He laned really well. Even 1v2, he laned really well when they made rotations away from the lane. But ultimately, he can't stand against all this tempo from the mid and the off lane of the enemy team.
Well, a hell of a performance puts Winter Bear in the lead of this series and one step closer to the grand final spot. We're going to have to see what kind of spice Nigma Galaxy will bring for game number 2. We'll take a tiny break. And we have returned from our break, ladies and gents. Welcome for tuning in to this MENA. That's the one I was supposed to say. MENA close qualifier here for Elite League as we have Nigma Galaxy going up against Winter Bear, game number 2. And surprise, surprise to someone, but Winter Bear is not losing this series. They're leading at the moment based on that game number 1. They looked like Nigma Galaxy would in their prime. So you are in for a challenge here, Nigma Galaxy. How do they recover from a game like that, Waga? I mean, I guess one of the easiest ways would be to just point out that, wash your face, and what kind of stuff would you come up in mind with?
I mean, hopefully that was just a case of, the boys feeling a bit tired here. It's, the first game and just need to get their mind in the game in the proper way. But yeah, go wash your face, get ready. I think you need to activate your mid and your offlaners. The big question I have for the game 1 that we saw there, we just didn't see proper activation around that. I also am a little bit questioning of some support duos like Coddle plus CM support feels a little bit lackluster sometimes, whereas the way that Winter Bear drafted, their supports had a lot more utility. The Nature's Prophet setup, the Rubik was always there and doing stuff as well. I feel like having those like CM or like Coddle plus something backlining, like a Coddle Sky or Coddle CM, it feels a bit weird sometimes. That's why I was, on about the mid Coddle and the tempo it can bring. Because we really want to see Sumail get into the game and see him get to actually make plays. But as we head into a new game here, let's talk a little bit about the draft and what we see. Tipa
and that's always like when you're going about that support duo, what you usually start to miss in a moment like that is a support that has a stun or something that allows you to build a blink and initiate and help you out. Because that game was solely on either the Timber blindly blinks on someone and the team follows, or the Mars would have to set up the team fight, and he did not have a blink first item either. So it was very difficult to approach that game on the side of Nigma Galaxy if they don't get a lead from that laning stage. Because we talked about them having a good exit from the laning stage, but there was no presence. There was no presence whatsoever.
I mean, I'm a little bit surprised by the Kaya Sanj build on the mid Timber even. Like, the Blink Dagger would have allowed him to more quickly involve himself in these fights and react to some of the moves that were happening. But farming all the way for the Kaya Sanj only to then start thinking about the Blink, but ultimately going Aghanim Scepter instead. He didn't really get to swing into the game the way that he needed to. But we'll see what they do this game. Nigma Galaxy, they're going to start out by drafting a Centaur. I like that as an offlaner. I think that activates your team in a great way. So this could be a good reaction to how they didn't really find ways to start the fights last time. Now they have the Centaur. The ulti is already going to provide that tool. Winter Bear, though, they say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They pick the Puck first phase. I mean, this is a sign of confidence from your mid laner as well. Just being thrown into first pick basically all the time and always having a rough matchup mid and still making stuff happen.
Yeah, I like to see that when they're like, just pick me that hero, I'll win for you again, because the team feels good about it, and everyone's just like, all right, we'll watch you just dominate that game once again on the same hero, even though with the changes in the draft for Nigma Galaxy, going for a more standard approach by picking on offlaner to start things off with, and not a flex support, which sometimes is either a direct support or a semi-flex core that you start things off with. So building up the Centaur Hoodwink lane already, very capable. You already have the stuns with the Sharpshooter, so you have a good way of finding pickoffs. You also have a break to the Enchantress now, which was already picked before by Winter Bear. It's also something, if you don't have the straight-up right clickers to destroy the Enchantress, you have the Sharpshooter, which will help you out in it, take away that sustain battery from the team. And now, the Mirana, just a stable support duo, basically, for Nigma Galaxy. 2 range supports with both having control.
They also have an incredible amount of burst. Their magic burst is very, very high, so Enchantress, even if she gets the ulti, is not going to be able to stay safe with that alone. There's so much magic damage coming out of Nigma Galaxy's opening draft. And they have some mobility, they have chain stuns. I like the trio that they open with here. Winter Bear, though, getting the hands on Enchantress. We'll see what they're going to be able to do with it. Enchantress is one of those heroes that I feel it's definitely not Chen tier. It's not nearly as strong, but it comes down so much to player performance. How well can you perform on Enchantress, and what can you bring to the table? So we'll see what they're going to be able to do. I like the Mars pickup here for them as well. Mars Puck combo really well. And the coil is great against the Hoodwink and Mirana.
I'm also curious about item buildups here because majority of the time, Mage Slayer has been a great item in the patch, and even with the slight nerfs to it, it's still a viable item based on the magic resistance. And for farming heroes, the Mono regen is really good. So Mars likes to build it, but also the Enchantress. We like when me and Lizard were casting the January qualifiers back to back from Dream League to ESL1 Birmingham. We kind of had this debate of, is Enchantress actually building a Witchblade in this game because faster projectiles, great farming item, a support that can also deal some damage, but we saw Mage Slayer most of the time. We got one Witchblade Enchantress, which was kind of wicked in the particular game it was, because it also had a fantastic start from the laning stage, got a couple kills, was level 5, taking over the enemy triangle and choking out the map. Do you feel like Ench or Mars should be focusing Mage Slayer if that's the game for it?
5 seconds remaining.
I think it's more likely that Ench will go for it, but I don't actually think we're going to see anyone on Winter Bear pick it up. We probably will see one possibly from the Hoodwink on Galaxy, because Hoodwink is still very good at applying the Mage Slayer to many heroes with Acorn. But after they change to Mage Slayer, I feel like Marses generally skip it. Getting Blink first, BKB, and then I'm a big fan of just going for the Brooch Rapier build. Like, it is a very big dig play. It's scary to do. You have to commit for it. But that's one build, and the other build is the Yules that we saw in the previous game. Blink Yules for just setup build. I think Mage Slayer, it kind of fell out of favor for a lot of core heroes just due to duration decrease.
Yeah, the duration decrease is definitely something really big. But when you are going up against this much magical damage, you could look at the magic resistance being a helpful tool, because that was pretty much untouched, the 25% that you still gain from it. And Mars Bonk, easy to apply it on opponents as well. Like you said, the Hoodwink Acorn Shot is definitely another, which is an easy way to apply it. But for Mars, the way I also see it is, at least from the pub builds, there's like 3 approaches, which is either 1, you go Blink, 2, you have Mage Slayer, 3, you build Vlads, and you go with the team without the Blink Dagger. So he'll need to find the right option for this particular game.
Yeah. Actually, I want to go back to one thing. The Mage Slayer, they did reduce the base magic resistance. The reduction when you hit someone is still as strong, but it went from 25 to 20, which doesn't seem like a big change, but it was dropped
it's that way around. Yeah.
But the active, if you hit someone, is still very, very strong. But you just got to keep applying those auto attacks, which can be problematic. But this is good news, I think, going back to the draft for Nigma fans here, because seeing Sumail get his Storm, he's not going to go down quietly on his Storm. The Timbersaw game, last game, he didn't really get to do anything at all, but this is literally his signature hero, the hero that, he made legend with, basically. So we'll see what he can do here in this game. Orchid is made cheaper as of recent, so that could be an option against the Puck as well. An item that fits
Orchid is an absolutely great item in this current patch. So even if you are countered in the mid lane technically because of silences and the coils, which prevents the Storm Spirit from pretty much doing anything, that he gets his comfort hero, and the Orchid being this good in the current patch could even force the Puck to build into a Yules if Sumail has the time to build that Orchid for himself. So it's always an option to look for.
And it breaks the Puck's timings a little bit, right? If you get to go Blink Witchblade on Puck, then you're very happy. You get to do what you want. But if you're against an Orchid Rush Storm, Blink Witchblade means you're going to feed a lot. Every time Storm finds you, you're going to get silenced, and you're going to go down. So if you instead have to go Witchblade into Yules, you don't have the Blink, you can't catch people. It's a very different story. Or if you go Blink Yules, then you're missing the damage. Either way, you're not too happy to see the Storm have that Orchid. So we'll see if that's going to be an option. Of course, the Kaya Sanch is also buffed, so possible they just goes for that route again. I would be more happy to see that on a Storm than on a Timbersaw, because Storm can still be very active with that build.
Also, basically what we're missing out now is Nigma Galaxy for the carry pick coming up next. He's going to have to go up against the Mars and the Techies, very likely, and the safe lane duo of Enchantress +1 for Winter Bear's final pick. They've already gotten rid of the gyro.
I like the Sven ban. That was pretty solid, I think. That would have fit so well for Nigma Galaxy, the Sven last pick.
Dire team pick.
Morphling coming out. All right. It's a hero that, you know, can be a little bit risky to play into the puck sometimes. And, you know, if Mars goes for the Brooch build, that's terrifying for a Morph. But otherwise, they don't have that good ways to kill him. So
10 seconds
we'll see
remaining.
how the match is going to favor Miracle here. But now I want to see the Rapier Mars even more. It destroys Morphling. It absolutely just shreds him.
Yeah, it does. I'd maybe like to see a Luna here come out for Reality, but he's going to stick with the Clinks, so we're going to get both the puck and the Clinks from the previous game for Winterbear to continue, and they will look to take the 2-0 based on the heroes they had in game number 1. But Nigma Galaxy, new draft, going up against them. If you'd have to put percentage-based odds here on a 50-50 scale, how would you put it here based on the heroes and not looking at the players?
Yeah, just looking at the heroes, I mean, I would probably favor Nigma's draft quite a bit. Again, because nobody plays Clinks. But knowing what I know from last game, you know, it's hard to be objective in that. But yeah, I would say I favor Nigma's draft overall. But we saw what happened last game.
Yeah, that was a very, very difficult game for Nigma. Also, like, because Miracle was getting picked off multiple times in areas where the team couldn't really help him out. This time, Morphling, maybe he can opt to go for some safer farm areas. And obviously, they have heroes that can actually take objectives early. That comes based off of the Storm Spirit's timings and how good of a start Sumail can create. Because then FBZ could take the top tier 1 tower away, enable the Morphling to safely farm that entire area, choke the map out a little bit. But of course, you have silences versus the Morphling, so item timings are going to be absolutely crucial. And what is the window of opportunity that both of these teams are going to use those to maximum effect? Because you see the Clinks, also an Orchid builder, Morphling, he needs to get a Manta at least to be able to dispel that off.
Yeah, I think they just need to try and play towards taking towers early. Nigma last game, they didn't take a single tower by like 20 plus minutes. You need to try and really make a conscious effort of getting a tower.
Both teams leaving their bases this time. Lodine, I do have to highlight him a little bit as well because he I mean, did mention that he had a fantastic game with that Nature's Prophet, but truly, I feel like his play shocked Nigma a bit as well. They weren't probably expecting to be challenged that early on with that type of pressure that he played with that hero. Enchantress very different now. So now that that's missing, that kind of aspect, it's basically just Reality and Mikey who might be showing up in areas.
Well, I mean, you say very different. It's different for sure from Nature's Prophet. You don't have the instantaneous join, but you're very free to move around the map a lot on Eng. So he could still play that disruptive style if we see them do it again.
Oh, a lot of early poke there onto Kuroki. And is the damage sufficient? Not quite. 39 HP remains. Reality will get caught by a bushwhack. Miracle also takes a couple of hits there, but Marana will have the time to go all the way back to the fountain. And ladies and gents, as the game is about to sound the dire horn. And we are underway with game number 2, Nigma Galaxy versus Winterbear.
Glorious, glorious, man. That's amazing.
A bit rusty because I've been sick for a week, but
if I ever have a game sound audio bug again, I'm just gonna call you to fix it for me. Bottom lane, we see a snipe onto Miracle here to try and bully him, and this is a lot of damage before he gets to the lane. They're also body blocking the enemy creep wave to try and get it on the tower.
Yeah. And they're still fighting as well in the mid area. Reality with Lodine fighting Matthew and FBZ, and the first blood is imminent for FBZ, but there's a stick heal. Matthew might just have to secure it, and he will take first blood. So 2 simultaneous fights going on as the laning stage has only just begun.
That's good for Nigma here, getting some momentum into the laning stage, getting first blood on Matthew. That's the second time we see a first blood on Hoodwink today. And yeah, good start for him there. He's going to buy up Magic Stick, it seems, to send out on his lane against the Clinks, of course. Very nice to have the Magic Stick early due to the spam of the W.
Yeah, and I like to see that a Centaur has a Ring of Protection in a lane where there's a Blightstone.
Right? Yeah. I feel like if he had Bracer here, I would lose my shit. I can't with these Bracers. This is a much more solid starting build, I feel, that actually stays alive.
Yeah, if he had -2 armor,
Kuroki.
Kuro's actually dead here.
No staying alive for him. Gets brought down by the harassment from the techies and the bonk from the Fashal Mars here.
Yeah, very deadly harasser lane, basically, with techies on Mars. They have very high kill potential the whole time.
So far, Sumail doing a fantastic job on mid lane as well, by the way. Looking at the CS, he's up at 8 or 7 CS already, 7 and 2. About to be 8 after he gets this one.
Oh, Miracle?
I didn't see how he died down there, but I guess seeing Blast Off is on cooldown here. He jumped in side lane, and a tip from Kachal, so I guess he just got him before he could react with a Blast Off stun.
Yeah, and the spear also used by Kachal, yeah, so normally you don't get to use your spear too often unless you have a guaranteed opportunity to lock it down and get a kill for yourself, and now we're missing kills on camera. My apologies, Lowdown will go down to FBC. We were very hectic with camera usage on the first series of the day, and now that the last game was kind of a calm down, I think I maybe let my guard down.
You need to have take a quick swig of some coffee, Finland, and get ready.
I'll do that.
The players are coming for some action here in this game, and I'm happy to see it. You know, Nigma are showing that they want to lead the aggression here as well. The off lane already getting 2 kills. Matthew and FBC taking this serious. We see 2 disconnects here though. FBC and Sumail disappearing from the game.
Makes that a third.
Also leaves. They're done.
Yeah, hopefully not like the rage quit GG we saw earlier on today.
I don't believe that it's a GG, no. Right after killing the enemy Enchantress, nonetheless.
Yeah.
No, they'll be back, I'm sure, but I guess some technical difficulty here for the players.
Yeah, and we talked about some of those items, like especially the orchids on the side of Winter Bear. Clinks will go with the same Desolator build, so you do need somebody to actually hit objectives. I mean, obviously the rest of the team might struggle a tiny bit with hitting towers. Obviously, you have techies, but techies' minds don't feel that great in trying to actually siege. So every time you find a kill, this is the one I talked about Clinks yesterday, and Weaver. So every time you find a pick-off somewhere, you want to initiate an instant push because you have a hero that can destroy towers super fast.
Yeah, we saw it last game. We saw what he could do with it. Reality obviously looks pretty comfortable on the Clinks. He looks like he knows what he's doing. So he can definitely provide a lot of that tower push, which otherwise their lineup kind of lacks. They have Enchantress though, which also is very good for cheesing towers. Just put a few points in enchant and those creeps will do a number to a tier 1 tower.
Kat also came to say hi and watch what's up with the Dota today. Our own live audience. Hello. I'm casting a game. Apologies. Looks like we have some more internet issues on the side of Nigma. It is taking a bit longer than expected, so not a quick disconnect. You know, the classic. Somebody needs to get a quick coffee refill, but the reason is lag.
Yeah, I was having some look while we were in a pause here to look at the players' pings, you know, just to see what pings different players are running on. So it looks like Lowdine is having the highest ping in the game, playing on 111. And a lot of players on Nigma have like 10 MS ping, so that's a 100 millisecond difference in ping experience. Pretty impressive that he was able to do what he did last game then.
Yeah, at least it's on your the highest ping on your support and not your big kind of like, say, Puck, for example, that needs a lot of button pressing. If you have delay on that, it starts to feel really clunky.
Well, we're back into action. The reconnects are here.
Straight back in onto reality. Clinks taking like a 600 damage burst there from both FBZ and Matthew, so he drops very low.
Yeah,
quick reminder of the damage.
Yeah, doesn't have any regen, so gonna get past some regen by Lowdown here, trying to keep his carry alive and healthy. Even has the Nature's Attendants ready if he needs to heal him up a little bit more.
Lotuses are spawning now. Miracle will take the first one. It looks like FBZ will be able to take the second one too. Both for Nigma Galaxy will enable them for those future trades. Mikey does drop Sumail very low here. Breaks the Salve as well. Fairy Fire is still there. Orb flies through. Forces the Fairy Fire. Mikey goes in aggressively, and he's behind the tower now. He's going to miss out on the Screak Wave. Sumail's going to TP home, but the blast off!
Oh, no!
No TP for Sumail as he's going to respawn. Going to have to walk back to the lane. Mikey, it looked like he might be in a bad position momentarily, but it's actually Sumail in the storm. Jeezy with a rotation.
The greatest tragedy of our Eon. I couldn't agree more, Mikey. That is a horrible thing to see when you're a mid-storm. He's going to have to do the slow walk of shame. No boots, no smoke, no nothing. Just kind of have to crawl back to mid. And by the time he gets there, Puck is already going to have taken both the water runes quite likely. Or at least gotten himself one. I guess he's still CSing on the tower for a bit.
Yeah, but that CS advantage that Storm might have had is gone now.
Yeah, and the experience as well, for sure, going Puck's way now. Good rotation, though, by Techies. That was heads up by GC to actually make that move towards mid.
Absolutely excellent rotation, and a lot of gold as well for him. Technically, you could almost say a solo kill, because the Puck was quite far away, but I mean, of course the experience was shared, but...
Supports would call that a solo kill. Meanwhile, you're mid working his ass off, diving in. Yeah.
Sumail bringing the fight to Mikey. Mikey is level 5 versus the 4 Storm Spirit, so has access to the level 3 orb, but he'll just use it to reposition instead of harass Sumail. Storm does use quite a... not actually that a lot of mana there. Has picked up some raindrops. Will enable to him sustain this lane a tiny bit better. FBZ is being poked by Reality and Lowdown at the same time with the first enchant, as one support is missing. Hoodwink did go into the jungle.
Being made. Matthew is preparing stacks for the Storm to come back with, or potentially even for Centaur to farm later, but more likely to Storm. That means Centaur takes a bit of a beating, and it's not easy to stand against the Clinks alone.
Another bomb to connect on the Storm. That's still level 2, so not a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, more that he keeps tabs on the Storm farming jungle, sharing experience with him jungle too, and chasing after him to, you know, bother him. So he's even gonna steal this Centaur here. Give it over to Mikey, perhaps, who's come over as well.
Yeah, the nice guy that he is. Help out his cores. Winter Bear, again, giving a kind of a reminder of this laning stage that even if Nigma made a lot of changes in their draft and maybe in their gameplay perspective, Winter Bear is still going on that same high ride momentum, and they're going to try and do the same thing. Sumail is being protected by Matthew. Jeezy trying to jump away. Blastoff is still available. Kuro is on the low ground. Vortex thrown in as well, and the arrow snipe from Kuro maybe? No, just right click him down.
Yeah, just gonna go in and click him. Actually, it's gonna be the takedown from Blood Grenade, I think, from Hoodwink that finally gets the kill there. Shield rune over on the Puck. He dives into the Storm.
Oh, the coil will be used. The Centaur is there using that War Stomp already. Is the damage sufficient? Kuro's going to be here as well. One more hit. They've got Sumail. And Matthew is forced away by Lowdown, but Kuro, 2 points in Starstorm. Nice burst there from the Bushwhack too. Mikey will help him through all the way. And here comes Jeezy back into action. Oh, the leap still connects with the bomb. And Kuro will go down for a double kill from Mikey. And now that you can see, at the same time as this is happening, they have overtaken in CS and overtaken in kills, and a net worth lead is being built on the side of Winter Bear.
Yeah, and mid tower is going down. The catapult is still alive. They've been fighting under tower this entire time. Nice deny though by Sumail. Times this lasted there against Mikey. So at least they don't get that much gold, but that is map control lost already. One tier 1 tower gone without the Clinks having to do anything.
FBZ is also being zoned out by the Clinks. 2 points in Retaliate, but Clinks' damage output just too much to deal with as he's finished his early items. And of course, again, no boots rush towards the Deso. There is a Banisher creep here, and an enchant on top of it, maybe. Not really. Arrow actually hits a creep instead of... actually, it does hit the Clinks. It looked like it hit the creep for a moment. We have a slideshow going on at the same time, so we can't really see what's happening here, but FBC looks to be fine. And Matthew back under the safety of his tower. So no drop frames on my end, but just a quick Kale. Kachal coming in with the arena. Not going to drop it yet, though. Morphling will stand his ground. Full spear comes
Oh, the action keeps going.
Oh, they're still going at it. Oh, Sumail gets to turn around with a stampede from FBZ. Reality down, losing the carry. Invis rune to be taken from Mikey, and they will focus the enchantress. Another raindrop will pop, and the heals are flowing through, but it's just not enough. So a retaliation from Nigma.
Yeah, good kills for them there.
And the arena, oh, Miracle TP's away.
Ooh.
Very close call there.
And yeah, he did
Radiant's
TP close
bottom
as well,
tower
so he's
is
staying
under
in the
attack.
lane, morphing down, trying to get his HP back up here as well. He has the Royal Jelly, so he can try and get his HP back up fully. He's making a switch towards top, wants to fight with the Clinks again.
Yeah, there's no Stampede for 50 seconds, so there's an opening. Mikey and Lowdown are also coming in here. They are scouted by a ward now, as they walk
want
under
a tier 1
vision.
tower. Yeah.
FBC's on the full runaway.
Actually, he's staying a bit. He should be running, but
is he baiting?
He's still staying.
Is he going to bait this through? Are they going to make it in time? Because Centaur's going to die, but can they retaliate? Bushwhack on 2, and that's
I
it.
don't think he's baiting. I think he just didn't respect it enough.
Yeah. Well, that's a bit of a mistake there. Mikey does have coil. Matthew is already under the safety of the tier 2 tower. The tower is pretty healthy, as well as the creep wave is between them. Can't really
Well, Matthew did pull the creep wave away from the tier 1 tower, so tier 1 tower is not falling yet.
Nail setting up on Mikey. Arrow flies in. That's a good kill. They got it.
Nothing.
Nice setup there. Sumail placing the Remnant early into the Vortex Arrow combo.
That was really good. And that also means the Puck might struggle to take the next rune. He's dead for 20 more seconds here. 20 seconds to the rune spawn. Maybe Storm can get his hands on the power rune somehow, but we still see Winter Bears trying to control it with Techies and Clinks.
Gotcha.
GC trying to invade. Here's Sumail will secure the bounty. Get a bottle refill. Mana boost as well from Kuro. Making progress towards Guardian Greaves, so the mech will come out first. Just also leave it at the mech and look for something else, but I'm suspecting Guardian Greaves coming out.
Yeah, pretty common build, I guess, for Mirana to just try and build the heal up, get some utility. He does have the Moonlight Shadow that they haven't had a chance to really utilize yet. I'd like to see them make a gank perhaps together, but for now the lanes need a lot of tending.
At the amount of raindrops this game, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 7 raindrops active.
It's a good item. I mean, Raindrop and Magic Wand, those are like 2 items that you should see a lot of in almost every single game.
Yeah. Extending those fights to the absolute limits of getting your spells up again if you survive long enough. I mean, there's a lot of short cooldowns in this game, so you'd suspect there's going to be a lot of hit and run brawling.
Yeah, and for now, kind of posing and posturing here down on bottom. Sumail kind of farming in the area. They don't want to let go of more tier 1 towers than they have to on the side of Nigma, as they already lost the mid tier 1. But the Clinks is moving down here bottom. I think the attention is coming for the bottom tier 1 tower now.
Kachal with the Blink first in mind, so Blink BKB build up for the Mars.
Oh, that's good news. That's good news for Rapier fans. You know, this is the build-up if you want to do it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Thanks,
attack.
laying into the tower.
Yeah. Skeleton
All the
armies here.
skellies. They do a lot of damage.
They do. They glyph this? No, they're not looking to glyph
If
it
they use
yet.
glyph, they don't have glyph for tier 2. So I think they should not glyph. Their free glyph reset is already gone.
You see Cheesy. There's the jump for the Vortex. Miracle is here. But
Dire's top
Kuro
tower
never sends in
is
the
under
arrow.
attack.
They're sufficient with their damage. Let's hit it for
Radiant's
later.
middle
Sharpshooter
tower is
connects
under
onto a
attack.
Mars that just teleported away. So that info is given. FBZ is able to move away from the area. Now they don't have the Mars and the arena. So I wonder if Nigma Galaxy is able to take over some control, maybe the triangle, as they are here with 4.
Yeah, at least they're gonna stay here and farm the area. Maybe they could invade, like you said, because there are stacks in the triangle. If they get in there, they have very low resources on the Storm, though. Probably one of the reasons they're kind of holding back. Storm just trying to farm towards the Kaya. Of course, Kaya is so much stronger now than it was before, getting 2% extra on the spell lamp, and also being 100 gold cheaper than
Radiant's
it is,
top
or
tower
50 gold
is
cheaper
under
than it used to be.
attack.
Yep. And they're smoking up top now. So FBZ, last time he didn't respect the ward, but now he has no idea what's about to hit him. Nigma's going to have to be awake with this one. He's coming towards the stacks. They actually see him coming in. So GZ's ready. There's the mine. Instant silence. Blast off coming through. 1 TP coming in. Maybe even some more. Coil is popped. Kachal's trying to get there, but the Bushwhack's going to catch him first. The Stampede is also there. FBZ, he bought enough time, and now the turnaround. Jeezy, he's going to drop low, but Mikey with the damage with that Arcane Rune, and Kachal in between. Jeezy already low, but Sumail's out of mana. He's committed. He's fully committed to it. The arrow will connect onto the Mars, but he's already down, and maybe they can retaliate with a kill on Kachal. Kuro still has a leap charge, but he's going to get zoned out with the spear, and Mikey trying to finish off the Hoodwink. Not quite enough damage to kill him off. Mars, he's going to salve up. He's going to go back in the action. Puck is still going in, so Kuro will be surrounded from both angles and get themselves a 3-for-1 trade.
Holding that lead though, yeah, probably didn't think that the Puck could already catch him, but that Arcane Rune doing a lot of work in that fight, just chasing around. Mikey is again shining. This is the first pick Puck. Like, how does Mikey always look so damn good every game when he's always in some unfavorable or unwanted situation? Like this time, sure, he didn't have a bad matchup. The Storm isn't really a bad hero to play against as Puck, but it was first phase pick.
Yeah, it's always a bit baffling when you look at drafts and you see a first pick that doesn't seem like it's been shut down or countered. And they still seem to get a great game. It's like, well, what did we spend the rest of our draft on countering the other heroes? Of course, this is still a pretty solid Morphling game when it comes through items. But I agree with you. Mikey, I feel like he's getting away with this one.
Yeah, he really is. And yeah, speaking of Morphling, we haven't talked about him that much. He is getting pretty good farm. He's got the Yasha already going for the Meta, of course.
Smoke pot. They have the Enchantress in front, so he's going to take a while to get killed here. Arrow flies in as well, so they'll have the Magic Curse to take down the Enchantress. But he's the one to soak up that smoke gank, so instead of the Mars dying, it's him, which is value in the eyes of Winterbear.
Yeah, that's fine for them, but at the same time, Nigma getting kills, not a bad thing, and it's gonna protect the Morphlings area so he can keep farming down here, and that allows the Centaur to enjoy the triangle, so ultimately pretty good for them as well. I think
we're in the same situation, Waga. All the towers are up.
Yeah. Yeah, all the towers are up for Winterbears. They're doing a great job at just staying active. And how long will it take before Nigma managed to take their first tower down? I feel like they're strong enough to make a move for it, but they need to enable the Morphling as well. Maybe a 5-man move.
Reality, he's got that Desolate already. This is gonna hurt a lot, but how deep is he gonna go? The Catapult actually shoots him, so he is spotted, maybe he's not. They still get the jump on the Hoodwink. Here comes Sumail, retaliating onto Mikey. Mikey gets the phase shift off. FBZ almost misses the stun. They got the kill though. The blast off onto 2. In reality, he's afraid to commit that far into the high ground. So Sumail with a double kill. And they're just slowing down FBZ and Sumail as much as they can. Lowdyne even pops the dust. Will connect onto the Marana. Slows her down. Haste for the Mars though. Reality still here. There's the leap. Another one, but he's going to crash into the wall with that one.
Okay, they pick up a free Kuro with the arena. But so far, Sumail is having a great impact this game. He's, you know, stopped a lot of the advantages that Winterbears had or how they try to build their momentum. He's always been there together with supports. And yeah, this Storm, he's been involved in 10 kills in 16 minutes.
Still off to a pretty good game. And Miracle has been farming calmly, is second in net worth, so this Morph is still set for a great game. It's just down to the what is the first Morphling impact going to be like?
Yeah, question is, when does he leave bottom lane? I mean, he's enjoying farming down here for as long as he can, but at the same time, they haven't opened up the map at all.
Nice dust timing there from Matthew, and actually surprising the Clinks. The Clinks will maybe go down here. Takes a bit of time, but finally done with it. And without the arena, well, I feel like Winterbear, they just they bit a bit too much that they can actually chew.
Nigma are repeatedly just punishing Winterbear for their aggression. They're not ganking, they're not pushing, they're just counter-ganking right now. 100% of their efforts are into shutting down the rotations by Winterbears, and it's working out really well for them. It's like they have finally understood how to break the tempo that Winterbears are playing here. They know Clinks has to be a ganking hero. He can't just sit and farm. He's gonna lose to the Morphling that way. So they just anticipate the gank and react beautifully to it. The play by Matthew there on his Hoodwink to set that up was really good.
Yeah, considering they didn't really have any proper vision around that area. They had a ward, which was dewarded after by Winterbear, but that sentry was so far away, they caught a glimpse off of the Clinks. Glimpse of the Clinks. as he was running in. Perfectly timed dust. Good reaction as well from the rest of the team. So Nigma, yeah, like you said, they've been playing very reactive Dota. They're not playing offensive and aggressive because they don't really need to necessarily. Because if the game goes like this, every attempt Winter Bear is going to be making, it's in the bag for Nigma.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they're farming non-stop on the Morph, and Centaur has also worked his way back into the game. We haven't talked about him that much, but he's got his Veil, he got Cloak, he has Blink. He's working on that Shroud, which is, you know, one of my favorite items. This patch feels so strong. So he's definitely going to get back into the game in a big way. And again, another smoke here to try and get Miracle. This has to work. He does have Manta on cooldown.
They're just going past them as well. They're like, is he on the left? Yes, he is. And there's the silence, nice, but he already got his attribute shift on. And so this Morphling kill is going to take some time. And here are mass teleports. FBZ with a blink stun. There's the Stampede coming in as well. Techies will drop, but look at Sumail going straight on top of Mikey. Now interrupting the Mars as well, but there's the leash. The damage might be sufficient. Yes, it is. Mikey for the kill to take down Sumail. Now Kuro's on the runaway. FBZ spent everything. Still has a blink stun, but they don't have the tools to work with, just the sharpshooter. And also Miracle, he wants out.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be nice, but a little bit of an overcommitment there by the Storm, jumping really deep and landing next to the Klink's damage output. He's even going to try on FPZ now with the silence.
Bushwhack sharpshooter, and Klinks goes down as Miracle's ready for the fight. So he'll take down one as they lose their Centaur in the offlane, but does not matter if they get the carry kill in return, because Klinks, he's last in net worth. And he will stay there with these deaths.
And we saw the damage he dealt to himself there, actually, with the Retaliate on the Centaur. That's a lot of damage the poor Klinks took by just attacking there.
This might lead into a point where you just run out of steam on the side of Winter Bear if this Klinks doesn't get the kills and stay alive in those fights.
I think so, yeah. I think it's a very fight-based draft that has to work out, and this is one of the worries about Klinks. He doesn't have that safe nature that you want from a carry, usually, that he can always just farm up, you're gonna be fine. Morphling has that sort of security here. He can just keep going. He already has Phylactery and Manta now, so Kanda is not too far away.
Sitting at 11,000 net worth, very farmed Morphling. 4-1 for Miracle so far. And we're only at 20 minutes, so we're getting soon, like maybe 5-6 minutes is going to be the timer. We usually see Morphlings be at their prime, and they continue to scale even further from there.
Yeah. Sumail is hiding his Orchid build, by the way. He hasn't shown any of the components, which you normally would. Normally you would try and get the value just by the Oblivion Staff early, but he's intentionally not showing it so that maybe Puck will commit into something bad against it. But Puck wisely going for the Lincoln Sphere anyway, without having the information what the Storm is building. He knows what's coming.
Yeah, he's already a step ahead expecting that, but that Orchid will be ready before the Lincolns is, so it might work once. And that could be a really good punishment as well if they can get it. Reality, meanwhile, almost dying to the Tormentor here.
Oh no. Disaster Tormentor. They're going to try and finish it with Kachal going in here. I think maybe.
Next challenger.
Maybe with a bit of help.
Oh man, this is.
Lodine is like, no, I'm out again. Yeah. Oh no, what is this Tormentor, man?
Finally, as GZ is going to secure it, he also gets the shard for himself, so the ally disarm.
Isn't it funny how Tormentor basically the same as fighting into an enemy team? If you go 1-by-1, it's really not that good. You know, Dota's a team game. You want to play as a team. A lot of mines around the top power rune right now. Mikey wants to make a play for it.
Matthew is scouted out, so he's going to secure the illusion. Sumail's going to do some dewarding or demining. Same with FBZ. We've had this term for like, when Techies is putting mines in his own base because there's a limit where you can place them. So you start making a pattern. It's like abstract art.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. It's pretty beautiful in a minimap when you see a full, you know, perfect grid by Techies.
Yeah.
But it also indicates a pretty slow game when you see it. So.
Well, let's see who they find with this smoke, because Hoodwink is the one that's on their sights. Mikey will just jump on him right away. So not necessarily revealing the full smoke, but at least an idea that maybe there's vision, or maybe that was just a Puck jumping on me as a solo kill, and I was in the wrong position. But at the same time, there's already a BKB from Kachal catching FBZ. That's a good kill, because that Stampede will go unused, but Miracle wants to commit. Oh, look at that! The Kanda deletes reality, takes away Mikey, and Miracle for the double. Quick slash. They might have lost the support in an offlaner, but they get 2 cores and even more, make it a triple. And hey, into the minefield we go, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care one bit. He could still keep on going. 3 seconds for another waveform, but Jeezy and Kachal, they're already too far away. But 3 kills for Miracle and a tower on top. This Morphling is stonks.
Yeah, he's been, you know, protected very well in the early game by his team, and they've counter-ganked multiple times when they tried to get the Morphling, and now he's paying dividends. He's coming in and saying, you know what, thank you for protecting me, my team. I will now show you what a Morphling can do. The damage coming in is just absurd.
Yeah, look at Mars's itemization here. He's opting to build a Hex next.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. You're against a Storm and a Morphling. Even against Mirana, it can be very useful against Hoodwink, these elusive heroes. But yeah, against Storm Morphling, I think this is definitely one route to go. If the game starts becoming more desperate, though, I would still, you know, go back to the same suggestion I made before to have that Brooch available for the Rapier. But we'll see. Depends how much he trusts the late game of the Clinks.
Yeah. It's still going to take a while to get there, but I think that Bruges could definitely be a good game in this case.
He walked into some enemies. Does have Glimmer.
Jeez is also there to help him out. Miracle. First.
It's still fine.
Yeah. The reactive taser actually prevents Miracle from getting the finishing blow.
It's very strong, and the amount of healing is back to full HP again, so like nothing ever happened. Bunch of resources used there. Mana from the Storm committed.
Mikey. He was shown in the lane. Miracle was thinking about jumping in with Sumail.
He has the Lincolns now on Mikey Puck, but he can still be stopped by Storm quite easily with a Vortex and the Silence. So has to still be very careful and wary about how he plays.
At least on the positive side, this is a pretty decent Lincoln's game in sense of it's meant for that Orchid. There's not a lot of single target abilities. There's going to be items later on which are used to control. So I feel like this is a great Lincoln's game in that sense.
It's a good game. It's very hard to break it, like you said, and also the things it protects against are pretty strong. Like the Kanda Adaptive Strike from Morphling could be really nice to have a Lincoln's ready to protect if you ever end up being unable to face shift dodge it as Puck. And they're going for more stuff as well. They're going for Lotus Orb on the techies right now, so trying to deal with that Orchid in a different way.
Oh, good vision here, already placed by Nigma. They see everything. There's the Blink stun, and your Blinks is going to say goodnight. But he survives with the BKB pop just in time, and FBZ is in the middle of the arena. They've got the Puck low on HP. Puck will go down 1 for 1. Jeezy with a beautiful 3-man blast off. In reality, he's afraid to commit with the damage, so Jeezy, he's trying to run out, but it's not going to work out for him, and Kachal will just BKB teleport away after he blinked in aggressively, so that doesn't work for Winterbear. But Nigma, they were ready for it. Good ward placement, giving them the info that they need and get the target they want to jump on the most, which was the Clinks. And now onto the Enchantress as well, making another kill for Nigma Galaxy.
I was actually on the back of an arrow connecting onto the Puck there that fight turned really good. So Kuro got a random arrow that connected onto him, and that stun set up for the Hoodwink ulti into an Orchid use as well onto the Puck. So they broke the Lincolns and did get the Orchid on him. And now trying to make the most out of it. Gonna go for a Roche immediately. Doesn't look like there's any way for them to react. They're still dead.
They won't be able to contest this at all. So Roshan will drop, and the Aegis goes from Miracle, of course, onto the Morphling. He's now 7,000 gold ahead of the Clinks.
He's becoming absolutely huge, and I mean he's level 21 at 27 minutes here, so he has the level 20 talent, the waveform attack talent, and he's just becoming a monster here very, very quickly. And once he gets the butterfly, it's going to be hard to see anything that can even kill him. He has the BKB already, and during the Aegis, it's going to be hard to even challenge him.
Reality, he just tried to jump on FBZ, but he only did about 60% of damage to his HP. You can really start to see the Clinks is slowly falling off with no fresh items really built except for that BKB. no damage has come on top of that. He's
looks like he's
dying
going
in
Radiant's
fights.
bottom tower
Power
is under
threads
attack.
next into just a Kanda, but he's pretty far behind where he wants to be in timings. This is a very different game from last game.
Doesn't have the similar type of advantage compared to the previous game. Nigma, as they have that Aegis still up, and they will go for the smoke play, but in the top lane at the same time, Miracle, Arena forced out by Kachal and the BKB. So that opens up a tier 2 tower that they could push, but Nigma, they want kills.
Yeah, that was good reaction by him there on Miracle. Waveform dodging the spear and then turning the spear back onto the Mars.
Yeah.
Forcing that TP out.
Well, they already they recognize the situation that they can't fight back, so they'll go for the
Radiant's
split
bottom
push
tower
instead.
is under
GZ
attack.
already there to cut the middle wave. And then you also had the puck cutting bottom, but Miracle's TP'd in here. They know that this is the exact play Winter Bear would do in a situation like that after using the Mars abilities.
Yeah,
Almost on GZ. The dust will connect.
He
And
walked
the
a little
Acorn
bit too
shot
close to
follows
the
him.
I usually like to choose to myself. I'll make an exception.
Yeah, no way out of that one. I like how Matthew just keeps winding up the ulti even more after the click as well. He's like, I'm just gonna charge this up. You're gonna die. He did push one creep wave bottom, but he fed away 700 gold there on the techies.
Radiant's middle tower
A bit of a
is under
staring
attack.
contest there.
Dire's bottom
With
tower
some runes
has
available.
Top tier 1 is going to drop finally as realities have to clear it out of the way. This is one of the strengths of the Clinks, always showing up, just bursting
Radiant
towers.
structures are fortified.
And Matthew calls for a pause.
Yeah, I think a pause. State your reason, sir.
Yeah, admin
didn't
will
state anything.
always want a reason.
He doesn't state a reason, he just disappears. Well, disconnecting does seem like a reason that you might want to have a little pause, but we have a disconnect again, so maybe some lag issues here for the players reconnecting to the game. We see Miracle doing the same.
Might be the similar that I'm having as well with the random calls.
Yeah, maybe. Could be a server issue since it's completely fine on my end as well, and a lot of players are seemingly
Yeah,
fine
we've
with it,
swapped
so.
roles from yesterday when you had
yesterday I had some slideshow, dude. I had 20% packet loss or something. It was bad.
Well, as we're inside game number 2, we're returning from the pause. 29 minutes have been played, and Nigma Galaxy, they're the ones in a commanding position in this game, but it could still flip either way round depending on how these team fights flow. But the game is looking better and better with every minute for Nigma to tie this series up and still have that second opportunity to fight for a direct spot in the grand finals, as Winter Bear are the ones leading this series.
Have you looked at Morphling? Watching him just, he looks like he's about to fight someone. He's just
Wailing.
He's got the wailing animation non-stop, even while he's attacking.
Shadow
Radiant's
boxing.
top tower is under attack.
Twice.
That's just how he walks down the street.
Gotcha.
Bad idea to throw into 3D view when he waveforms into the camera. Apologies for anybody there who's suffering from flickering lights hurting your soul.
Mid, we see a smoke, not a smoke actually, just Invis Clinks coming here looking for something with the coil.
Actually making something with the coil. They're gonna take down Kuroki, but they didn't get the kills they were looking for. But maybe the Centaur's gonna be the one to do it. Sharpshooter is loaded up at the back line, and it will connect onto the Clinks. Clinks gets deleted by Miracle. Kachal is too late for this one. Oh boy.
Yeah, they're going on to the Enchantress as well to try and burst them down, and look at the damage from the Morphling W again.
Still shadow boxing.
An absurd amount of damage. Looking at what he took there, just 450 from W itself. 2 right clicks and the counter damage on top. Goes down fast. Looked like a good start to the fight, but FBZ shows how tanky he is on that Centaur. Cloak of Flames, Eternal Shroud, Veil, BKB. Didn't even have to use his BKB in that fight.
Yeah, and it's getting easier as well for Nigma because even Sumail can happily soak up a coil because that means Morphling has more freedom in fights.
Yeah, tier 3 tower already gone, going now for the barracks. They can defend this without Clinks.
Yeah, 17 seconds for the Clinks to return. Mikey will try to do his best to poke the Morphling, but that's still 15 seconds on an Aegis, which they would like the fight as it's about to expire, but he's already long gone from that high ground. The Rax is secured, and Nigma finally having themselves an economy lead as a team, not just the individual Morphling at 25,000 net worth at 31 minutes.
Miracle's enormous this game. He's putting the game on his shoulders. He's saying, it's okay, I'll take care of this. And Sumail, while he's not looking that impressive stat-wise, perhaps 6-4 and 13 doesn't sound insane. He has been on point, at the right place at the right time, always setting up for these kills. And just Nigma looking a lot better than in game 1, where they didn't really make too many moves. Now we see them going in
it's
for
more the mind games than the actual numbers on the board. Yeah. Tormentor taken away, so they know where they are. Winterbear fully smoked up. Every ability is available.
Radiant's middle tower
Lynx also
is
just
under
freshly
attack.
uses the Death Pact, and now let's see what they can cause. Lowdown will show himself in the lane with the Eaglet on the ground. They got the Morphling Hex up, and that's the big kill. They've got it. Big streak, and it's for the Clinks as well. And the Storm Spirit almost dies too. Sumail barely gets out, bottle refilling himself as he jumps away. Mikey will get to push out the lane, but huge kills, and they finally found a way to finish that Morphling, and that was the Hex on the Mars.
Yeah, Kachal again delivering, been hyping up how this guy is really one of the star players for me and Winterbears. He's been playing really, really well. And again, looking for Hoodwink here. Not gonna find him, but yeah, this Hex is gonna do wonders. Even going for a refresher, just to have even more double BKB, double Arena, double Hex.
Radiant's middle tower
Very, very useful against the Storm and the Morphling here. He needs Lincolns. He immediately queues up the Lincolns on Morphling, by the way. He's like, no, screw that. That's no fun.
There goes their tier 2 tower. Can they get more? They would love to force a buyback off of the Morphling, but they don't have any abilities. Beautiful Bushwhack and Gleipnir. Holding them all stuck on the spot for a moment. Enchantress broken, but they're going to go for the next tier 2 tower. Ignore the high ground for now. That might be too much of a challenge.
Yeah, I don't think they should push high ground after that. They took quite a bit of damage from the initial nukes there. They do heal it up, but it's probably better to just play the map, try and fix top. There's a, what is that, six range creeps pushing. So quite a lot of golds coming in. Kachal is going to happily take that, work towards his refresher.
And Matthew has an Orchid on the Hoodwink now. He just finished it, so they also have a silence of their own now.
That's pretty good because Storm still has nothing defensively. Actually, no item. Yeah, I mean, Sanjinyasha, yes, or Sanjikaya is a soft defensive item.
Yep.
But if you get silenced, you're still not too happy as a Storm. You might get killed during that duration. So this is always a good item. I mean, the Bloodthorn is insanely good for Clinks. The damage output that you get with Bloodthorn is seriously insane.
Yeah, and having another item to pop the Lincolns off of the puck, and even one that is the same that they're using already, which is an Orchid on the Storm Spirit, having another Orchid in the team, then maybe the Hoodwink could pop it and Storm could actually use his own. Yeah,
that's true. I mean, this Hoodwink is getting pretty farmed. He's got 11,000 net worth. That said, though, the Techies is even bigger. Has that Lotus Orb to counter those multi-Yule Scepter or multi-Orchids. So. Yeah. I feel like they've itemized pretty well on the side of Winterbears to prepare for what they're fighting into. We might even see more solutions being built up. For now, Lowdown building towards a Hurricane Pike for himself, so getting some Force Staff could be useful as well here.
Taking a tiny pause, a little breather here for both ends. Nigma, they got themselves a big lead a while ago when they took those mid-racks, and their win probability was 90%, by the way. It has now dropped a little bit. Of course, win probability doesn't tell you the whole story, but there was fun numbers to discuss.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it looked very, very good for him after they took the mid-racks, but losing the Morphling in that fight, there was a fight where perhaps Centaur backed out a little bit too much, or Morphling was too far forward, whichever. You can't have Morphling on the front line, because then that disable can be detrimental to your team fight. He is closing in on Lincolns, though. 2.4k gold here. Just needs the ultimate orb, so 400 gold to farm, and then he's going to be super ready to take the fight again.
And a nice quick reaction as well. He's been killed once by the Hex, and he's already on it. So as he's finished all the other items that he needs, he farms super fast. He has 422 last hits already on this morph. So he can get these next items really quickly. And there we go. The Lincoln's is up. This up already. Some extra base stats. And most importantly, a protection versus the Hex.
Yeah. Soon about to break level 25 as well. So he can get the waveform cooldown talent if that's what he wants to go for. It's pretty popular. Most Morphlings take. But the 35 strength is also not a bad one. Get a ton of tankiness with that one. Especially with the butterfly he has already.
So really down to Winterbear. How do they how do they get more out of the Clinks? Of course, we talked about the Bloodthorn, but still actually has brown boots, so he never finished the power treads.
Yeah, I mean it's hard for him to get too much due to how his early game was shut down by the storm a lot. So I think he's doing the right thing. Meanwhile, look at the read here by Winterbear's, just seeing that okay, nobody's showing on the map. Let's shove in the lane.
The moment he shows himself in the lane, he's just deleted.
That's gonna be a buyback forced for sure. No way he can hold this. He's gotta use it. Gotta be just use the Rex.
They're waiting for people to come back into the base. Mikey's hoping he can hold them by himself, but that's not quite gonna work out. The silence is onto the Enchantress this time, and Mars is not buying back. Mikey still moving around with a reactive taser. Doesn't get a connection on it, and Nigma's just moving away. That's free racks.
Not just Rax, they're gonna get a free Roche as well, most likely, because how are you gonna contest it without that Hex, without the arena? So, not buying back gives up not only the lane of Rax, but also this Roche, because surely Nigma are gonna go and check it. It is up already.
Yeah. Even a nighttime Roche, so they get the cheese on top. And that cheese will be very handy versus all the burst Winterbear has. Like if Blinks uses his full set to try and kill, say, a Centaur, who can now place aggressively, he can pop the cheese for some extra heal. And he has an item slot for it too, because he can just move away the wand. Meanwhile, Matthew does go down, and the Stampede does come out a bit late, because he's already dead with it, but they do what they can.
Yeah. Nice pick off at least to get something, and they're posturing bottom to maybe set up a trap here for the Morphling.
It feels obvious, but he's gonna go for it anyway. Silenced up, and he does have the strength for it. BKB is also popped as well. So Miracle with that fresh Aegis. He'll get to keep it for a bit longer. NPC, he has his blink already broken. He can't get anywhere from the minefield, but Sumail is fighting back as well. Morphling silenced again by the Puck. Kachal coming into the arena, but he only has the Centaur as one disappears, and the Morphling Age is in peril, and they finally take it out. The cheese is still up on FBZ, and they've used everything on Winterbear, so they're trying to get away. And Chance is going to get hit by the stun. Arrow flying in, doesn't quite connect, as Mikey is patient with the phase shift. So Aegis burns, and they get out.
Nice quick hex there by Kachal as well on the Centaur as he jumped in, ready to protect his teammate, and they get out very cleanly. So smooth fighting for Winterbears, and Nigma sadly lose the main advantage from taking that Roche on there, getting rid of the Aegis, but they do have the cheese, still very useful in their team.
Yep.
We'll have to see if Sumail can find the big targets with his Vortex this game, as he has the Aghanim Scepter. See if you can get a big grab into a Centaur Stomp or something like that, or Bushwhack even.
Yeah, now the big items talking about this game, the Clinks Orchid coming up soon, has 4k gold, Mars for the refresher, a Aeon Disc Puck with a Parasma on its way soon. Kachal will walk into Matthew here. Actually gets the Hex off right above. The FBC's there for the stun. Here comes Mikey and Reality. So all three cores in the same area. Here comes the retaliation from Nigma as they got Sumail in the area. Stampede is popped as well. Kachal for the teleport away. And Mikey with the Trickster Cloak. He's able to get in hiding of the fog. And GC cuts the wave.
Yeah, they're not going to get any creep waves as they're cutting the mid, but I'm not sure I like this itemization, honestly, on Puck. Yeah, it keeps you safe, but I feel like he needs to have even more damage with how Clinks is so far behind the Morphling. Going for the Aeon Disc kind of sets back your timings.
Nigma now approaching through the bottom lane for a bit of a push out the lane at least. Maybe force Winterbear all the way back into base. Coil is still on cooldown. Exactly what they want to do, because this is basically pretty much a Mega Creeps push. Lodon is in between all of them. He's spotted. He's killed. Mikey is also here for the silence. Gotta be really careful about their positioning now. Jeezy, he's spotted as well. Lotus is himself to get rid of all the debuffs. Sumail's out of mana, still has a cheese. The arena coming through, but a nice stun from FBC at the same time. And there goes Kachal. He's gonna die, and he might even need to buy back. The Enchantress has already bought back, but Mars only now returning back into the fray. The melee ranks is halfway. Mikey with the coil, connecting onto 3. 2 snaps. Sumail, he can't get out. He realizes that I'm just gonna take the bullet for my team to try and escape as he is down, and the bushwhack will keep him at bay, but Kashal actually dodges it with that 4-step cast on him, and Matthew will drop, so they get 2 kills for their efforts, but 2 buybacks as well. Winterbear, the clock is ticking.
Yeah, nice little 4-step from Jisoo there, allowing the Mars to catch the Hoodwink as well, so they get 1 more kill, but double buyback there, and you know, their base is open now. Very dangerous position to be in. So threat is still on, and Nigma, they just need to stabilize, get the respawns. They didn't have to spend anything. We'll see if Winter Bears are able to force anything with the 40 seconds here. They're rushing down, of course. Roche isn't up. I don't think they have enough time to really push high ground. We see them kind of slow down and just go back and farm up items, get the tier 4 neutrals for everyone.
Yeah, the arena is still on cooldown as well. Mars is all the way in the top lane. Won't be able to benefit from that. I will allow Nigma to get the respawns back up and running. I'm going to continue to force out the pressure onto Winterbear. I mean, they are living on 2 buybacks at the moment, so technically, Nigma win a team fight, it could be over.
Yeah, it's close to that. So fighting in your own side of the map could be very dangerous. Enchantress, spotted by Centaur. Doesn't have detection, but Mirana is coming.
There's the stun.
Here's a storm.
Well, and there's the arrow. A combo they have used throughout this entire game. The Vortex arrow combo. Sumail and Kuro.
Yeah, Storm is coming. He's able to always join, you know, a good setup by FBZ just chasing down there, making sure the Enchantress is not running away by using the Shivas. And now they have a little bit of an opening here, as there's no buyback on Enchantress. 60 seconds. They can push bottom. They can have a 5v4 fight in the enemy base.
Yeah, they definitely could. But the thing is, Puck just hit level 25. Dream Coil Pierce's debuff immunity is the one that you're looking at, and he'll go for it. And also Clinks.
Blink to stop the Blink Dagger. Yeah. He has no real damage. I mean, he has 25 on Puck, but where's the damage items? Not the super late game Puck we're used to seeing.
Also, I looked at the Clinks that he's also close to 25. There's the Tar Bomb multi-shot.
Smoke coming through mid.
This is, again, they need to react to this fast. Manta comes out. Spear connects onto FBC. Was trying to stun Kachal. Kachal needs some help. He pops a refresher. Has another arena. Has to place it down before he dies. And FBC's inside of a miracle. He's on the edges of it. He's inside the wall, actually, right now. Can't really move anywhere. But they've done the job. It's Mega Creeps inside the base of Winterbear. And no Mars for 100 seconds on a dieback.
Yeah, they're going to back up again here, just solidify the game. There's a Tormentor pinged out by Sumail, so going to get his friends over, and they're going to steal that away. I think they're going to just choke out the map right now and not give any chance for a comeback. Do see them poking mid, looking for whatever they can get, but eyes on the prize. They're going to keep playing the area here for the Tormentor.
Yeah, Nigma can almost feel victory already. And I love how Hoodwink is also doing the same. Like, if we're in this kind of a situation, let's just pump up some more damage. Matthew for the Daedalus, and the Revenant's Brooch for Hoodwink, actually.
Yeah, I love it. Daedalus Brooch, that's his plan. I've seen the Brooch build on Hoodwink too. It's interesting. The downside is Acorn Shot is not nearly as good as Bulwark or Puck Coil. It can miss, and it has a lot of other downsides to it. It's very slow at bouncing around, but he's been doing work this game. I like his build. He's very high DPS build.
The God's Rebuke would have been really nice to see, like with the Brooch, but Mars did opt to go for the Hex build-up and the Refresher. So instead of damage, he looked for control that this Clinks could utilize. I guess with those couple kills, and they finished off the Bloodthorn now on the Clinks, he actually bought out, so there's no buyback on the Clinks if he dies.
Yeah.
One-trick pony.
Pretending to be an illusion here, looking for anything.
Guru's already dead. Okay. You know, somebody has to get rid of the wards. He'll play the team game.
Yeah, he got bursted pretty fast. They stepped on some mines and got blinked by a Puck.
Reality is on the edge of vision here. They see the Morphling. There is no gem, there's no sentries placed down, so they're also a bit afraid to commit that far. They know this game is on a knife's edge.
Yeah, at least they still have the gem as well on Nigma on the Storm. Didn't lose that. They moved it over from Kuro before.
Well, closing up on the crucial minutes of this game. This has been I have to say, this has been a very entertaining game too, considering how game 1 started and where we are right now. So the Nigma players definitely, they have definitely woken up. So if there was anything we mentioned about them in game number 1, I'm happy that this is turning out this way so we can get a really competitive best of 3 for the final spot as it's supposed to be. Good night, Enchantress.
Miracle. He stood there as a ward on the cliff for 45 seconds almost, I think, just waiting for someone to come by. And when loading came nearby, they get the easy kill. Now again, they could play a 5v4, look for picks here.
And you're constantly missing a hero on Winter Bear. Kachal could be the next one. Bonks at the same time as the Centaur jumps in.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, pushes him back so he actually misses the boot stun because of it.
Can be used up on the Morphling. Mikey will use the coil. Morphling will get stunned. Arena and the spear, double arena even, and the spears are available for Kachal, but can't quite keep up. It's just reality. He sees Kuroki, tries to snipe him, but not able to get the kill right away. FBC with a stun onto the Mars. Mars is silenced for a very long time and finally gets the arena off and has a refresher for a second, but he's gonna die. He won't get to do anything. Jeezy tries to blast off away, but this Morphling hits like an absolute, I wouldn't even say a truck, but like a juggernaut. And I'm not talking about the hero.
Just storming down Mikey, looking for whatever he can here, but the gem nearby.
The silence onto the puck, keeping him at bay. Miracle sieging the tier 4 tower to expose the Ancient. One last building to go. 4 versus 4. Kuro might be dead. Mikey actually goes for a very short orb there, and he's in a phase shift right in the middle of the enemy lines here. Gets to poke Miracle a bit, but Miracle, he's unfazed. He wants load on. He wants the Enchantress. He'll take it. He'll take what is yours. And now FBC with the blink stun. Backline onto reality. Ancient down to half HP. Jeezy with the initiation. Puck is also fighting for his life. They do save the Ancient for the time being. FBC is down. Jeezy will have to buy back. FBC coming into the buyback as well. Matthew is on the runaway. The coil is going to be connected onto the Morphling. And reality and Mikey both so cautious to jumping in. Marana, he's down to half. And Kuro could just die back on this one. But there we go. Reality deleted Miracle for the triple. And reality will get another kill from Sumail. Ultra kill already. Ancient exposed. The rampage. Give him the rampage. That's what we want. That's what we want to see. Reality, though, he will try to fend off this Morphling, but Morphling ends the game before the rampage goes through. So full on 48 minutes, and Nigma ties the series up, Waga.
Wow, they had to fight for that one, but they did so in a very good fashion. I think Nigma, they had a correct read on how to break down this Klink's gameplay in this game 2 here. They made some nice moves to stop the snowballing that Reality had in game 1. And even though we saw some nice moves by Winter Bears here as well, I think overall maybe itemization hurt them a little bit. That both Mikey and Kachal went for like control survivability builds. They didn't have any damage from anyone other than the Klinks, and Klinks struggled so much in that game that he can't really be relied upon to solo deal with the Morphling and the overarching threat of the Morph here.
And also how that translated into the gameplay. Like we said, Nigma was playing very retroactive. They were responding to all the aggression Winter Bear was sending their way, but they weren't committing to overly aggressive pushes or forcing those tier 1 towers. They were in a situation where they had tier 2 towers down, and they hadn't taken a single tier 1 on the map away from Winter Bear, but slowly but surely, they hit the Morphling timings, and that's where the engine really started to kick in. So they bided their time, and they made it work out.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, the key game plan seems to have been here, just Miracle. We're going to have him become big, have him become strong. And this is the second game in this qualifier, by the way, T-Panda, that we see Miracle get the ultra kill, but not the rampage, right at the end of a game. Give him the rampage. It's literally the meme guy. Give me the kill. Give me the XP.
Yeah, last time Kuro was the party pooper who spoiled that rampage as he took the last kill. He got the rightful tips for it. But this time, the Ancient gave in. So Nigma ties up the series 1-1, and we'll be back in a couple minutes for game number 3, which will be the last game of the day. We'll see you guys in just a couple minutes. And we return once again, ladies and gents. Welcome here to the Elite League MENA Closed Qualifiers, Day 2, and the last series and the last game of the day, but not of this entire qualifier, because the winner of this matchup will head over to the Grand Finals, whether it be Nigma Galaxy or Winter Bear, sitting in a tie situation. Of course, the loser still has a chance tomorrow at the lower bracket finals to pave their way through into the grand finals again. But honestly, I feel like we're watching a grand finals pair here, Waga. The way that we've seen now the best of the both two teams in this series, and maybe in the course of this qualifier. Of course, Nigma was very dominating yesterday, but showed that they have the fight in them, and they want to go into that grand final spot right away.
Yeah, I think both teams have definitely proven it so far, both with their previous series. I mean, both of them took an easy 2-0 victory in the first series, and here we're 1-1, currently tied up. Both teams showing that they have the ability to do what it takes. Nigma definitely didn't look too hot in game 1, but game 2, they seem to have really figured out Winter Bear, and that looked a bit devastating for Winter Bear's performance. They, tried over and over to do the Clink Skanks on the Miracle. Didn't really work. He just survived over and over again. And then almost looked like fear took over a little bit for some of the itemizations I was like going back to. I think the puck went very, very defensive with this item build, where I think against another team, had it not been these known names, I think he would have gone for more aggressive items. And, you can't let fear dominate your thoughts too much.
Yeah, an old saying in our Finnish Dota has always been never give in to fear. Don't let them get under your skin, the classics. I feel like that maybe was
fear
one
is the
where...
mind killer.
Yes, because you see an Aeon disc and you see a Link and like, what about this item? What about that item? And, you kind of put yourself in a position.
He did stay alive a lot, but the problem is that so did the enemy, right? Going for these items, you only think about, this is going to help me stay alive. And that's good, as long as you can still kill people very actively. And he did. He did kill the supports very easily, but who's going to kill the Storm? Who's going to kill the Morphling?
Meanwhile, Lowdown and just begging right next to you, save me. I don't have those items.
Yeah, exactly. Not everyone can survive, and then we saw the sort of the longevity of a fight for a Morphling. He can just keep going, whereas the Clinks, he's kind of a one-shot wonder in a fight. Puck, kind of similar with the coil trying to burst something, but Morphling just kept going. He's like, it doesn't matter, I'll keep fighting.
Radiant team pick.
As we're into the draft of game number 3, the decider, we are going to open things up with a Dragon Knight, as Nigma has actually... I think they shifted their bans a bit. Did we have a TB in the first phase before?
I don't think they banned it in first phase, did they? I didn't see them ban it. No, for sure not. DK was banned before.
Yeah, it was...
I don't have the draft up for first and second game now.
So they banned TB in game 2, but they didn't ban it in game 1. So
right, that's how it was.
That's what they were swapping around with, right? That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, the Dragon Knight, it's a very solid opening hero that they can put either on FBZ or Sumail. It's a hero that is very difficult to deal with in the current patch. So we'll see how Winter Bear want to react. Perhaps if they are going to be the ones to consider the Timbersaw, a hero that, we saw Sumail struggle a bit to have success with in the first game, but still a strong hero, strong option.
You're going to open up with the Gyrocopter this time, so something a little bit different here for Winter Bear. They did play this Gyrocopter in game 2 versus Gamax Saudi. And this was the... so it was Rain. So that was a mid-Gyro. Yeah, that was the mid-Gyrocopter with 5-0-15 scoreline. They put that because of the Husker, which was last picked then by Gamax Saudi. But I think this might be a little bit different.
Wait, mid? No, it wasn't mid.
Oh, it was safe lane. Sorry, I was mixing them.
Yeah, safe.
5 seconds
My bad.
remaining.
Yeah,
Thank you
so
for the correction, Waga.
Probably going back for a more solid core role here. Trying to stray away a bit. Not gonna go for the Clinks as likely here in the next game. Also, Gyro is one of those safe laners who can go up against Dragon Knights if DK is offlane and be quite fine. You have so much magic damage coming out from the Rocket Barrage. So it's very possible that this is to deter the offlane DK and kind of shove it towards the mid, sort of lock down the flex potential of the hero into mid lane, and then get a favorable mid matchup for Mikey for once, perhaps.
Yeah,
5 seconds
they'd love to have
remaining.
that, wouldn't
Radiant
they? I mean, Mikey
team
had
pick.
his first
Dire
pick 2 games in a row, so maybe now they're setting Mikey up for success. The good correction there with I don't know why I was talking about Gyro mid there for a second, but Gyro Ench was
I
their
was
safe
hyped
lane
for it.
duo.
It
Yeah.
sounds fun, man. I want to see it. But yeah, we see Techies Mirana come out from
10
Nigma here. I
seconds
mean,
remaining.
the Mirana worked out really well in the first game. Kuro got some really
5
great arrow
seconds
there
remaining.
over on the puck in an early team fight that sort of decided the tempo of the game almost.
Mhm.
So we'll see if it works out again for them.
Unfortunate for Winter Bears, they cannot get at least one of their heroes in this draft. Maybe not even 2 because Primal Beast is in the pool. They had the Tiny Rubik offlane. Tiny has been first face banned by Nigma Galaxy a couple times now already, seeing his performances there. So they'll opt for a Brewmaster instead. And also, do you think this is a support or a core Brewmaster? Because very rarely do you get to see like a 4 or 5 Brewmaster. But since you already have the Ench for Lowdown, I'm not sure if Jeezy wants to play it. Maybe Kachal just instantly locks this in for the offlane.
I think it's Kachal's hero. I would assume
5
so.
seconds
But
remaining.
if anything, you maybe put it towards... I mean, you could pause 5 it with the gyrocopter, but it's really not meta right now to do with Brewmaster.
Yeah.
I think it's just the pause 3, and they're feeling confident that, it's a good hero against Dragonite. You get Dispel against the Manta Illusions. You can lift him up and try and focus the rest of the team and just disable the Dragonite impact in the team fight. They're going to go with Rubik as well, so... Not too bad amount of spells here to steal. Some fantastic stuff. The spells from Dragonite are pretty great.
And still a comfortable draft for them, since these are heroes that they have already played in this tournament with a victory. So only the Tiny changes into the Brewmaster. And we're going to see a Miracle Morphling yet again.
I mean, he's against the gyrocopter, so he's happy to be Morph, I guess. You can get the Flak Cannon, always amazing, and even better so against Brewmaster, actually. This is a nice little thing. He can maybe turn into Gyro and then use that to kill off the Brewmaster and maybe any Enchantress summons as well.
Yeah, that can definitely help. The funny thing is, the last game I cast a Gyro Morphling, I think it was at the start of this week, Gyrocopter won. And Morphling barely got to use Flak Cannon, but I know Miracle sees an opportunity to finally get that Rampage, so he'll love to use that Gyrocopter against him.
At the end of the day, it's gonna happen, right? Sooner or later. He's been so close twice now.
Yeah.
And respect bans over to some Sumail heroes here, Puck and Storm. I think it's a wise move to not let that man have Storm again. It's, it's just his signature hero. He knows his ins and outs better than anyone on Storm, and he showed greatly how he could, read the map in the first game and punish things with the mobility that he has.
5 seconds remaining.
Nigma, they banned out the Huskar, so getting ready to get rid of some cheese stuff here for laning stage.
Is there a Pango looming in this draft?
Yeah, I think Pango is still untouched here. So that's what's looking to be a pretty good hero for Winter Bear. Could also be a hero for Nigma, honestly. If they want a hero to put towards mid and still do the offlane DK. I think DK would perhaps be better as a mid though, but we'll see. We'll see what they want to do.
Yeah. Have to wait for the matchups to show. At least Nigma will have to reveal their cards first. That will also tell us where this Mirana is going, because if we know Sumail, he could also put that into the mid lane. And
he could.
Last pick a support.
He could, but I feel like it's always just support Mirana nowadays. The support Mirana with earn builds.
I'm hopeful, Vaga.
Yeah, I mean, I hope we get a Sumail Mirana. That would hype me up a lot. Getting to see some core Mirana gameplay, but it's not something that a lot of core players are doing right now. Winter Bears, I'm wondering what they're thinking of for Mikey here in this game. Last hero is going to be Odie is the ban out for Nigma.
Pretty well thought out ban.
And Pango, like Pango. You said, you called it T-Panda.
Well, so if you have Pango up against you now, that is very likely our Sumail Pango mid. So Winter Bear, what is there left really? There's a lot of silences and other matchups basically taken away. Primal Beast.
Go TA? Gotta go TA here.
5 seconds.
Can you primal this game? Because techies and DK are annoying. You need like BKBs and stuff for this game, but you could counter the Pango with it.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's a high action hero. I still think having some other damage, like right-click damage dealer other than the Jarrow for the grouping could be nice. You have so much team fight control from the Brew alone. That's why I feel like you could definitely run a TA on the mid here, but maybe they have a different idea. You could still go for quite a few heroes. Queen is not bad
Viper?
either.
You could counter the DK with a Viper at least.
Yeah, it's okay, but I feel like Viper would fall into the game just progressing to a later stage where Morph, Pango, and DK scale really well, and Viper it can scale, but it's tricky, right? Winning laning stage is one thing, but having a good mid to late game can be hard.
Also, the Ember Spirit was left in the pool, but the matchup isn't fantastic, so they're going to think outside the box, and it's going to be a Necrophos for Mikey.
Okay. I mean, that is a hero that lanes well against Pango, deals with Morphling really well, and the DK. So that's a very, very interesting pick. Didn't expect that to be a hero that Mikey wanted to play here as well, but yeah, that's not a bad read here. We will see how it's gonna play out for them, and if he can get online early and have those travels and join on the side lane a lot to push. It gives them really nice push combos. Eng for the creep, Brewmaster for the split, and then Necro for the healing and sustain.
Yeah, I was looking up Mikey Necrophos here, and he hasn't actually played it a lot. Just a couple matches in his pubs with two very different builds. He's had a match with a Dagon, and another with like Sanj and Yasha Radiance, and he actually had a he had a Halberd Radiance build up. So I guess that's really dependent on the matchups you're going up against. So
yeah, Necro has the ability to itemize pretty flexibly depending on what you're against, but I would say Sanj is in a very good place in general. So either going for a Kaya Sanj or a Halberd feels very good right now. And on top of that, I still think Necro is all about mobility. So for me personally, mid Necro, if you don't go to travels, you're just gonna have a bad time. Like you can try with face boots, but ideally you want to travels.
Yeah, boots of travels is what you want to start off with. Get that sub 10 minutes if possible. Usually like 7-8 minutes timing would be optimal to pick that one up and get that presence around the map. You have a good answer to the DK. You have a way of locking down the Morphling. Are you going to get early stacks with it? You know, you do get that passive HP and mono regen for every kill that you get. Will be nice to rack those ones up, but well,
you know,
yeah,
that one I feel they should make it retroactive scaling. Why does Dunk have retroactive scaling? You know, Legion has her shard retroactively give kills bonus. Why doesn't this work? Tidehunter
has the Kraken shell retroactively adding as well, which is kind of weird.
Flesh Heap works fully retroactively. Poor Necro. Because getting 2 HP regen and 1 mana regen for a 110-second ulti kill, it's really not that much of a reward.
Yeah, it's definitely not huge. And it also falls off, like, if you don't get those early stacks to get, like, massive HP pump. If you get, like, these late kills.
Yeah, unlike armor on Axe ulti, which would give you a lot. Nice D-ward here. Being found by Nigma as they went up, of course.
Yeah, that will come at the cost of their own orbs, so they'll quickly deward it.
Yeah, not gonna leave it to be dewarded by their opponents. Control for the runes. Looks like we're gonna have top runes being contested heavily by Winter Bears. As Kachal trying to be sneaky bottom. Might 1v1 the Morph for the rune here. A little bit late for it though.
Yeah.
Didn't go in.
It's not gonna be successful in getting there in time, so... Bounties split 2 for 2. And
that's what we want to see. A fair fight. A clean fight, T-Panda.
Yep, an honest fight.
Yeah, that's why they banned Huskar as well. It's an honest fight.
Good call. Looking at the DK wanting to go double Bracer early on, so FBC just focusing on the stat-wise side. Knows he's going to go up against a lot of harass. Wants to be able to stay in this lane for as long as possible, because as you can see, Reality is just going straight at it. Like, screw the creeps.
Nice play. The one melee creep actually de-aggroing though is a little bit annoying for them, but yeah, they get the last hit, they get the deny. Great harassment over on the Dragon Knight immediately here, utilizing the Rocket Barrage level 1. I mean, that is basically the reason why Jarrow carry is pretty good now again, because Rocket Barrage is so extremely buffed. It's 240 damage on level 1. Yep. Like, that's absurd.
Dire's courier has been
pretty
killed.
sick amounts of damage to apply, and this Breathe Fire does nothing against magical.
Yeah. doesn't reduce the incoming damage.
Imagine if Breathe Fire would also affect your.
Don't give Ice Frog ideas, please. Dragon Knight is already haunting my dreams with the Aghanim Scepter and Manta style.
Yeah, that thing is gonna really hit the nerf hammer. I mean, it's just ridiculously good.
Yeah, it's very strong. It did get nerfed a little bit, but still incredibly powerful when you get there.
Yeah,
I found that TP Reflection is a very good counter against it, though.
It
You
is.
get the
It
AoE
is
damage,
actually. Yeah.
AoE apply of the DK breath on the enemy.
Yeah, especially if they happen to be anywhere nearby each other's, because like even before when it used to be 60% movement slow and that hits you once, it's like yeah, GG.
Yeah. So we have the classic early game pause, this time coming out from Winter Bears. Previously it was Nigma.
Yep.
Now Winter Bears, they need the early game pause here. Mikey, gonna go for a reconnect. Hopefully gonna get back into the game and without lag issues have a nice laning stage here.
Yeah, we gotta hope for the best that the servers stay intact for this particular game. We've had a lot of pauses in these last few days, but this one seems to be a pretty short one, as it's a go try.
Yeah, going immediately.
Do you remember anything from your player career when you needed to call for a pause in your team by one of your players, and of course you write lag or whatever, but you know, like the most weirdest pause reason or something?
The weirdest pause. Oh yeah, we can take that after this top kill attempt. They're gonna get the first blood from the techies.
Great timing for a segue talk.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, not usually during a match or something, but I've had, yeah, in the past, people have had to be late for scrims for the weirdest reasons. Just strange lives in general. It's like I had to return a wallet to someone that I somehow ended up with his wallet after we met at a party. It's like,
Okay.
now you have to do it right at our scrim. It's like, yeah, he's only in town for 2 days. It's like, okay.
Yeah, he's gonna need it back. There was one official. This was in DPC, either 22 or 21. I think it was 22 when we were doing North America, and they called the pause. They wrote the pause reason, and we just giggled at it because the funny thing is, yeah, I think the player got a warning or a fine for writing that in chat because pause reason, dealer at door.
Okay. Yeah, that's. He just meant the fruit dealer, of course.
Yeah, of course. You know, the food court.
Yeah, food court is here. It's a language barrier thing.
Yeah. But he was given a warning for it.
Yeah, probably can't get away with saying that.
But players always they always write lag. Just for the viewers out there, it's a known secret, but some of you don't know. Whatever the reason is, it's always lag or DC or Kale or FPS.
Are you
or
saying
Mike.
they would lie?
No.
That's some serious accusation here, T-Panda.
Nope. Never said anything. I just say it as it is. It's always lag, Mike, or FPS. Trust me on
That's
it.
very true.
Meanwhile, a Miracle does get his first kill as well in the bottom lane. As we're now tied 1-1. Matthew was killed before in the previous conversation. That was for Lodine's Enchantress. So not the best hero to have first blood on, but you'll take it at that point. It's the laning stage after all.
Chal is having a hard time here on bottom lane now as well after losing his support at first. Oh, I say that. They
No
throw-
leaps.
throw
10
back
sticks.
curl.
Tries to deny. Oh, the small centaurs. Yeah, he's got it. Walk back in. The big centaur, however, is interrupting Miracle here a bit, but he is still dealing some nasty hits on Kachal. 2 evades in a row. FBC goes down to reality. So I feel like DK is maybe even in a more worse situation than the Brewmaster is.
Do you know why he's a carry? Reality?
Huh?
Because reality hits hard.
Yeah, reality definitely hits hard, but he's not gonna dive under the tower.
I appreciate you appreciating that shit joke. Alright, bottom, they're trying to do a pull here, but looks like maybe not going to be able to as Miracle already back to the lane. This adaptive spam is slowly getting to Kachal.
Well, I haven't really looked at this mid lane, but it's tied between Sumail and Mikey. Experience-wise, CS-wise.
So far, really well played by Sumail. It's not a very easy matchup, but he's done a lot of shenanigans, as you see now, the creep pulling. That's also why Mikey is pulling the creeps and going jungling with them. He did lose his banner creep there, though, missed the last hit, so unfortunate.
But making good progress through the boots of travel. Halfway to it now, so he'll get that extra mobility.
Got ulti ready, so he's looking for any way he can engage as well with that level 6.
It would be nice to use maybe with Reality, because they see a lot of kill potential in this top lane, with Gyro and the Ench both sharing a kill from this lane. Matthew is there to secure the rune, but Mikey's the lucky one here. He's the one who picks it up. No bottle full here for him, though, but Pango being a bottle user, at least it's technically denied a rune from him.
It is. It's, you know, not the most impactful rune as well, getting in the Illu, but he's making use of it, scouting a bit, and checking out what the enemy are up to. Gonna send one down bottom as well, just, you know, making Miracle think twice if it's the real one.
Yep. Burn 60 mana for it. Has picked up the 6-minute Lotus rune on the Morphling, so he'll get his mana refilled back up.
Big story of this game really is how Dragon Knight is not having a very good game at all. Now Pango coming in though.
It could turn with this rotation. Sumail is here. Ench, nowhere to run. Just too many slows to deal with there.
Precious bounty.
Will be Sumail. Very easy rotation, you could say. He teleported in for a Rolling Thunder, gets to cancel it for the kill, and already walking back.
Yeah, he's happy to take the kill at least and get something back towards mid, working on his Diffu. Has the mana boots already, of course.
Yep. And also 700 gold ahead of this Necrophos, so a very good start for Sumail.
Yeah, he's played the lane really, really well. The creep manipulation has been good. But once the Necro gets his travels, we'll probably see him look towards making a side lane rotation as well. Until then, kind of a quiet game for him.
We haven't really seen Reality play these scaling carries, so I wonder if they can play the same type of aggression while still hitting his item timings, because that last game Flinks just fell off way too early.
Yeah, he did. Well, it's a good lane for doing it. The Enchantress and Gyro, you know, you can play very, very aggressively. It's how they played it so far. And looks like he's going to go for the Maelstrom build-up instead of the Crystallis that we saw from Miracle last game. I actually think Maelstrom might be better nowadays. Maelstrom is so good on every single carry ever since the gloves were implemented into the build. Yeah,
and really good versus Morphling. And in general, when you think about a patch where armor items are so easy to get, so cheap to get in such multitude.
Again.
Ench is really taking the brunt of the hate here. FBZ will get this kill, so a much needed network for him as well to push him forward. But yeah, talking about like literally an armor patch, I would have thought that Maelstrom would be way popular on other cores.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is almost, you know, I would say most carry heroes do tend to go for it. It's very, very common overall. But there are, of course, exceptions. Like in this game, Morphling has no interest in it, right? He's going to go for his Manta-style rush, as per usual.
Waiting for the Mjolnir morph meta.
Oh god, that's when you know it's gone too far. If Morphling goes for it, then something has to be wrong.
Yeah.
But I mean, TA is even going for it, so I think something is wrong already.
Yeah, so something's up with that. And the thing is, it's a good build, the Mjolnir TA.
It is, yeah, it's very nice. I mean,
ever since you approved it, I've been playing it a couple times. I like it.
I've got like 30 games on it, and already we see a nice return kill here for Kuroki, getting GC down. Yeah. By the help of Sumail, of course. Sumail going top as well.
Yeah, the first DK farm used, so they quickly zone out the gyrocopter. Won't get to use it to hit the tower, so same issues for Nigma arising, that they just don't get to hit these T1s early.
Matthew was faking the deny like 4 times. He's like, can I deny it? Can I deny it? And they decided don't want to deny it. And I think it's the correct play to keep this here as a bait for someone to come in. But Ench is just gonna send that creep, so maybe now DK does bring it down. Yeah.
Top tower has been denied.
Well, we're waiting for a multitude of items to be finished on all ends, so maybe we'll see some small, minor skirmishes happen here and there, but I think there's like 7 to 8 players right now who are like, I'm rather interested in hitting creeps.
Yeah, Necro is clearing up a big stack. Gonna head back to the mid lane now as well. He's got his travels and 1,000 gold to go, building towards the Yule Scepter. Gonna be quite useful for him in this game as well. Get more move speed and also a way to sort of dodge or dispel things for himself.
Yeah, and both supports sitting in mid lane as the mid laners themselves are missing. They're just soaking up experience. Techies was 4. Rubik wants to get towards level 6. So whenever there's a moment that they're just hitting creeps somewhere else on the map, they will always get that free experience for themselves. Maybe a couple juicy last hits the supports rarely get to see. And we're again paused.
Reality is only 400 gold away now, or 350 away from his Maelstrom, so that's going to be his farm steroid. I mean, the big story so far in this game, I feel, is that Sumail is having a very good entry to the game, and once he has the Diffu, he's going to be a real powerhouse. We've yet to see Winterbear sort of make a big move. Their mid hasn't involved himself in anything, and Kachal has the ulti, but we haven't seen him get to use it yet, as Morphling, of course, doesn't really care that much. He could always just waveform away and stay safe.
Yeah, and you talked about the rough lane for Kachal as well. This Brewmaster, he's going to start to lag behind with that Radiance timing. Doesn't really get to use his split for kills either, which he's gonna feel a bit disappointed about, because once you hit level 6, level 7, you'd like to use it on an easy support kill, say CM, Disruptor, any of those, but you're going up against the Techies and the Marana, both very elusive and difficult to get to.
And they're not even playing his lane. They left his lane with the supports. So the moment he hit level 6, it's pretty much just been him against Miracle down here. And Miracle is completely happy with that trade because he's just, you know, farming freely as a carry, which is a good time for him.
Yeah, the arrow from Kuro into the mid lane doesn't quite destroy the catapult, so Jeezy has the push going on. The Satyr is also there to help out with some extra poke on the tower.
Stolen blast off for GC on his Rubik node, so he has a little bit of initiation.
Also changed the skill build a bit as well, because usually you see 302 on Techies, but instead it's a level 1 blast off now.
Yeah.
Not the highest of damage to steal. Still
reactive taser is pretty nice to have the ability to stop the enemy from hitting you, and the movement speed. Speed is so good.
Yeah, the speed is great.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Detouring a bit from the traditional 302 build.
Yeah, for sure. You see Necro now taking over the top area, so he's gonna try and hold the Dragon Knights, but Sumail and Kuro smoking up here, looking for whatever they can find. Is it gonna be Jeezy?
I feel like it is. Jeezy's been living in this mid lane, and now he steals a level 3 bomb. Gets to not throw it down. He's already deleted. That's the defusal reveal.
He gets to respawn.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower
come back
is
to the
under
mid lane.
attack.
Gonna take the shield rune, and meanwhile we see Reality playing that scaling carry. You know, he's got the Maelstrom and he's farming up the stacks. The ancient stack has been prepared. Meanwhile, though, top tower is falling to the Dragon Knights, sort of inevitable that is gonna happen. Bottom tower still being held pretty healthy here by Nigma, as it's full HP. Kachal yet to do any real damage.
Precious bummer.
Yeah, Nigma have a small net worth lead being built up here as well, considering how well that lane did go for Sumail. Jeezy does actually get the swashbuckle. Arrow flying in, though. Will barely miss, but the Necro ulti. Oh, it's not enough for a kill. There go your stacks. He was hoping to get it. The swashbuckle kill.
What a stylish kill by GC. And he baited that one for sure. He did miss out on the permanent scaling on Necro, so he's gonna desperately miss that 2 HP region and 1 mana
yes,
region.
he will.
Yeah. We'll see if he would have lived to that, you know, in the future. Keep an eye out for the difference it could have made.
But hey, Dota is a game of small things, right?
It is.
But not that small.
This is too small. Kachal working on Radiance, by the way, on his Brewmaster. Still 2,300 gold. He is slowly building up.
But he's so far behind in farm. Like, every time he showed up here, he's been shoved away. Now at least he gets to poke Miracle back and take over the lane for a bit. But there's Matthew here as well, ready to turn in for a fight with Blast Off, mines available. And Gyro took all the stacks. Rubik took, the Necro took the rest of the stacks, and all the jungle camps are taken by them, so there's nothing for this Brew to farm except the lane. So he's just basically just been sitting behind the tower, or he's been making stacks for his buddies, walking back to farm another lane. This Radiance is going to take forever to finish.
Yeah, it's very, very slow. And meanwhile, Dragon Knight, his counterpart, already has Mage Slayer, going for Blink next, so didn't rush Blink first item. But yeah, we see Brewmaster now kind of lashing out at the Morphling, trying to push bottom. Mid, GZ, swashbuckling away.
Oh, the arrow almost connects again. Sumail with another. This time he's got it. Long range kill.
Radiant's bottom
And he's got the
tower
Lance
is
on
under
pursuit
attack.
too.
What need have I to envisage? Oh,
Actually, maybe he could have lived on Rubik if he turned around.
If he turned around, yeah, maybe he did.
I mean, it is pretty big. It's 60 damage difference total if you turn around there. And it was pretty close that he lived.
But at least they secure the bottom tower while they lose their mid T1. So all things accounted for. The Necrophos who has been farming. It was a 2k lead for Nigma. Now it's around 1k, maybe a bit above that. But still, Winter Bear is actively farming on all of their heroes.
Yeah, but the tower lasted is pretty important as well for the Brewmaster there. Getting that tower, you know, helps him get towards his relic. He has that sent out now. That's going to ramp up his farming speed a lot. It's basically like doubling his damage.
Yeah.
Mid we see some Dark Troll Summoner trying to take down the tower. This is really a slow game compared to the pace of the first and second game.
Or even the series in general, just much slower to the first one, where the tempo has just basically grinded to a halt.
Yeah, it has. But I think this favors Nigma a lot more. Yes, you have Gyro getting big, and yes, you have like there's Radiance coming up, but I don't really see the impact of this mid Necro yet as much as the mid Pango. And I don't think Necro is as happy going late game as this Morph, DK, Pango, Tricore, right? They're very, very good at scaling into mid-late game.
Yeah, and also with Nigma getting those early towers is a difference already to the previous two games where they had slow push. They weren't really even interested in pushing at all. Now they have some map control to play with, but also at the same time kind of dropping this Necro out of the game because he doesn't get the fight.
Sumail is back again with a smoke, this time with the Invis as well. They're
Mage
sneaking
Slayer. Slayer of Enchantresses. And number 3 for Lodine.
I think coming in for Dragon Knight as well, so they could look for more here potentially. But every single hero of Winter Bears reacted to that. And they're not going to get anything, so big reactions. Now running towards mid. And again, Nigma are just playing the map a little bit cleaner, getting a lot of farm for themselves.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
10 kills in 16 minutes, so we're dropping to very low numbers.
Yeah, but it's a different type of game. It's not as hectic, but they're, you know, trying to play a little bit more planned out game.
Playing for the final spot, getting to skip a series in between.
Yeah,
You can spend that time on playing pubs instead of an official.
You see mid, Tech is just defending the mid tower. Nigma trying to hold on to the balance of the towers. They did lose bottom tower, but mid tower is still standing for them. That's the imbalance here. But Reality swinging in. I think they're going to try and commit for this tower. Maybe?
It does feel like it that they want to get something done.
Yeah.
If they're stacking up
This is
like
the
this,
timing.
this can only mean one thing.
This is the timing. They're going to try and go. They have Brewmaster ulti. They have Gyrocopter here. They don't have Aghanims, but doesn't matter. They want to make something happen.
Duels
now.
and Radiance are the items that they have. Mines are there.
Okay. Shell can
Radiant's
tank
middle
them.
tower is under attack.
And there's also a ward right on top of him, so Nigma's
Like a
ready.
miracle behind
Radiant's
them.
middle
Yeah,
tower
they're in a
is under
they're gonna get pincered in a moment here. Brewmaster would love to get his split off, but he's gonna get stun locked as Sumail shows up as well. Jeez, he could be the second one to drop as well. Sumail's looking for the connection, and finally does with a swashbuckle and a very early Necro ulti from Mikey. Does absolutely nothing to Kuro, and Miracle gets away. Reality is still gonna be fighting at the low ground. Lodine, the next one to drop. Make it 3 for Nigma. And they're going to look for a 4th as well with the Gyrocopter. Caught for the DK stun and burnt. And so many dots on top of him. So many debuffs that Reality just can't handle.
Yeah, they had a great ward planted there by Kuroki a while back. It's an old ward, and it did its job right there, showing them the Brewmaster, and they realized on Nigma, if they just burst Brew from full HP, then that fight is super easy for them. And they have the chain stuns to do it. The blink on DK allowed them to initiate, so they took the fight in a very convincing fashion because of that. And dangers for Winter Bears, you know, they went really deep. The farther you go into enemy territory, the bigger chance you're standing on a ward or passed by a ward.
They're also gonna miss out on Miracle. They're heading straight back to the mid lane. Try to establish control over the area once again. Try to maybe get a bit of a push going, even if there is no tower to take.
Yeah, I mean, they still have the Brewmaster ulti, so they can definitely still go for fighting. They don't have any reason to slow down the game, and right now they're still being outfarmed. This Dragon Knight is just doing some really nasty stuff to him.
And now Sumail has an AdoNis up on this Pangolier. Just brought fresh from the courier. 20 minutes in. This is some pretty sick Pango network that I've seen in the last few weeks of Dota.
Yeah,
Kachal.
and that's with him being active.
There's the stun from FBZ. Instantly arrow to follow it up, and the Rolling Thunder and the Blast Off stacking everything and making sure that they can get the kill on the Brew, again preventing him from getting that ulti off.
Yeah, beautiful. Really, really nicely comboed there. Getting the blink stun, and we see the value that DK provides with just the blink dagger. That's why you can go for all these other farming items now with the Mage Slayer, going for the Manta, and we know what's coming. That AdoNis, it's going to be a power spike later on that's going to be very hard to deal with.
Yeah.
And Brewmaster just falling flat in this game 2 times now, trying to engage into a fight and just not finding it at all.
His item progress isn't moving anywhere with these 2 back-to-back deaths, dying first in the fight. So nobody even dies on the side of Nigma while he's alive to get a bit of extra assist gold even.
Yeah, I mean, they have some saving item now. They have the Pavis at least to try and help him. Maybe with a Glimmer Cape as well. They can try and prevent him from getting bursted like this. But this is really problematic. That's the only way they can take a fight is by him casting his ulti. Tormentor being taken by Nigma.
Just the 3 of them here with FBC, Matthew, and Kuro. Again, it's taking a bit of time, but they got it.
Yeah. Get the shard for the Mirana. The shard everyone loves to hate.
And also a swap on the other side of the map for Winter Bear.
Yeah, go for their own Tormentor. They have a lot of sustain and heal in this Tormentor take. Enchantress and Necro.
Rubik, maybe?
Rubik shard. That's a good one to get. Always nice. Any game that you play.
Kachal, he sees Matthews here. And he places a mine down because they're already suspecting maybe if we get these early mines out, we can get some Roche info. But Kachal, he is already there.
Yeah, moves coming down bottom here. Miracle getting close to that Kanda.
Invisibility.
I don't think this Brew can use any other form except the Void Brawler. The status resistance is really something he absolutely needs because he's getting killed by these stuns over and over again.
For fights, yeah, he needs to stay in the brawler, Void Brawler, and get the status rest.
Because otherwise, you'd love to be like in red form, poke them a bit if you get hit by abilities. Maybe Earth, yeah.
Earth could be decent just to stay alive. The armor and magic resistance could serve the same purpose. But yeah, we see actually a quick Roche attempt by Nigma here.
It's just going to be an attempt. I feel like they can actually do it because Roche is already down a halfway. They're way through the jungle on the side of Winter Bear. They might not make it in time. This is going to be super crucial. Kuro, he's in the right place to pop the smokes as well. So they're going to lose the movement speed from those smokes if he stands in there. But this Roche has fallen. A quick turnaround, but the smokes have popped. And Necrophos doesn't really have much of an option except to go straight in. Meanwhile, they've got the Brewmaster already stunned here. Reality is going to try and do as much as he can. They've lost Kuro, so 5 versus 4. Techies is dropping as well. Necro ulti onto FBZ. FBZ low on HP. Miracle thrown into the air. They're going to take another kill. And Winter Bear are fighting through it, surviving through it. Sumail to drop as well. And Winter Bear, despite getting a complete late arrival to the Roche pit, are able to win that fight and get some life into this team because they've been on the receiving end this game.
That was beautiful for them. Good, confident initiation there by Mikey, and I think it caught Nigma off guard. I don't think they expected him to still go. They were like, yep, we got the Roche, and we're going to get out cleanly, and then the aggression comes in. Good wraparound by Kachal this time, going from behind, so they didn't get to synergize their spells to try and burst Kachal before he ultied, and we see the difference it makes. When he casts that ulti versus when he has been just bursted immediately. Suddenly they can take the fight. And even the Pango didn't really have that much impact against all the healing from Necro and the Enchantress. Yeah. They kind of kept each other alive.
Yeah, and with that fight going the way that it did, Brewmaster, for the first time, gets to live throughout a fight. He finished a Midas, and he's almost got a shard ready.
Yeah, it's the comeback Midas after the Radiance, going back for it. Yeah. yeah, the shard is gonna help as well to try and be more impactful around that ulti, since it gives that massive duration increase, 12 seconds longer.
Now they also kill off Matthew right in front of the tier 2 tower, so even with the Aegis up on the Morphling, it is a bit of a farming Aegis in a way. You can definitely fight with it if Nigma wants to look for a battle. But this bottom tier 2 tower at least poked early here by Winterbear because they knew that they could.
Yeah, and I mean, this is more than just a poke. Leaving the Dark Troll Summoner, it does so much damage over time here, and with a bit of micro, you can like almost expect the tower to go down. That's why you see FBZ come in here to actually bring down the Dark Troll, because otherwise you lose your tower. Top lane, Miracle. Right for the TP out, but that's gonna get cancelled.
Extra ulti cancels it, and the Aegis is gone, but this is gonna take a bit to try and kill him again. Here comes Cheesy with the stolen blast off. He misses the timing on it. A bit too early. Lifts himself onto the Morphling, and there's no backup coming in, so this is a huge kill.
4 seconds, 2 second waveform, not gonna be in time. Amazing pick off there for them. Not only that, but he also did use TP before, so gonna have to walk of shame to somewhere when he respawns.
And Necro, he got his first stack for killing the Aegis.
Yeah, exactly. Finally got a stack. He waited until he had level 3. Ah, he didn't want the 2 HP region. He didn't want
absolute value. Meanwhile, Techies is thrown into the air. Gets the blast off away, even though he got pushed back by the Void Remnant, but still, the Master on top of him, the disarm might take a bit longer for him to kill him, and reality there for the kill. And actually, they stole the reactive taser.
Yeah, that's a good one. With the shard, I think this reactive taser can do a great job. Oh, actually, there's an interaction that's really funny here. If he reactive tasers, then Pango could kill himself very fast on it. But you might not see that. Chain stun. Hold up the DP on Gyro.
Avis. Difference between life and death right now, and Enchantress is the one that they're going to focus in the end, so Gyro gets away.
Yeah. And he gave up the reactive taser. Would have been fun to see, though. The swashbuckle triggers on every single hit, by the way, for taser. So you take 300 damage.
300 per swashbuckle hit. Oh,
per hit. So yeah, 1200 damage, 1500 if you do the swash through trick. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage, yeah.
I've seen someone get really confused by that one.
Because I've noticed that there used to be an interaction. Not sure if it's been fixed already, but you could get 2 tasers at the same time.
Oh, I have not seen it.
If you time it right, you can get 2 procs at the cost of 1.
Oh, I see.
Middle tower is under attack.
But I'm not sure how it entirely works. But it's somehow linked with the shard.
I see. Well, yeah.
Fogged or something. I think Fogged mentioned something about it. Yeah, I might have to check up on him about it.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that mechanic. Haven't messed around with it. We see Lowdyne getting some value out of the enchant here. Always good to have against Dragon Knights, being able to take his illusions away.
Oh yeah, that's always good, yeah. 1 less.
Bottom tower slowly gonna start falling here to these creeps. Still staying alive for now.
Dire's structures are fortified.
The siege up top is happening.
Tower is under attack.
I'm still applying that debuff from the dragon, even if it doesn't hit for a lot of damage. That debuff goes through full damage. Smoke on the low ground with that DK illusion in the front. That smoke will pop. Kuro will quickly leap to the low ground.
Yeah, we see Brewmaster still on Kuro here. He has leaps though. He's been slowed up. No more leaps charges.
Yep, there's the...
I think he's in trouble here.
A heavy slow and a quick crit to the face by Kachal.
Wisdom Rune. Miracle wants it. Not gonna get it though.
The creeps are so far away in that top lane, so they also recognize that we can't really stick around here forever. Gotta push another lane if we want to get an objective with that kill we just got off of the Mirana. But you have to say, Winterbear, they must be feeling that they're in a very kind of like, they're in a fighting position because of how that Roche fight went. We would have been otherwise Enigma control, tier 2s would have been falling, and we'd be waiting for Winterbear. What's the next item? What's the next timing that they're going for? That Roche fight has really changed this game. While Sumail and FBZ are going to be jumping onto Mikey. Matthew coming in as well with the blast off. The dual save there for the Necrophos keeps him alive a bit longer. There's the Necro ulti, stack number 2, guaranteed. Miracle bumps his BKB to fight against Reality. Reality's losing this fight versus Miracle. Heavy hits flying in and has to move away completely behind the trees. Tries to juke around, but they have vision. They see where he is. Morphling might get stunned, and they've lost 3 on the side of Winter Bear. And the moment you talk good things about them, they will lose 3, maybe even 4, as Necrophos is controlled. The Brew ulti's about to run out. 17 seconds left, so he's going to use that charge to get himself out of there. But that Brewmaster looks like the only survivor from that fight, as Nigma, they instantly take away their hopes and chances. Or hopes and dreams.
That was on the back of Kachal trying to TP mid before. When you said that they didn't have any creeps top, he tried to TP mid, got cancelled because of Swashbuckle killing the creep that he TP'd to, and then he didn't play towards mid. So he was very late to arrive to this team fight, where Necro stayed alive for a really long time. Gyrocopter also stood his ground for a while there before running away, but where was the third core? They just didn't have the teamfight control hero, and without Brew, I don't think they can take any fight at all. So that was a little bit disjointed perhaps by them. Maybe Necro was out of position. Maybe they should just have sold him, or perhaps you could say that, you know, Kachal should have stayed closer.
Yeah, I feel like they need that extra bit of disruption in the team fight. You really start to see the value of the Brewmaster the moment he set a Cyclone on either the DK or the Morphling or the Pango, any one of those out of the fight, because then you have a 5v4 fight for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost full uptime Cyclone. You just spam it throughout the fights, and it's very impactful. So having him or not having him in a team fight, it makes a world of difference. And that gives now Nigma a bit of a control, and they're looking to get more. Miracle going in behind tower.
Deep
it's
position.
Gonna be GC here in trouble.
Gonna try and swashbuckle his way out. He's dodging abilities. Got the strength gain.
Oh, he's morphing.
Strength gain.
Stronger.
2.6k HP Rubik. So he's got that one secured for him.
Yeah, but that also puts him at 1.7 base armor, so at least he has the Craggy coat. I had him for this situation.
He's come prepared, definitely. But FBZ, there's the Aghanim's in action. One Enchantress DK is also causing some issues, trying to clean out the waves. Has a lot of attack speed as well, combined with that Solar Crest.
Yeah, we see a stolen illusion doing quite a bit of work. It's now dueling the other one.
Yeah, Spider-Man meme.
Yeah. Aeon Disc finished up on Brewmaster, so now he can lead the way into these fights. This is a very common build on Brewmaster that allows you to just charge at the enemy, and worst case scenario, they trigger your Aeon Disc, you cast your ulti. So this is really obnoxious to play against. There's only so many ways to deal with it. Even if you go for something like a Nullifier to break through his Aeon Disc, it's still gonna trigger, and it's still gonna allow him to cast his ulti.
They'd love to farm some kills here if they want those Reaper Sight stacks for Mikey. Small numbers start adding up together, but a Radiant Scan right on top of them. They're already on point with what's happening. Roshan is home, and it is going to be a daytime Roshan, so still 3 minutes until he's going to change camp.
Quite a few mines set up here. They're hovering the area, playing guerrilla warfare, setting up bombs in every tree.
Enchantress is going to have some Vietnam flashbacks soon.
Yeah, he cancelled the Watcher at least, and they're dancing around here.
Yeah, Rapper, we have changed positions. Now we have Winter Bear in the Roche pit, and Nigma are the ones contesting. Necrophos, great jump, the perfect target to go for it, but the Yules comes out for the arrow. Matthew wanted to blast off elsewhere, and they get the turn with that. Miracle in the middle, Reality and Miracle both pretty low on HP. The dodge comes out as well. Miracle takes down the Gyrocopter, and that will also mean the Rubik will fall, but Miracle, he's on the way out. He's trying to get away from Kachal, and Mikey, who still has a couple abilities to throw into the mix, but Kachal is dead. Mikey is kited. And he's trying to jump onto Miracle, can't quite catch him into the DK stun, and he sees no way out except the TP, but Sumail also has an answer for that with the bash on the Swashbuckle, while the Morphling still kited by Lowdown, trying to get a solo kill on the Enchantress, and Mikey still has to fight them. Yeah, he's getting kited into the minefield again, so he brings his buddy. Can you hit these mines, please, for me, so we can continue fighting this pointless fight? Miracle's already gone out, and Gyrocopter's coming back in 30 seconds, so indecisive.
So despite every single core surviving on the side of Nigma, they're not allowed to take Roche immediately here. And this gives a second chance for Winter Bears to maybe take control of the Roche area again after this. It was a good fight for Nigma, and a lot of things went right for them. If the chain stun had landed, if the arrow was a little bit earlier onto the Necro there, that would have been a fantastic fight. but that was probably the first time I've seen someone Manta dodge Necro ulti, by the way.
That
like
was
the damage
weird,
from
yeah.
it, because you can only do it if you have BKB on, if you have a debuff immunity. So it's kind of a new interaction that you can actually Manta dodge the damage.
Yeah, I was also like, that looked so
it.
weird. Like, how was he able to do that? But he did it, so it's possible.
Right? It feels wrong.
Yeah,
When you're
violated.
an old school Dota player, you're like, what is that? What do you mean? Morphling is back down bottom. Gonna go into Roche Pit. There is a little skelly boy. Oh, did you see him? Yeah, I think he saw him.
Visibility.
Trying to challenge
Like
Morphling. Very brave skeleton.
Doesn't look like they want to contest though. Winter Bears already showing their intentions. They're pushing down mid, they're farming jungle, they're fixing item progression and healing up a bit on the Gyrocopter as well.
Yeah, what is our item progression looking like at the moment as we are seeing this Roshan taking Banner and Aegis?
So Gyro is going for a Satanic. He has the Diffu, Maelstrom, Aghanim's BKB, and of course he has that Morbid Mask already. He needs the Satanic to be able to stand his ground. Looks like he wants to go for a Disperser and the MKB after that. Other than that, you know, the Brewmaster has nothing new really. The Necro got a Halberd, so very good item here to stop some of the damage output and get some survivability for himself. And over on Nigma, of course, they're just getting more and more things going for them. They have the Nullifier on the Dragon Knight, one of the big tools they have now to deal with the Necro.
Yeah, that is big. Getting rid of the Yules, getting rid of all of his tools that allow him to stay so long alive in those fights. That Nullifier will pay off really big here. And it's a pretty early one too, because it's 35 minutes in, so good timing to have it.
It's good, because also they have 2 Force Staffs, they have Solar Crest, they have a Ghost Scepter now freshly purchased as well. Aeon Disc, Glimmer Cape, there are so many things. This Nullifier is big.
The good thing for Nigma as well is that they are capable of splitting multiple lanes at the same time. Winterbear not so much. But they have to protect 2 lane pushes at the same time while that tower is taking damage with double catapults. They are killing heroes at the same time. Sumail pushing Winterbear back. Kachal still has the Primal Split available. Matthew, he's very deep right now. Gets caught by the Stolen Blast off from GZ and into the Reaper's side. Now FBC sees a moment to come in. Matthew coming in with the buyback as well with the tankies. They can instantly teleport to the outpost and return to the fight, making it a 5v4 plus the Aegis. Sumail gonna get hit by the stun. The Pango dropping already very low. Reality finally getting in closer, but they don't have the detection instantly to hit the Pango. Nobody brought in the dust of the sentries. They couldn't see him. Mikey thrown into the air with the Yules as well. Jeezy's low. Necro to fall. There's the Rubik that drops as well. Kachal goes back. And oh boy.
Aye. It all backfires for them there. The Pango stays alive in the midst of all that. Gets out the shield crash, which not only gave him a ton of barrier, but the Vampire Fangs gave him so much spell lifesteal from that as well, with the Aghanims and the Swashbuckles coming out of it. And they're just gonna go for the end here.
And Nigma Galaxy closing out this series by the looks of it. Winterbear, they don't have the buybacks to defend against it. That's what they're trying to do. Force out a buyback from the Necro, but Necro's not coming back. He's now returning to this defense. The tier 4s have already fallen. And Miracle, he's looking to end the game. Reality, he'll have to intervene. Big Conda hit from that adaptive strike and forcing them back. Matthew jumping in. Jeezy gives himself a chance to use the blast off. Jumps onto the Morphling. Morphling low on HP. Maybe get through the Aegis, but the Ancient is already down to 1500 HP. And they're just nuking through it. FBZ with the Dragon Form. They can't stop it. They can't stop the push. And Nigma Galaxy force out the GG, destroy the Ancient, and earn the spot directly to the Grand Finals with that.
That's our first Grand Finalist, Nigma Galaxy, after a hard-fought series here. Dropping the first game only to make an impressive 2-0 comeback afterwards against Winter Bears, who looked very strong in this series, but this final game here, they just didn't have enough oomph to keep going. I think game progressed to the 37-minute mark, and, you know, They held on pretty well in the early game against the Brewmaster. They did great job shutting him down. And then as the games just went into a later stage, they just scaled so well into it.
Yeah, and you could say that the series, it started off so bad for Nigma Galaxy. They were not ready for this series at all, but slowly that learning curve, it kicked in. They got it back into the tempo, and they started to set the pace for this series, tied it up, won this last game, go straight to the Grand Finals, and Winterbear, they're going to have to take it the long route and play an extra best of 3 tomorrow in the lower bracket finals versus Gamax Saudi. I mean, they're in as the favorites for that one. But Nigma Galaxy, they can just look and watch what Winter Bear is going to be drafting, what they're going to be picking, and be satisfied that we're getting that direct pass into the grand finals. They've done the work that is needed, but the work isn't yet done.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was a good match to watch, and we get to see the Winter Bears. They definitely have what it takes to go toe to toe against Nigma Galaxy here as well. And at the same time, Nigma Galaxy, they had us worried in game 1, but they came back big. They played a lot better, a lot tighter in game 2 and 3. So we'll see if Gamax are going to be able to challenge Winter Bears, and I'm excited to see, because Gamax also had a few games where they've been looking really promising, but against either of these teams, they just look a little bit short still, I think.
But that is going to close out the second day of the MENA qualifiers. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and listening to me and Waga cast here these games. We'll be back tomorrow for the lower bracket finals, best of 3, and the grand finals, best of 5. So if it's anything that these two teams have shown, we might be in for a marathon run as well for the grand final spot. That one team will join in for the rest at the Elite League among the teams like Falcons and you know, there's so many good teams waiting out there. But you know, they want to be the representatives that get to challenge that invited team from the region. But Waga, with that being said, make sure all of you people go and check out the ESB_Dota2_E and the main channel, and B and C, because there is plenty of Dota for you people to watch. It's just the start of the day. So much more to watch. And we're going to close out for the D stream for now. We shall be back tomorrow. So until then, thank you, everybody. Take care of yourselves. Good day and good night. And bye-bye.